Chapter 690. Today's update: the soul-devouring insects love to devour spiritual energy, while the five-colored soul-warming lotus was constantly emitting a magical energy to nourish Yang Kai's soul. As soon as these exotic ancient insects fell onto the five-colored island, they became excited, as if they had entered a comfortable nest and were no longer willing to leave. This unexpected result was not within Yang Kai's calculations, but it was still something he was happy to see. As long as he could control them well, not only would these exotic ancient insects not cause him any harm, Yang Kai could even use his spiritual energy to cultivate them, strengthen them, and when he needed them, release them to meet his enemies. After obtaining the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai had gained another layer of self-protection. Although in terms of physical strength, he was still only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not even reaching the transcendent realm. In a battle of spiritual energy, Yang Kai felt that he no longer needed to fear Saint Realm Masters. His conflagrated knowledge sea and soul-devouring insects could both be used externally, and although the solitary golden eye could only be used inside his knowledge sea, if some master overestimated their strength and sent their soul into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, they would definitely not be able to return. With this additional layer of protection, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai did not stay in place and instead walked out. He wanted to collect all the exotic ancient insects in the knowledge seas of the Soaring Heaven sect disciples who were still alive. There were only about 4 or 5 people still alive, so if he left them alone, they would all die. Even Soaring Heaven sect's martial ancestor would be helpless to save them. Although Yang Kai's starting point was for his own sake, if he succeeded, he could also save their lives and win the favor of Soaring Heaven sect's masters, a win-win business. Without any burdens in his heart, Yang Kai acted boldly. Inside the Bronze Gate, after Tsangyan and Feiyu rushed in, they continued to search for hidden treasures. Both of them seemed to have gained something as well, and they seemed to be very excited. Tsangyan, I suddenly remembered that the ancestral master sent me out to do something at this time, and I just happened to bump into you bringing that kid back. This shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Feiyu seemed to have sensed something, and asked as she searched for treasures. It shouldn't be a coincidence. The Tsangyan nodded. Grandmaster probably wants to use this opportunity to test the young man's temperament. Did you know from the beginning? Feiyu looked at the Tsangyan with a faint smile. Of course, the moment I heard about the soul-devouring worms, I understood what the patriarch was planning. Soul-devouring insects can only be dealt with by those with conflagrated knowledge sea. How could it be so coincidental that I just happened to bring someone with conflagrated knowledge sea back? The Tsangyan said in a deep voice, if I didn't bring him back, the ancestral master wouldn't have let you do this. From the looks of it, ancestral master doesn't seem to know what kind of person that little fellow is. Then why did the ancestral master find him? I don't understand. More than 2 months ago, the ancestral master suddenly asked me to find him. It took me a lot of effort to find out his whereabouts. The Tsangyan frowned slightly, and he doesn't know the ancestral master. Strange, the ancestral master is always so unpredictable. Feiyu curled her lips. However, since you already know the ancestral master's intentions, you still dare to bargain with me on this condition. You're too shameless. You won't get a share of the 1,000 safflower wine. Hearing this, the Tsangyan's face turned bitter. Conflagrated knowledge sea, interesting. Feiyu muttered with a smile. He's also a spirit-grade alchemist, the Tsangyan added. Feiyu's tender body shook. Are you serious? I think this may be the reason the ancestral master asked me to find him. This little brat's future is boundless. I'm really looking forward to him stirring up a storm in Tongxian realm and becoming an existence not inferior to the old man of Heaven's Keep. If that's the case, then I really need to get close to him. Such a talent is rare. Feiyu also finally became dignified. Only now did she realize that she had underestimated Yang Kai. And I always felt that his potential was far greater than this. This little brat has many mysteries. With his current performance, if he is properly trained, he may really be able to surpass the young talents from the top forces of Tongxian realm and become the most dazzling new star. The person the ancestral master has chosen is definitely not a vulgar person, Fei Yu also agreed. The two masters secretly decided that before Yang Kai revealed his true strength, they had to establish a good relationship with him. After all, when Yang Kai rode the wind and broke through the waves and became a dragon, it would be of great benefit to them. After about a day and a night, Yang Kai saw Tsangyan and Fei Yu come out from behind the bronze gate. Both of them were overjoyed. It seemed that their harvest was not small. Seeing Yang Kai sitting cross-legged and waiting quietly with 4 or 5 soaring heaven sect disciples lying beside him, Tsangyan and Fei Yu couldn't help showing surprised looks. I had nothing to do, so I tried to expel the soul-devouring insects from their knowledge seas, but I didn't expect to succeed so easily. These people should be able to recover after a year or so of cultivation, Yang Kai explained. Not bad, Tsangyan's eyes lit up as she praised. Before, he and Fei Yu had not cared about the life or death of these disciples and had only given them pills because they didn't know what to do, so they thought they were doomed, but now Yang Kai had given them a pleasant surprise. Elder sister likes you more and more. Fei Yu smiled tenderly, and you can be considered the savior of these disciples. Rest assured, elder sister will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, are you done? Yes. Tsangyan smiled lightly, suddenly reaching out and taking out a few things, placing them in front of Yang Kai and shouting, take a look, whatever you want, just take it. These are the things Fei Yu and I found inside, but unfortunately, most of them have been reduced to dust due to the passage of time. I also get a share. Yang Kai pointed to himself and asked in surprise. Of course, did you think we would take everything for ourselves? Fei Yu smiled tenderly, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't even have been able to enter the gate, let alone search for treasures. You also saved several of my sect's disciples, so you are the biggest contributor. Then I won't be polite. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his eyes rolling over the few things in front of him. Tsangyan and Fei Yu looked at each other and nodded secretly, thinking that this little brat was really a character. If it were any other young man, in front of the two of them, they would not dare to say this. They would definitely refuse and would rather give up the benefits in front of them to leave a good impression on them. When it was time to act, he acted decisively. In front of Kai Yang were 5 things, 3 artifacts, 1 secret art, and the last one was a black stone the size of a fist. These were indeed all the useful things Tsangyan and Fei Yu found inside, and they did not hide this matter. Of the 3 artifacts, the worst one was spirit-grade top rank, while the remaining 2 were saint-grade artifacts, their value immeasurable. Even as strong as Tsangyan and Fei Yu were, they had never owned a saint-grade artifact. As for that cultivation technique, it was a pretty good one as well. It was a high-grade spirit-level cultivation technique. Yang Kai looked through them one by one, and his eyes finally landed on the dark stone. This stone was round, and he could not tell what material it was made of. Yang Kai poured yuan qi into it, but there was no reaction. He also released his divine sense, but he could not find any clues. What is this? Yang Kai looked at the two of them and asked. Tsangyan and Fei Yu both shook their heads, they knew nothing about this stone. It was placed in a very hidden place, so they brought it out casually. Then I'll take this. Yang Kai said with a smile. Tsangyan frowned and said seriously, you should choose a secret art to protect yourself. You probably can't use a saint-grade artifact, your strength is not enough, you can't use the full power of the secret art, and it may even backfire on you. However, this spirit-grade top-rank artifact is very good. Yeah, you don't have to be so modest. Fei Yu was also puzzled. She thought that this kid was very decisive, why did he suddenly change his personality? She did not like this. Choosing a stone of unknown use, it was a loss no matter how she looked at it. I'm not being modest. Yang Kai laughed. Since you can't tell the origin of this thing, it means that it's either worthless or very valuable. If I take it, I may earn more than you. You're gambling. Zhang Yan did not agree. The profit in hand is the real profit. Since it's here, and you brought it out, it means that it's very likely to be valuable. You two are not blind people. Yang Kai smiled and put away the dark stone. I don't need the secret art, and I don't need the secret art. I'll take it. Since you're so insistent, we won't say anything. Don't cry when you find out that you've lost. Feiyu snorted and no longer tried to dissuade him. Together with the Zhangyan, in front of Yang Kai, they divided up the remaining 4 things. The 2 of them each obtained a saint-grade artifact. As for the remaining spirit-grade high-rank artifact and cultivation method, they each took one at random. With such a bountiful harvest, both the Zhangyan and Feiyu were very happy. Let's go out, martial ancestor should be waiting for us, Zhangyan said, grabbing 2 unconscious disciples and taking the lead to walk out. Feiyu also grabbed 2 and turned to Yang Kai, you take the last one, I specifically left a beauty for you. Don't worry too much, she should be a flower without a master, take advantage of her while she's unconscious to take advantage of her. As they spoke, their expressions were ambiguous, as if they knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, carrying the last soaring heaven sect female disciple on his back and following them out. Returning the way they came, the 3 of them using their movement skills all the way up, soon arriving halfway up the mountain. Identifying the direction, the Zhangyan didn't say a word and flew off in the direction of soaring heaven sect. Yang Kai and Feiyu hurriedly followed. After an hour or so, the 3 of them arrived at a huge mountain valley. Looking down, there were many scattered houses and cultivator activity in the valley below. Chapter 691. Although the cultivator here was not as densely packed as the Thunder Light sect, Yang Kai found that the overall level of these cultivators was much higher than the Thunder Light sects. The world energy here was as rich as a river, flowing endlessly through the mountain valley. Yang Kai had only just arrived, but after taking a single breath, he felt his whole body relax, relaxing his mind and relaxing his whole body. The mountain valley was so large that Yang Kai could not see the end of it from mid-air. He could not help but be surprised. Rather than calling this a mountain valley, it would be more accurate to call it a sunken plain. Around the mountain valley, there were more than 100 mountain peaks that pierced the sky. There were many birds, beasts, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines growing on these peaks, exuding a vibrant vitality. These mountain peaks seemed to be scattered around the mountain valley, but Yang Kai always felt that they were arranged in a special way. The world energy in the distance seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and was continuously flowing into the mountain valley through the surrounding hundreds of mountain peaks, nourishing the cultivators in the mountain valley and the spirit grasses and medicines growing on the mountain peaks. Zhangyan and Feiyu glanced at each other and secretly nodded. Yang Kai could see that there was some mystery here at a glance. Obviously, his eyesight was extraordinary. These 100 mountain peaks are the foundation of my soaring heaven sect, Zhangyan explained. Oh? Is there something special about them? Naturally, there is. Zhangyan gently nodded, you should have noticed that the world energy outside is gathering towards the sect. This is the 100 Peaks Spirit Array. With the surrounding 101 mountain peaks as its pivot, it is a shocking giant spirit array. Only half of these mountain peaks are naturally formed. And the other half? It was created by the ancestral founder, Zhangyan grinned. Yang Kai was shocked and exclaimed, your sect's ancestral founder is really amazing. Naturally, when one's strength reaches a certain level, they can overturn rivers and seas, even pluck the stars and summon the moon. It is rumored that some masters can enter the depths of the star field and seek out all kinds of great opportunities and fortunes from the stars. Deep into star field? Yang Kai's eyes were filled with amazement. It was as if a great door was slowly opening in front of him, allowing him to see many mysteries that he had never imagined before. His eyes couldn't help but shine as he listened carefully. Deep into Star Field. Tsangyan nodded firmly. You saw a strange cyan stone in Old Man Du's hand a few days ago. That's a product of the Star Field. It doesn't exist in Tongxian realm. That stone is extremely precious. Unfortunately, it was damaged in the end. Inside the Star Field, there are all kinds of herbs and ores you can't even imagine, all of them far surpassing Saint grade. There are even star beasts that are more powerful than Saint realm masters. Each one of them is extremely powerful and extremely large, perhaps even the smallest one is larger than my soaring heaven sect's mountain valley. Kai Yang opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. What Tsangyan said was simply too incredible. And that's just a legend. As for what the Star Field is like, in fact, even I don't know. No master has ever proven that they have ever entered the Star Field. Tsangyan sniffed and added. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as he nodded, but your soaring heaven sect's 100 Peaks spirit array is also quite amazing. Where I come from, it's an unimaginable feat. Where you come from? Tsangyan was stunned. I come from a small place. It's a remote place, not as wonderful as this world, Yang Kai explained faintly. So that's how it is, Tsangyan nodded. Tsangyan nodded lightly. The 100 Peaks spirit array is indeed a magnificent feat even in Tongxian realm. It is rare to see such a thing. This spirit array not only gathers world energy, but also plays a defensive role in the event of a great disaster. However, no one has ever dared to invade my soaring heaven sect, so I've never seen the 100 Peaks spirit array fully activated. The two of you don't need to talk nonsense, hurry up and descend. Feiyu interrupted the conversation between the two impatiently. Let me introduce you to little brother. Tsangyan decided to build a good relationship with Yang Kai, so the way he addressed him became more intimate. Tsangyan no longer said anything and led Yang Kai and Feiyu down the mountain valley. Perhaps it was because the world energy aura here was too rich, but looking down from mid-air, the scenery was not very vivid. Everything below the mountain valley seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist, as if it was a dangerous place. A moment later, the trio landed. As Tsangyan walked forward, the soaring heaven sect disciples he encountered along the way all greeted him respectfully. These cultivators' cultivation was not low, most of them having reached the immortal ascension boundary, their auras incredibly strong, seemingly much stronger than any other cultivator of the same realm. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at this sight. These soaring heaven sect disciples all had extremely strong vitality, their physique and meridians were exceptionally strong, and their yuan qi was also extremely rich. Obviously, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. After handing over the 5 rescued disciples to these people, Tsangyan led Yang Kai to a relatively remote courtyard and said, "You can stay here for now. I'll come find you after I report to Martial Ancestor." "Don't I need to see that senior now?" Yang Kai frowned. He thought he would have to see soaring heaven sect's Martial Ancestor immediately. Yang Kai had many questions in his heart and wanted to see this Saint Realm Master so he could resolve his doubts, but listening to Tsangyan's words, it was obviously not time yet. "Wait until Martial Ancestor summons you," Tsangyan smiled, not saying anything more, turning around and leaving in a carefree manner. Feiyu glanced over at Yang Kai and said considerately, "You don't have to feel too much psychological burden, Martial Ancestor won't have any malicious intent towards a little guy like you. If he really wanted to harm you, he wouldn't have sent Tsangyan. Here, I'll give you 2 things to pass the time." Saying so, she suddenly threw 2 things to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught them and found that they were actually shackles made of some unknown stone material. "What are these?" Yang Kai examined them and found that there wasn't anything special about them. Weighing them in his hand, they didn't seem to weigh more than half a kilogram and there were no traces of spirit arrays or energy inside them. It really did seem like they were just toys. "Try pouring your yuan qi into them as much as you can." Fei Yu reminded him. Yang Kai nodded and poured his yuan qi into the 2 shackles. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a heavy feeling hit him. This heavy feeling was so heavy that even he couldn't hold it firmly. His body was pulled forward and he almost fell to the ground. Tumbling a few times in the air, Yang Kai managed to avoid this embarrassing fate. Hong hong, accompanied by 2 muffled sounds, the 2 shackles fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Yang Kai's face paled as he stared at the scene in front of him. Accompanied by a burst of giggling laughter, Fei Yu seemed to be overjoyed. Are you messing with me? Yang Kai frowned and stared at this beautiful woman. Because he felt that this woman didn't have any malicious intentions, Yang Kai naturally didn't think much of it, but he didn't expect her to be so evil. Those 2 shackles were obviously not some ordinary toy, but something of great significance. Sister is just teaching you, don't trust anyone easily. Fei Yu giggled. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded, thank you, Auntie, you really are insidious. Fei Yu's laughter suddenly stopped, her pair of beautiful eyes spitting fire as she stared at Yang Kai. A burst of laughter came from the top of a nearby tree. Fei Yu raised her hand and summoned a giant water dragon, sending it flying towards the man hiding in the tree and biting him. If you laugh one more time, I'll tear your mouth off. Fei Yu glared at the man coldly. The man shrunk his neck and didn't dare laugh again, flicking his finger and shattering Fei Yu's water dragon before disappearing like a bolt of lightning, his voice calling out from afar, boy, if you want to live a long life, you'd best stay away from that crazy woman. Rimaru, you're dead today. Fei Yu's tender body flickered as she chased after him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Another 3rd order transcendent master. Just now, this man had been hiding nearby, even Yang Kai hadn't noticed him, his aura completely concealed. Although it was only a quick glance, Yang Kai was able to clearly see this man's face. He was thin, short, and had a mustache on either side of his mouth, giving him an extremely wretched appearance. He was a master who was particularly easy to remember. On the way here, Zhang had told him that Soaring Heaven sect had 4 3rd-order transcendent realm protectors, Zhang and Fei Yu being one of them. This Rimaru should also be one of them. As for the remaining one, Yang Kai hadn't seen him yet. But now, it seemed that these 4 all had their own specialties within their respective territory. Zhang specialties were fire, Fei Yu's were water, and Rimaru's should be speed or strength. Yang Kai had clearly seen this man's sudden burst of strength and naturally understood how tyrannical he was. Standing in place, no one came to greet him, causing Yang Kai's expression to become somewhat strange. Arriving at such a powerful sect without knowing the specific reason for his actions made Yang Kai feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Right now, he could only wait until he met with Soaring Heaven sect's ancestral founder to ask for an explanation. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai stared at the 2 strange shackles in the pit in front of him and reached out to pick them up. When he touched them, Yang Kai was surprised to find that these 2 shackles weren't heavy at all. Just as he had felt before, they were at most half a kilogram in weight. However, just now, they had been so heavy that they had almost sent him flying and even created a large pit in the ground. Frowning and hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai poured his yuan qi into the shackles. The next moment, Yang Kai's brow rose. Sure enough, as he expected, as he poured in his yuan qi, the 2 shackles on his hands became much heavier, causing his shoulders to tremble slightly. Continuing to pour in, the feeling of heaviness became more and more intense. Yang Kai hadn't exerted his full strength yet, but he found that he couldn't hold the 2 shackles any longer. They weighed at least 5,000 or 6,000 kilograms. The place where he stood suddenly began to crack like a spider web, as if the ground was unable to withstand such a huge pressure. After perceiving the mystery of these 2 shackles, Yang Kai smiled happily, suddenly feeling that the things Fei Yu had thrown to him were really good. They were not only useful for killing time, but also useful for tempering his physical strength. Chapter 692. Soaring Heaven Sect, Inside a Secret Room. Tsang Yen stood respectfully in place, reporting to the martial ancestor what had happened after seeing Yang Kai. After hearing that Yang Kai had killed Duan Hai and Su Qi in front of Xia Chengyin, Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor couldn't help showing a meaningful smile. Soon after, martial ancestor spoke about what had happened in the cave mansion, causing him to be quite surprised. He has a conflagrated knowledge, see? Tsang Yen nodded solemnly. Does martial ancestor not know? I don't know. The old man slowly shook his head. The old man slowly shook his head. I only vaguely felt that this matter could only be solved with his help, so when you were about to return, I sent Fei Yu over. Then martial ancestor has never seen that little brat before? I haven't seen him before, but he has some kind of relationship with this old master. Tsang Yen looked confused, obviously not understanding what kind of relationship Yang Kai had with the martial ancestor. Good, besides you and Du Wan, Xia Chengyin also knows that he has a conflagrated knowledge, see, right? The martial ancestor asked lightly. Tsang Yen's expression became solemn as he nodded lightly. Yes, that little girl from the Alchemist Guild also knows, and on the way back, Fei Yu also saw him. I understand, you may withdraw. Disciple will take his leave. Tsang Yen bowed and withdrew. After leaving the secret room, he stared thoughtfully in the direction of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, a cold smile appearing on his face. Yang Kai stayed in Soaring Heaven Sect for 2 days. Only Fei Yu came to see him once. Tsang Yen was nowhere to be found, and no one else came to greet him. Fei Yu gave him a jar of 1,000 safflower wine, saying it was a gift to thank him for helping her in the cave mansion. This beautiful woman was somewhat wanton and uninhibited. When she came to find Kai Yang, she was drunk, her body reeking of alcohol, her cheeks were red, and her slender neck glowed a different shade of red, making her look extremely attractive. Don't drink too much this time, your little body won't be able to bear it. Fei Yu said with a smile, putting down the 1,000 safflower wine. She disappeared. Yang Kai didn't know where she went. Yang Kai just smiled helplessly, not even having a chance to inquire about this woman's whereabouts. He could only put the 1,000 safflower into his black book space and continue to walk around the courtyard. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just strolling casually, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. However, his flesh and blood were obviously wriggling endlessly, and his body seemed to be enduring an enormous and incomparable pressure. But what made people feel strange was that the place where he landed was ordinary and did not leave behind any traces. 3 days later, Tsang Yen suddenly appeared and beckoned to Yang Kai. Martial ancestor wants to see you. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart's heart. There were too many questions he needed to ask, and he also wanted to know what kind of person Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor was. Yang Kai had only walked a short distance when Tsang Yen suddenly looked at him strangely and asked, "Are you nervous?" No, Yang Kai shook his head. Then why is your yuan qi constantly bursting out? And why is your physique so tight? No. Tsang Yen's expression suddenly changed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai, asking in surprise, "Did Fei Yu give you the primordial shackles? Are they called the primordial shackles?" Tsang Yen nodded lightly. The more yuan qi is poured in, the heavier the shackles become. How much weight are you bearing now? About 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms. You're really strange, boy, Tsang Yen said in surprise. Did you specialize in cultivating your physique before? Yes, I did. His unyielding golden skeleton secret art was specifically designed to develop his physique. Now that he was bearing 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of weight, apart from feeling a little unnatural, Yang Kai didn't seem any different from usual. Even when he walked, he didn't leave any marks on the ground. Tsang Yen was amazed. He had also worn Fei Yu's primordial shackles before, but when he was at Yang Kai's level, he couldn't be as relaxed as he was. How could an alchemist's physique be so strong? Alchemists were immersed in the alchemic way all year round and rarely had time to cultivate, so basically all alchemists weren't very strong. If a cultivator of the same level fought an alchemist, the one who would lose would definitely be the alchemist. However, Yang Kai had killed Duan Hai and Su Qi before, entering and exiting the Wind Eye and Thunder Eye. Zhang Yin had seen this clearly and faintly felt that this little brat wasn't just a simple spirit-grade alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea. After walking for a long time, Zhang Yin suddenly stopped in front of a house and said, "Go in, martial ancestor is waiting for you inside." Yang Kai nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and strode in. Walking into the house and turning a corner, Yang Kai saw a flickering candle that seemed to be on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. The light in the room wasn't very bright and a thin old man with white hair and a beard was sitting cross-legged. His aura was as calm as an ancient well and there was nothing special about him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, knowing that this was Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor. Looking around, he walked towards him. Arriving in front of him, Yang Kai bowed respectfully. "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior." The old man slowly opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai, smiling kindly. "Your aptitude is good, your perseverance is good, and you have both courage and courage. It is rare to see such a young man nowadays. Senior is too kind. Sit down." Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on a cushion in front of him. After sitting down, his expression suddenly changed as he faintly smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. "I know you have a lot of questions, but don't be in a hurry to ask. Open the package in front of you and take a look," the old man said with a smile. Yang Kai looked down and sure enough saw a package in front of him. On this package, there was obviously blood seeping out, and the smell of blood was coming from this package. Yang Kai frowned slightly but didn't hesitate to open the package. After seeing what was inside, he quickly raised his head and stared at Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor in shock. It was actually a human head. Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, Xia Chengyin's head. "Before you grow up, no one should be able to reveal the secret of your conflagrated knowledge sea," the old man said with a smile. "Many thanks for Senior's help." Yang Kai quickly thanked him. Originally, Yang Kai had planned to wait until he broke through to the transcendent realm before silencing these people, but he hadn't expected that Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor would help him accomplish this ahead of time, allowing Yang Kai to relieve the burden in his heart. At that time, Yang Kai had no choice but to reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge sea because in his opinion, information about the ancient demon clan and the coffin-carrying man could not be leaked. A trivial matter, the old man shook his head lightly. With his strength and means, killing a third-order transcendent realm religion master was indeed a trivial matter. Before Xia Chengyin could even react, his head had already fallen to the ground. "Senior," Yang Kai sat up straight and quickly asked, "May I ask, why did you do this? Why did you let the Zhangyan search for me? Why did the Zhangyan take such good care of me? On top of that, you even killed Bright Thunder Religion's religion master for me. We haven't even met before, have we?" "Huh," the old man chuckled. "This old master naturally has his reasons for doing so. And, this old master's name is Chu Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, have you thought of something?" Yang Kai's expression changed, faintly perceiving some information. Staring towards the old man, the vigilance in his eyes gradually melted and became brighter and brighter. "It seems you've thought of something, but aren't sure. Then, this old master will show you some evidence." Chu Ling Xiao smiled heartily, suddenly stretching out his hand and sending a burst of energy into Yang Kai's body. While Yang Kai was caught off guard, the sound of a chain being swung rang out in the secret room. A golden chain suddenly appeared out of thin air and was caught by Chu Ling Xiao. "Devil Sealing Chain!" Yang Kai exclaimed. This was an artifact he had obtained in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Since obtaining it, he had only used it twice. The first time was when he killed Demon General Meng Ge's soul clone in the evil cavern. The second time was when he used the Devil Sealing Chain to deal with Demon Lord Yang Bai. After Yang Bai's death, Yang Kai had taken back the Devil Sealing Chain. But now, the Devil Sealing Chain had been summoned by Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder. This is this old master's possession. Chu Ling Xiao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai only felt the confusion in front of him suddenly become clear as he suddenly understood everything. Chuckling meaningfully, he scratched his head and asked, "Ancestral founder?" Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly. This old master had not expected that after a few hundred years, someone would actually be able to travel from that world to Tongxian realm. "It seems you've suffered a lot, you've worked hard." "I haven't suffered much, I've had someone to take care of me all this time." Yang Kai's mood suddenly became excited as he stared at Chu Ling Xiao, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had just returned home. "That's good," Chu Ling Xiao sighed lightly. "A few hundred years ago, this old master also went to your world and knew that the resources there were thin. You being able to reach this point is truly surprising. So, High Heaven Pavilion was really founded by you?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Chu Ling Xiao nodded. "The sect was named after myself. Many years ago, I chased a demon general through a void corridor and arrived in your world. I fought with him there and finally managed to disperse his soul, but I was unable to destroy his body no matter how I tried, so I had no choice but to bind it with the Devil Sealing Chain and seal it under a mountain stream. I founded High Heaven Pavilion so that someone could guard the demon general's body. After a few dozen years there, I determined that the demon general's soul had dissipated, so I found my way back." Chu Ling Xiao explained before sighing, "Time passes so quickly. Are you a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion?" "Yes." "Good, good. You being able to obtain the Devil Sealing Chain shows that there is some kind of fate between you and me." Chu Ling Xiao chuckled, pausing for a moment before asking, "What is the situation over there? Is the sect doing well?" "It's doing well now, but a few years ago, it was almost destroyed." "Oh? Tell me about it." This old master has been a bit too irresponsible towards the sect he founded. Yang Kai immediately recounted what had happened to High Heaven Pavilion over the years, not leaving out any details. It had been a long time since he had had such an open and honest conversation with someone. This old man in front of him was not only Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder, but also High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, so Yang Kai naturally didn't conceal anything from him. Chu Ling Xiao also listened with great interest, seemingly quite interested in the successor to the other world. Chapter 693. When he heard that the current sect master of High Heaven Pavilion had actually broken through to the second-order transcendent realm, Chu Ling Xiao's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He was well aware that in the other world, one needed to have extraordinary aptitude and talent to reach this level of cultivation. When he left that year, he didn't leave behind too many things, only a universe bag. This universe bag was later given to Yang Kai by Ling Tai Su, and Yang Kai passed it to Su Yan. "So you're from the central capital's 8 great families." When this old master was there, he also heard about the strength of the central capital's 8 great families. Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly. "They can't compare to this place," Yang Kai said sadly. "Any one of the forces here was stronger than the central capital's 8 great families." "How did you get here?" Chu Ling Xiao asked again. Yang Kai immediately explained how he and Shui Ling had found the void corridor and arrived here. Water Spirit Temple, and this old master has heard of it. In the territory of the sea, it's a force that specializes in water attribute secret arts. Chu Ling Xiao nodded slightly. "It's been hard for you to reach this point. This is the path this disciple chose himself," Yang Kai replied seriously. "Do you have any plans for your future?" Chu Ling Xiao asked kindly. "Not at the moment, but I want to find 2 people." "Who are you looking for?" My two senior sisters, they are also here, Yang Kai said casually. Hearing this, Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. What are their characteristics? I can ask the people in the sect to help you keep an eye out for them. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly described the characteristics of Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang, adding, strictly speaking, they are a group of 4. They are a group of 4. Other than my two senior sisters, there is also a devil. It is the devil general's corporeal body that Patriarch sealed back then, but now, another devil spirit has entered it. A demon lord? Ancestral founder can rest assured, he shouldn't be part of the demon race, it's just that his secret art is evil. He has also helped me a lot and can be considered a friend of mine. He calls himself the Old Demon. I don't know his specific name. Old Demon? I haven't heard of him, but I trust your judgment. What about the other one? That old guy is called Meng Wuya. He's quite a mysterious person. Meng Wuya? Chu Ling Zhao's expression changed. You mean Meng Wuya? Patriarch knows him? I do know a person called Meng Wuya, but I don't know if it's the same person. What does he look like? Yang Kai quickly described Meng Wuya's appearance, causing Chu Ling Zhao's expression to become strange as he muttered, it really is him? But isn't he already dead? That old fox is still here, and he even escaped to your world. Yang Kai was surprised. Ancestor, you seem to be very familiar with Treasurer Meng? Not really. I've fought with him a few times, but there's no enmity between us. We've only exchanged a few moves. But this person? He's a very difficult character to deal with. 200 years ago, he was a very famous character, but after his battle with the demon commander, he disappeared without a trace. We all thought he had died. He fought with Patriarch? Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help widening. What level is he? Can he even fight with Patriarch? A Saint Realm Master. Chu Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Kai strangely. What's wrong? Yang Kai's mouth twitched a few times before he replied, a few years ago, he was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Later, when I separated from him, he was around the 2nd or 3rd order transcendent realm, but he seems to have been sealed by some kind of seal. Ha ha ha. Chu Ling Xiao laughed, that old dog deserves it, he must have been struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal. That's a grand divine technique with 3 layers of seals, but from what you just said, he should have already unlocked the 1st layer. It's rare for him to be able to escape with his life from the demon commander, his luck is quite good. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, his face filled with disbelief and shock. No wonder he had always felt Treasurer Meng was so mysterious, it turned out that he was actually a top Saint Realm Master. Unlocking the 1st layer of his seal had allowed him to restore his strength to the Transcendent Realm. If he could unseal the 2nd layer, he might be able to restore his strength to the Saint Realm, and if he could unseal the 3rd layer, he would definitely be able to return to his peak strength. You've brought me some good news. Chu Ling Xiao looked very happy, but it won't be easy to find him. When he fought with the demon commander also suffered a small loss. The demon race is a race that holds grudges, so before his strength is fully restored, this old dog should be hiding himself and won't expose himself in front of the world. After all, he is also a famous figure. Once the demon race receives news about him, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Yang Kai was stunned. I'll try to help you pay attention to the movements of your 2 senior sisters. If there's any news, I'll let you know. You can be considered a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect, so from now on, you can live here with peace of mind. There's no need to restrain yourself, just treat this place as your own home. Disciple understands. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded. After learning that the person in front of him was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, Yang Kai felt that he was no longer an outsider. Fortunately, Chu Ling Xiao had sensed a trace of the Devil Sealing Chain's aura and found him through it, otherwise, Yang Kai would probably still be homeless and without a home. Sangyan, Chu Ling Xiao called out. The Tsangyan who had been waiting outside the door immediately walked in. Disciple is here. Arrange a place for your martial nephew. Disciple understands. Right, ancestral founder. Disciple also has a request, Yang Kai suddenly said. If you have anything to say, just say it. Because of some reasons, I need to improve my alchemy skills, so I want to ask the sect to provide me with some herbs. Let Tsangyan arrange it. This is also my Soaring Heaven sect's good fortune. Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Yang Kai volunteering to help the sect perform alchemy was naturally something he hoped to see happen. After bidding farewell to Chu Ling Xiao, Yang Kai and Tsangyan went outside. Tsangyan looked at Yang Kai strangely and asked, "Did you come from another world?" No wonder I've never heard of you before. I've always wondered how such an outstanding young talent like you could be so unknown, but now I understand. Now that we're family, Martial Uncle will definitely take care of you in the future. If anyone dares to provoke you, Martial Uncle will help you destroy their entire family, Tsangyan grinned. Yang Kai's face went black. When he returned to the courtyard, Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fei Yu was lying lazily in the hallway with a flushed face, her exquisite and graceful curves causing one's imagination to run wild. Half of her breasts were exposed, and her cleavage was tantalizing. She was holding a wine jug in her hand and was currently drinking happily. Drinking again. Tsangyan slowly shook his head and whispered to Yang Kai, "Your martial aunt doesn't look like a woman at all. She loves to drink and reeks of alcohol all year round. I don't think anyone will want her in this life." Before he finished speaking, the wine jug in Fei Yu's hand flew over. Tsangyan caught it indifferently, sniffed it, and said discontentedly, "Isn't this thousand safflower wine?" Humph! Fei Yu got up and glanced sideways at Tsangyan. "You don't have a share of this thousand safflower wine, my yin-yang soul beckoning lamp." "But you promised me before," Tsangyan said discontentedly. "That thousand safflower wine, I've already transferred it to this little brother." "You transferred it to him?" Tsangyan stared at Yang Kai in amazement for a moment before suddenly putting on a flattering smile and saying, "Martial nephew, you see. Martial Uncle has been busy for 2 months because of you, shouldn't you show some filial piety?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "Good things are for me to keep for myself." Tsangyan blinked, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to directly refuse him. Fei Yu's brow furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "How did he suddenly become martial nephew? Did this little brother join our Soaring Heaven sect?" "Strictly speaking, he is a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect." "What happened?" Fei Yu was at a loss, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Tsangyan briefly explained the whole story, causing Fei Yu to suddenly feel a little happy. "So, I'm also this little brat's martial aunt?" Tsangyan nodded. "Heh, I've gained a cheap martial nephew." Rimaru suddenly appeared from nowhere, his height no higher than Yang Kai's chest, his hands folded behind his back as he stared at Yang Kai, his eyes flashing brilliantly as he nodded lightly, "Not bad." "Greetings, martial uncles," Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. The three of them glanced at each other before bursting into laughter, Fei Yu even laughing so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. Rimaru suddenly said, "I think we should hold a celebratory feast to celebrate martial nephew's return to the sect." "Good idea." Tsangyan also nodded, "Let's do it on Serene Resplendent Peak." "No." Fei Yu's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly tried to stop him. Tsangyan had already used his movement technique to fly away, his voice echoing from afar, "I'm going to hunt some game and bring it back." Rimaru also disappeared in a flash, "I'm going to find Fei Jian, we can't leave him out of the good stuff." In the blink of an eye, only Fei Yu and Yang Kai were left. The beautiful woman clenched her teeth as she stared in the direction Tsangyan and Rimaru disappeared, hatefully saying, "You bastards." After cursing, she smiled sweetly and shook her head, "A bunch of shameless bastards who only know how to scheme against my thousand safflower wine." She then glanced at Yang Kai. Let's go, if we don't satisfy them this time, they'll definitely live on Serene Resplendent Peak. What a headache. I'm going too. Yang Kai was stunned. You're the target they set up, of course you have to go. Feiyu nodded, and without any explanation, grabbed Yang Kai by the collar and flew towards a distant mountain peak. Just as they flew, they suddenly felt a strange weight. Her beautiful face couldn't help but change, and she quickly increased her strength. Feiyu faintly glanced at Yang Kai, frowned, and said, "You're carrying the primeval shackles?" Yang Kai nodded. "Don't pour Yuan Qi into me, it's very difficult for me to fly like this." Feiyu glared at him. She almost made a fool of herself just now. Yang Kai grinned and put away the Yuan Qi, and the two suddenly sped up a lot. Not long after, they descended on a beautiful mountain peak. Chapter 694. This mountain peak was extraordinarily beautiful, with a waterfall at its summit, like the Milky Way, surrounded by mist, giving off a clear and natural feeling. Feiyu led Yang Kai through the sloping waterfall and landed in front of a cave halfway up the mountain. Yang Kai took a deep breath and relaxed his body and mind, but after probing the cave, he found that there was no one inside. "This is Serene Resplendent Peak, where I live. Each of us 4 protectors has our own mountain peak. Their place is very lively, but I don't like the noise, so I live alone. Come with me." Saying so, she led Yang Kai into the cave. The interior of the cave was very spacious, dry, and clean. In the middle of the mountain, stone rooms had been cleverly carved out, and the stone walls were dotted with glowing stones. Here, there was not even the slightest smell, instead it was filled with a faint fragrance. Yang Kai was amazed. He had thought that a woman like Feiyu, who was so fond of wine, would definitely not have the temperament of a woman, but he had never imagined that her residence would be so exquisite. "Little Martial nephew, why don't you live here with me from now on? Martial uncle is quite lonely by himself," Feiyu suddenly said, not knowing whether she was joking or not. "I live here. Before, I arranged for you to live in this mountain valley because I didn't know your origins, but since you are also a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect, you have the right to choose a mountain peak to live in. Moreover, if you want to practice alchemy, you should need a quiet and comfortable environment, right? My place is quite good, the Zhangyan people come and go every day, so I'm sure they will disturb you. The conditions here are really good." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "Think about it carefully, Martial uncle is serious," Feiyu smiled, her blushing face like a ripe fruit. Walking around the mountain, Feiyu and Yang Kai soon arrived at an open space. Although Feiyu said that the Zhangyan bastards only cared about her 1,000 safflower wine, when she arrived, she still enthusiastically arranged the tables and chairs, took out a few jars of her own 1,000 safflower wine, and brought out her treasured spiritual fruits. Just as they settled down, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps nearby. Immediately, Zhangyan, Rimaru, and another tall and thin man strode in. "I seem to smell wine." Rimaru's thick eyebrows twitched as he sniffed the air exaggeratedly. On Zhangyan's back was a monster beast that Yang Kai had never seen before, valiantly charging forward. After seeing the wine jar on the table, both of them revealed a knowing smile and licked their lips. "Feiyu is really a good girl." Feiyu's expression became cold as she scolded them, "1 jar each, drink it all and scram." "Enough, enough." Rimara nodded quickly, picking up one of the jars, unwilling to let it go. Yang Kai quietly observed the third person. This person should be the last of Soaring Heaven sect's 4 protectors. He was also a third-order transcendent, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that unlike Zhangyan's oppressive aura, Feiyu's gentle aura, and Rimaru's treacherous aura, this person's aura was particularly sharp. The other party also seemed to be looking at him, suddenly grinning. "Is this the new little Martial nephew?" Seeing this grin, Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. Because this person actually had a mouth full of exaggerated buck teeth. Originally, he thought that Rimaru was wretched enough, but compared to this one, he felt like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. These two masters from Soaring Heaven sect were really quite unique. Yang Kai greets martial uncle. Yang Kai solemnly saluted. Fei Jian nodded lightly and suddenly assumed the posture of drawing an arrow. Wang, the world seemed to tremble slightly as the surrounding world energy stagnated. Yang Kai instinctively narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, unable to avoid it. Zhangyan, Feiyu, and Rimaru all remained silent, simply staring at Yang Kai with smiles. Fei Jian's index finger twirled and suddenly, with a whoosh, an invisible attack shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as a majestic yuan qi burst from his body and he fiercely punched forward. Kong, the energy around him became chaotic as his yuan qi fluctuated, but Yang Kai didn't move. The eyes of the four protectors lit up. Fei Jian grinned and said, "Not bad. Zhangyan told me that your strength was much stronger than an average immortal ascension boundary master, but I didn't believe it, but now it seems that my Soaring Heaven sect has gained another pillar of support." Martial uncle uses arrows? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Fei Jian nodded lightly, yes. Feiyu leaned over and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "This guy is quite insidious, he never fights head-on, but when he hides in the dark, no one can avoid his arrows. If you want to learn how to play tricks on others, you should ask him for advice." Yang Kai nodded. He understood that Fei Jian's attack just now was just a test and didn't carry any hostility or malice, but even so, it was almost beyond the range of what Yang Kai could withstand. None of these four from Soaring Heaven sect could be underestimated. One's appearance stems from one's heart. Feiyu suddenly smiled meaningfully. "Hey, pay attention to your wording." Rimaru suddenly became unhappy. All right, enough nonsense, I've been waiting for this 1,000 safflower wine for 50 years, let's drink. Zhangyan stepped forward, picked up a jug, opened the seal, and drank a mouthful, his complexion suddenly becoming rosy as he praised, "Good wine." Seeing him eat so heartily, Rimaru and Fei Jian couldn't hold back and quickly joined in. Yang Kai sat to the side and slowly ate a spirit fruit, watching everyone's forthright attitude. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. The relationship between these four martial uncles and martial sisters should be very good, and the occasional dispute between them was a catalyst for the improvement of their relationship. After 3 rounds of drinking, each of the four martial uncles showed their ugly side, none of them showing the proper attitude of a transcendent realm master. Feiyu's skin glowed red as she drunkenly glanced over at Yang Kai, tossing him her wine jug and smiling charmingly, "Little martial nephew, you should also drink a mouthful." Yang Kai caught the jug, glanced over at her, and also took a big gulp. There wasn't a strong feeling of alcohol, but instead a soft and mellow taste. Kai Yang didn't even have time to praise it before a burning sensation spread from his lower abdomen, like a raging inferno burning within him. Kai Yang's complexion changed. He felt as if all his flesh and meridians were squirming, and an invisible force was rampaging through his body. In an instant, his body no longer listened to him, becoming extremely stiff as he fell backwards onto the ground. Feiyu reacted quickly and snatched the wine jug from Yang Kai's hand. The 4 third-order Transcendent Realm Masters looked at each other for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. After laughing for a while, the 4 martial uncles began drinking again, none of them paying attention to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai woke up again, his surroundings were quiet. Zhangyan and the others had already left, leaving behind only a mess. Feiyu was lying on a nearby chair, her posture languid, one of her jade arms supporting her head as she stared drunkenly at Yang Kai. "Awake?" Feiyu smiled. Yang Kai blushed and nodded slightly. He hadn't expected the so-called 1,000 safflower wine to be so powerful. It really didn't have much alcohol in it, but the energy it contained was enormous. How do you feel? It seems to be quite good. Yang Kai examined himself slightly and found that the yuan qi was flowing through his body faster than before, his physique and meridians were undoubtedly stronger than before. That's good. The 1,000 safflower wine I gave you can only drink 3 mouthfuls a month at most. Don't drink too much, it's not good for your body. I'm going to sleep for a while, you can help yourself. Feiyu still smiled, pausing for a moment before continuing. Right, tell Tsangyan and the others that you'll be living on Serene Resplendent Peak from now on, they'll deliver the herbs for you to use in alchemy. Got it, Yang Kai nodded. The next moment, Feiyu closed her beautiful eyes, breathing evenly through her delicate nose, as if she had been forcing herself to keep an eye on Yang Kai. After sitting cross-legged for a long time and absorbing all the remaining medicinal efficacies in his body, Yang Kai got up and began tidying up the mess on the ground. 2 hours later, Feiyu gradually woke up, stretching and yawning in front of Yang Kai without a care for her image, exposing her exquisite curves. Come with me, I'll find a suitable place for you to cultivate. Feiyu beckoned and stepped inside. The deeper he went into the mountain, the richer the aura Yang Kai could feel. Not long after, a glittering stone room suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The walls and floor of this stone room were completely paved with crystal stones. Inside these crystal stones, there were faint lines of spirit arrays. World energy continuously flowed into this stone room, giving Yang Kai a warm and comfortable feeling. It was as if he didn't need to do anything as the world energy continuously flowed into his body, enhancing his strength. This was simply a cultivation holy land. Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that this stone room was paved with more than one layer of crystal stones, at least a dozen or so, each one more than 12 meters thick. To spend so many crystal stones to create such a stone room, it could be said that the amount of money spent was not small. Staring blankly at the stone room in front of him, Yang Kai was inexplicably shocked. Is this place okay? Feiyu asked. Is this where you usually cultivate? Yang Kai noticed that somewhere in the stone room, there was an obvious mark left behind by someone who had been meditating here for many years. If I were here, what would you do? I don't need it for the time being. Feiyu smiled when she heard this. When I comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm, I'm afraid I'll need this place. Feiyu and the other 3 protectors had already reached the peak of the Third Order Transcendent Realm, but because they were unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm, they were unable to break through the shackles of their state of mind, so they were unable to break through to the Saint Realm. If the 4 protectors could break through to the Saint Realm, soaring heaven sect's strength would grow significantly. You don't need to feel any psychological burden, this stone room is just sitting there, Feiyu said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded, then I won't be polite. Here, you don't need to worry about anything, just focus on cultivating. If you're bored, you can come out and find me. I'm usually on Serene Resplendent Peak. If you can't find me, you can find Tsangyan and the others, they should have a lot to teach you, Feiyu said before quickly disappearing. Chapter 695. A day later, the Tsangyan sect sent a large number of herbs and Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in his alchemy. When he was tired from performing alchemy, he would sit in meditation and rest for a while before resuming. Serene Resplendent Peak was indeed very quiet, with only Yang Kai on this mountain peak. When Yang Kai was performing alchemy or cultivating, Feiyu would never disturb him. Every time she entered or exited, she would hold her breath and keep her hands and feet light. Every day, Yang Kai would have 3 meals of rare monster beast meat, bone soup, and other nutritious delicacies. Although with Yang Kai's current cultivation, he could go months or even a year without eating, Feiyu still insisted on sending him these things every day. When Yang Kai needed them, he would take them and consume the demon god revelation from the game. Occasionally, when he left the stone room, the 4 protectors would gather together and explain to Yang Kai their experiences in cultivation and their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Here, Yang Kai felt a sense of meticulous care and concern. Soaring Heaven sect had provided him with the best cultivation and alchemy environment. Yang Kai felt grateful. Although he knew that this may have had a lot to do with his aptitude and identity as an alchemist, these four martial uncles were really good to him. After a few months, Yang Kai's alchemy level improved again, successfully refining a saint-grade low-rank pill without the help of a spirit array. This brought him much closer to his goal. Over the past few months, Yang Kai spared no effort to refine a large number of pills for Soaring Heaven sect. The sheer number and quality of the pills he refined left the four martial uncles speechless. They only knew that Yang Kai was certified as a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist by the Alchemist Guild, but they never thought that he could produce a steady stream of spirit-grade mid-rank and spirit-grade high-rank pills. Many of these pills even formed pill veins. The four martial uncles also realized the seriousness of the problem. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai's existence and abilities were quickly listed as Soaring Heaven sect's biggest secret. Fei Yu also became Yang Kai's bodyguard, never leaving Serene Resplendent Peak. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had only seen Fei Yu a few times, but every time he saw her, this beautiful woman would appear drunk. It seemed that she really liked to drink, and whenever she got drunk, she would immediately become intoxicated. When she became drunk, she didn't have the demeanor of a martial ant, often entangling Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, every time she sobered up, she would not remember anything, making Yang Kai extremely helpless. Occasionally, he had some free time. Yang Kai, and listened, of course. Ever since he started cultivating, it could be said that Kai Yang had been fumbling around on his own. No one had ever given him any pointers. On the path of the martial Tao, it was better to have someone to guide you than not. The difference was very big. Fortunately, Yang Kai now had the demon eye of annihilation, so by killing some masters, he could forcibly absorb their insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way. Benefiting from this. But what made Yang Kai feel a little regretful was that although Chu Ling Xiao had also asked people to inquire about Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang, there had been no progress. Tong Xian realm was vast. Trying to find two people in this vast sea of people was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. One day, a few months later, Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy when he suddenly heard light footsteps outside the door. It was Fei Yu's footsteps. She had never disturbed him while he was performing alchemy, but now she had deliberately made some noise. Obviously, she had some business with him. Yang Kai stepped up his movements and after a stick of incense, a spirit-grade top-rank pill came out of the furnace. Putting away the pill, Yang Kai stood up and opened the door to the stone room, looking at Fei Yu who was waiting outside and asking, "Martial uncle, is there something you need? Did I disturb you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's good," Fei Yu sighed softly, "Zhang Yan is looking for you. He's right outside." "I'll go take a look," Yang Kai said and quickly walked out. Not long after, Yang Kai saw Zhang Yan. This time, not only did he come, but Rimaru and Fei Jian were also present. The three of them seemed to have a dignified expression. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, not knowing what had happened that made them treat a loose immortal so seriously. Martial nephew, seeing Yang Kai appear, Zhang Yan quickly greeted him. "I heard that several martial uncles are looking for me." "Take a seat first," Zhang Yan waved his hand. Several people sat down in order, and Yang Kai waited quietly. After a while, Zhang Yan said in a deep voice, "Martial nephew, it's not that these martial uncles are suspicious of you, but tell me honestly, what level of alchemist are you now?" From old Du, Zhang Yan knew that Yang Kai was a spiritual level low-grade alchemist. But during this time, his performance was not something a spiritual level low-grade alchemist could do at all. Spiritual level mid-grade and high-grade pills were constantly coming out of the furnace. Yang Kai was obviously not just a spiritual-level low-grade alchemist. Old Du would not lie to Tsangyan, so the only possibility was that Yang Kai had hidden his true ability in the Alchemist Guild. Feiyu's beautiful eyes also lit up as she stared at Yang Kai and said, "A few days ago, I remember that you refined a saint-grade pill." Hearing this, Tsangyan's expression changed. "Really?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, took out the saint-grade pill, and said, "I was lucky enough to refine a pill." Tsangyan quickly took it and carefully examined it, his expression becoming a little excited. "Then can you refine a saint-grade pill?" "I should be able to." Yang Kai nodded. He had never used a spirit array or even the myriad drug milk to refine alchemy pills. Spirit arrays could increase the success rate of alchemy, and the myriad drug milk could improve the quality of pills. If these two factors were considered, Yang Kai could now easily refine a saint-grade low-rank pill. "Doesn't that mean you're a saint-grade alchemist?" Rimaru exclaimed. Everyone else also wore an incredulous expression. "Almost," Yang Kai said modestly. All of them took a deep breath at the same time and glanced at each other, Fei Jian baring his teeth and saying, "Then it's done." "Indeed." Tsangyan also nodded firmly. "Martial uncles and sisters, do you want me to help you refine pills?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Barely," Tsangyan nodded, "but not entirely." "Martial nephew, have you ever heard of the 1,000-year demon flower?" Yang Kai shook his head. Tsangyan smiled bitterly. "Right, I forgot you came from another world. You probably haven't heard of it, but in Tongxian realm, the three great clans of the human, demon, and monster race, you should know, right?" "I know that," Yang Kai nodded lightly. The human territory, demon land, and monster race territory are the general names of the three great clans' areas of activity. Among them, the human territory covers the largest area, followed by the demon land and monster race territory. There is also a neutral zone in between. Yang Kai also knew this because Shui Ling had explained it to him when he first arrived in Tongxian realm. In this neutral zone, there is a place called Ascending Heaven Cliff. It's on a mountain peak that's as high as 10,000 feet. On the ascending sky cliff, there's a single 1,000-year demon flower. It blooms once every 1,000 years, and every time it blooms, it withers in less than 2 hours. What use does this 1,000-year demon flower have? Yang Kai keenly grasped the crux of the problem and asked in a deep voice. "It has no use for you and most people in this world, but for the four of us, it is very useful. It can help us comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. With the help of the 1,000-year demon flower's energy, we may be able to break through our current bottlenecks in one fell swoop." Feiyu also said with some excitement. Yang Kai's expression shook. But because of the special nature of the 1,000-year demon flower, it requires a highly skilled alchemist to condense the medicinal liquid when the flower blooms. And this alchemist has to be at least a high-rank spirit-grade alchemist in order to accomplish this. "So you need me to do it?" "Yes. There should be alchemists in the sect who are more skilled than me, right?" Yang Kai was stunned. Soaring Heaven sect was such a big sect, so it was likely that there were saint-grade alchemists. Even if there weren't any saint-grade alchemists, there would still be several spirit-grade top-rank alchemists. These alchemists were all far more experienced than Yang Kai. Those people are the sect's honored guests, so this trip is very dangerous. They may not be willing to go. Moreover, even if their alchemy skills are better than yours, their combat strength is not as good as yours. "I understand," Yang Kai nodded heavily. "In other words, there are many people staring at the 1,000-year demon flower, right?" "You can't even imagine." Tsangyan's expression became solemn as he gave a slight sigh. "It blooms once every 1,000 years, so naturally people will pay attention to the movements of the 1,000-year demon flower. If we can obtain news that it is about to bloom, others will naturally be able to as well. As long as there is a master who wants to break through to the Saint Realm, they will definitely try to obtain it." "Martial nephew, this trip is really dangerous. If you don't want to go, we won't force you." Fei Yu looked at Yang Kai and said softly, "I'll go." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "If I can help my 4 martial uncles break through to the Saint Realm, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I'll try my best." Fei Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as a look of gratitude appeared on her face. Sang Yen and the others were also moved. "Good boy, martial uncle didn't dote on you in vain," Ramara laughed. "Then prepare yourself, we'll set off in 5 days, there's still time," Sang Yen said. Yang Kai nodded. The 3 men quickly left. In order to cope with the upcoming trip, they had to make some preparations as well. "Whether or not we succeed this time, I must thank you," Fei Yu said softly. "My martial uncles have taken good care of me, this is what I should do." Yang Kai shook his head. Fei Yu looked at him quietly, as if she wanted to see through his heart. After a while, she suddenly laughed. "I'm going to take a bath, do you want to join me?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Did you drink again?" "Boring." Fei Yu spat disdainfully before her tender body flickered and disappeared. Yang Kai shook his head. This open and forthright martial uncle master was really difficult to deal with. She would often say some shocking things that people couldn't respond to. During the 5 days, Yang Kai didn't make any special preparations and just refined pills as usual. 5 days later, everything was ready. Yang Kai walked out of the stone room. Fei Yu was already waiting outside. Seeing him appear, she smiled and gently waved her hand. "Where are the Sang Yen martial uncles and the others?" Yang Kai asked. "They're waiting outside." Flying out of the cave, Sang Yen and the others were indeed standing below the waterfall, looking up and waiting. Chapter 696. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Sang Yen and the others didn't speak any nonsense, nodding slightly to him before immediately setting off. The 4 protectors used their own methods to fly forward with Yang Kai following behind them at a leisurely pace. Sensing the current condition of his body, soaring heaven Sec's 4 protectors couldn't help frowning slightly. Because they discovered that since Fei Yu gave the primordial shackles to Yang Kai a few months ago, he had never taken them off, and even now, he was still bearing a burden of several thousand kilograms. Yang Kai himself seemed to have become accustomed to such a burden, so there wasn't the slightest unnatural expression on his face, remaining as calm as ever. This little brat's physique is a bit too abnormal, it's not even inferior to the demon races. Such a thought involuntarily emerged in the minds of the 4 protectors. Not long after they set off, Sang Yen suddenly let out a light sigh and looked down. At the same time, Yang Kai also heard a voice calling out to him from below. The source of this voice was a white-haired old man who was stroking his beard and looking towards them. Beside the old man, a young woman was jumping up and down, constantly gesturing towards him. "It's old man Du." Sang Yen looked surprised and waved his hand. "Let's go down and have a look." As he landed on the ground, Yang Kai really saw old man Du and Mina from the Alchemist Guild. After seeing Yang Kai, Mina immediately rushed up and angrily shouted, "You bastard, didn't you say you would come to Grand Boulder City to see me when you had time? Why haven't I seen you come over these past few months?" I was a bit busy, so I forgot," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "Do you think my alchemy skills are inferior to yours, so you look down on me?" Mina put her hands on her hips and asked. No, Yang Kai quickly waved his hand, "I was really a bit busy. You better tell me the truth, otherwise I'll bite you to death." Mina's anger was greatly relieved. "I'm also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist now, just like you, so don't be so complacent, maybe I'll surpass you soon." Old man Du observed the situation with a smile, his eyes flashing as he said, "Mina, little friend Yang seems to be different from you." "What? How is it different?" Mina was puzzled. "Little friend Yang should be at least a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist now, right?" Old man Du stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he cupped his fists. Sorry old man Du, I didn't tell you the truth back at the Alchemist Guild. In fact, I have been a spirit grade top rank alchemist since a few months ago. Old man Du's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock and astonishment. Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as a look of shock appeared on her face. I see. Old man Du suddenly laughed again. It seems that this old master has underestimated you. Little friend Yang doesn't need to worry about it, for you to be honest with this old master now, this old master is very pleased. How does old man Du know that I am now a spirit grade top rank alchemist? Yang Kai asked curiously. Didn't Sangyan want to take you to Floating Cloud City? Alchemists who can go there are at least spirit grade top rank alchemists. Old man Du smiled lightly. Sangyan's expression changed. Old man Du is also going there? And this old master has been waiting for you here. The journey is long, so this old master wanted to find a few bodyguards to accompany him. Old man Du said half-jokingly, but you can rest assured, this old master isn't going there for the 1,000-year demon flower. I just want to take Mina out to gain experience and broaden her horizons. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, thinking that she is the only alchemist with outstanding aptitude in this world. I believe this trip will allow her to gain a lot. Old man Du, I don't think so anymore. Mina felt extremely wronged. Before meeting Yang Kai, Mina's eyes were really high. She was still young, but a few months ago, she had already obtained the qualifications to become a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist. Old man Du and her master Yi Xiong also had great expectations for her and were training her as the successor of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. But since meeting Yang Kai, Mina had suffered a series of blows, and this time it was even more serious. Yang Kai had already become a spirit grade top-rank alchemist, yet she was still proud of her small breakthrough. Thinking so, Mina's pretty face flushed red and she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Old man Du chuckled, the 1,000-year demon flower is about to bloom, so I believe there will be many powerful alchemists heading to Floating Cloud City. This is a once-in-a-1,000-year event, this old master doesn't want to miss it. If you don't mind, why don't you take us along? Old man Du is too polite. Sangyan shook his head. Since you are also going to Floating Cloud City, we can go together and take care of each other. Old man Du smiled and nodded. After reaching an agreement, the 4 Soaring Heaven sect disciples began circulating their Yuan Qi, wrapping old man Du and Mina in it before flying off together. Seeing Mina's sullen look, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little apologetic, so he leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? You're going too far." Mina pouted and glared at him. "I'm going too far?" Yang Kai was stunned. Mina nodded repeatedly before suddenly saying in a serious tone, "But don't be so complacent, old man Du said that as long as I continue to work hard, one day I will be able to catch up to you." "I'm not complacent, am I?" Yang Kai said helplessly. "Although you don't show it on your face, in fact, you're feeling proud in your heart." Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, "Your world is really dark." Seeing these two juniors quarreling, the group of several people couldn't help smiling, seemingly feeling that this trip was no longer so boring. Soaring Heaven sect was very far from their destination, Floating Cloud City. Even with the strength of Tsangyan's group, it would still take them at least a month to reach their destination. And this was even if they were flying at full speed. Fortunately, there was still a lot of time before the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed, so Tsangyan and the others were relatively calm. Flying and stopping at intervals, Yang Kai also witnessed the vast riches of Tongxian realm. On this continent, there were countless large and small forces. Every day, many of these forces were destroyed, but these large and small forces were like bamboo shoots after the rain. After one was cut down, another would emerge. Moreover, along the way, they encountered several groups of Transcendent Realm Masters rushing towards Floating Cloud City. These Transcendent Realm Masters, without exception, were all accompanied by an alchemist. When they encountered one another, all of them were quite vigilant. But as time passed, the closer they got to Floating Cloud City, the stronger the smell of gunpowder in the air became. Zhang Yan and the others were constantly vigilant, paying attention to the safety of Yang Kai, Old Man Du, and the others. 20 days later, Yang Kai and the others witnessed a great battle between two Transcendent Realm Masters. The number of people on both sides was about the same, and the strength of each side was about the same. Both sides used their respective martial skills and artifacts, creating an astonishing atmosphere. No one saw the result of the battle, but Zhang Yan and the others did not casually intervene in other people's disputes, so they simply led Yang Kai and the others through the battlefield. After witnessing the first battle, the great battles between Transcendent Realm Masters seemed to have become more frequent. Almost every day, they would see traces of ongoing battles or those that had already ended. According to Zhang Yan, these were all masters who were rushing to Floating Cloud City and had begun competing with each other midway to eliminate potential rivals. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he became more and more aware of the allure of the thousand-year demon flower to these second or third-order transcendent masters. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that in this grand event that involved all three clans, the human, monster, and demon clans, there were no Saint Realm Masters. After asking this question, Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Saints don't intervene, this is an unwritten rule. The thousand-year demon flower is only needed and a transcendent breaks through to the Saint Realm. Whether it is a human, monster, or demon clan, if they want the thousand-year demon flower, they can only fight for it with their own strength. That's one of the reasons Old Man Du took over. There's another reason." "Oh? I'd like to hear the details." Zhang Yan seemed a little surprised, obviously not knowing the deeper reason. Yang Kai and Mi Na were also eagerly waiting and listening attentively. This kind of secret was very attractive to young people like them. "The thousand-year demon flower doesn't seem to be a product of Tongxian realm," Old Man Du quickly said. Fei Yu's pretty face changed as she asked in amazement, "Could it be from Starfield?" "It is said to be so," Du Wan nodded slightly. Du Wan nodded lightly. "I don't know how many years ago, but a seed fell from the starry sky to ascending heaven cliff. Then, a plant that no one had ever seen before grew there. 1,000 years later, it bloomed and was accidentally obtained by someone. Only then did the world learn of its magical effects. When this news spread, the human, monster, and demon clans boiled with excitement. Saint Realm Masters were rare, and the thousand-year demon flower could help a third-order transcendent break through to the Saint Realm. In the second millennium, a Saint Realm Master intervened and a great battle ensued. In the end, a master from the human race ascended ascending heaven cliff, but what was surprising was that the thousand-year demon flower that should have bloomed withered in an instant. Why is that? Everyone couldn't help showing strange looks. No one knows why, but from then on, no Saint Realm Master intervened in the dispute over the thousand-year demon flower. Once the aura of a Saint Realm Master leaked out, the thousand-year demon flower would no longer bloom, so those who go to ascending heaven cliff now are basically all transcendents. So strange? Rimaru exclaimed. A product of the star field cannot be explained with common sense. Old Man Du slowly shook his head. Old Man Du, is there really someone who has entered the star field? Zhang Yan frowned and asked, although I have heard a lot about the star field, it seems that no one has been able to confirm what kind of world the star field is. This old master doesn't know. Old Man Du smiled faintly. According to the demon race, the great demon god, who once reigned supreme, successfully escaped into the star field. The human race and monster race also have such rumors, but no one knows what the truth is. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he didn't interrupt. Although he knew that the great demon god had not escaped into the star field and had instead died, it was better not to speak of such matters. There seemed to be an irreconcilable hatred between the human, monster, and demon clans. No one wanted to involve the other two races and would rather destroy them. Chapter 697. Soaring Heaven Sect and Old Man Du were very good to Yang Kai, but if they learned that he had a relationship with the ancient demon clan, they would likely try to persuade him to exterminate the ancient demon clan. Yang Kai didn't want to see such a scene. During his time in Demon God Citadel, he had been taken care of by Li Rong and Han Fei, so he felt that the ancient demon clan was quite good. After chatting for a while, everyone went to rest. In the middle of the night, only a weak bonfire could be seen flickering in the wilderness. Mina quietly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes and stare at her suspiciously. "Come with me," Mina said softly as she crept into the darkness. Yang Kai got up and followed. After walking a few thousand meters, they came to a large tree and Mina sat down, leaning her back against the trunk of the tree before patting the spot next to her, motioning Yang Kai to sit down as well. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Nothing, I just wanted to chat with you." "If we talk over there, we'll disturb them," Mina smiled. "What do you want to talk about?" Yang Kai plucked a small blade of grass and twirled it around his fingertips. "Just a little chat." Mina straightened her legs and stretched lazily, gradually relaxing a lot before turning her head and asking, "Where did you learn your alchemy skills from? Why are you even younger than me, already a spirit grade top-rank alchemist? If I said I taught myself, would you believe me?" Yang Kai smiled. Mina curled her lips, apparently not believing what he said. "Then there's nothing I can do," Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Old Man Du said that there must be a top alchemist behind you teaching you. That is an alchemist who is many times more powerful than him." "That's right," Yang Kai nodded lightly. His true alchemic way could be considered to be something left behind by Great Demon God. His alchemy skills could be said to be self-taught, but they could also be said to have come from Great Demon God's inheritance. There really is such a person. Old Du really wants to meet him. Mina's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but Old Man Du also knows that such a person will not show himself easily, let alone meet with outsiders. "Huh." Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Old Man Du wanted to meet this mysterious master, and Yang Kai could understand that. Old Man Du had probably reached a bottleneck in his alchemy level, so he wanted to learn from others and see if he could break through to the next level in his lifetime. This time, he was going to Floating Cloud City. He probably had such a purpose. After all, there would be many powerful alchemists gathered there. If there is a chance, can you recommend Old Man Du? Mina looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai was silent for a long time. He couldn't agree to this request. "Why aren't you talking?" Mina saw that he was silent. Thinking that his request was a little too much, he didn't know what to do. "Yes, the person who taught me alchemy is already dead." "Ah." Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as she hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "It doesn't matter." Yang Kai shook his head. At that moment, the expressions of the two suddenly changed. Gazing ahead, a fierce soul consciousness energy was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, the soul consciousness energy was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, this spiritual energy arrived above Yang Kai and Mina. Mina was facing a great enemy and hurriedly summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect herself. Her combat experience was very thin, but her reaction was quite fast. In his fluster, he managed to protect himself completely. Yang Kai glanced at her strangely, his expression indifferent. His eyes gradually became cold as he stared into the void. He felt that this spiritual energy was a little strange, as if it was different from the usual divine sense attacks. Just as he was thinking this, the spiritual energy actually circled around Yang Kai and Mi Na a few times before rushing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and disappearing. Yang Kai. Mi Na's beautiful face paled as she hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai's eyes were blank as he sat in place. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk the movement here attracted the attention of everyone a few thousand meters away. Sang Yin rushed over and asked, what happened? Just now, he had also felt a burst of spiritual energy, so when he heard Mi Na's shout, he immediately rushed over, but he didn't find anything. Mi Na panicked and hurriedly explained what had just happened. Possession? Rimaru's complexion changed as he keenly perceived the truth of the matter. A master must have died nearby and his soul escaped from his body, coincidentally bumped into Yang Kai and tried to seize Yang Kai's body for his own use. Possession. Feiyu pursed her lips and smiled, then there's no need to worry. Sang Yin also couldn't help relaxing a lot and nodded lightly. Rimaru and Fei Jian both grinned. Why aren't you worried at all? Mi Na was so anxious that she almost cried. She also knew what possession was like and what the consequences would be. If things went wrong, Yang Kai's soul could be destroyed. Not only were these four masters from Soaring Heaven sect not worried, they even showed a gloating smile on their faces, something Mi Na couldn't understand. Old Man Du smiled lightly and said, Mi Na. Don't worry. Old Man Du, they. Mi Na stamped her foot. Little friend Yang won't be possessed, have you forgotten what he possesses? Old Man Du looked at Mi Na meaningfully. Mi Na thought about it for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. Right, this bastard has a divine sense. Old Man Du nodded lightly. As long as it isn't the soul of a Saint Realm master trying to seize his body, little friend Yang should be able to handle it. All we need to do is wait. This guy is really unlucky. Of all the people he could have chosen, he actually chose little Marshal Niece. If it were me, I would have chosen such a delicate little girl like you. Rimaru smiled wretchedly. Mi Na glared at him fiercely, so disrespectful. Hey, I'm still very young. Rimaru suddenly became unhappy. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile as he stared at the strand of spiritual energy that had become flustered after breaking in. This strand of spiritual energy wanted to swallow Yang Kai's soul and seize Yang Kai's body, but as soon as it entered this burning knowledge sea, this strand of spiritual energy found that something was wrong. It was as if it had stepped into the gates of hell. Surrounded by a sea of flames, the scorching aura caused this strand of spiritual energy to scream in agony, his soul unable to bear such a burning sensation. The pain in his soul was tormenting him greatly. If you don't want to die, show me your soul avatar, Yang Kai said indifferently. The strand of spiritual energy flickered slightly and soon a clear figure appeared in front of Yang Kai, its expression twisted in pain as it grit its teeth and stared towards Yang Kai with a look of dread and horror. This person looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but had a second-order transcendent soul strength. It could be said that this strand of spiritual energy was a powerful master when he was alive. You're really unlucky, Yang Kai shook his head, a look of sarcasm filling his face. Perceiving his hostility, the strand of spiritual energy endured the pain and forced a smile. Little brother, this is a misunderstanding, things are not what you think. Oh, is that so? Yang Kai grinned. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the flames began to surge, becoming hotter and hotter. Please allow me to explain, the strand of spiritual energy screamed. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. Since this person wanted to seize his body, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Yang Kai's knowledge sea became turbulent as his conflagrated knowledge sea began to burn towards his opponent's soul. It seemed he wanted to burn this strand of spiritual energy in one fell swoop. Wait, if you let me live, I can tell you a secret. I'm not interested, Yang Kai shook his head, his expression cold and ruthless. It's about your life. The strand of spiritual energy shouted. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Gradually calming his turbulent knowledge, Yang Kai stared deeply at this strand of spiritual energy for a moment before saying, "If you're just stalling for time or trying to deceive me, I won't kill you. I'll only make you suffer a fate worse than death." "No, no," seeing Yang Kai not continue to kill him, the strand of spiritual energy finally relaxed. The man couldn't help feeling relieved and quickly asked, "Are you also going to Floating Cloud City?" "So what if we are?" "If you are, you'd best turn around and go back. There is a group of masters in front of us who specialize in hunting people heading to Floating Cloud City. Several groups of people have already been killed. My group was also heading to Floating Cloud City, but now all of them are dead, only my soul managed to escape." "How many of them are there?" "A dozen or so, many of them third-order transcendent masters, all of them extremely vicious." "That's a lot of people," Yang Kai muttered. "That's right, little brother, you see. I've already told you the truth, do you want to?" The man asked submissively, a look of extreme vigilance flashing across the depths of his eyes, as if as soon as Yang Kai made a move, he would do whatever it took to drag Yang Kai down with him. This kind of warning and threat was enough to scare off many people, so he believed that Yang Kai, whose cultivation was lower than his, would not force him to do anything. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and stared back at this strand of spiritual energy. The man's heart clenched as he glared at Yang Kai, but just as he was about to attack, a golden light suddenly burst from the void. Silently, this strand of spiritual energy was purified. After absorbing this purified energy, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw pairs of eyes staring at him curiously. "It's that little brat," Rimaro clapped his hands and laughed, "that person really had bad luck." "Are you alright?" Feiyu asked with concern. "I'm fine, but we seem to have a bit of trouble." Yang Kai shook his head and explained the information he had just inquired about. "A dozen or so?" Sang Yen raised his brow. "That's quite a lot. If we didn't have this information and rushed in recklessly, we might have been caught off guard." Feiyu nodded lightly. "Then should we take a detour?" Mina asked softly. "Why should we?" Rimaro grinned meaningfully. So we're just going to pass like this? After resting for a while, we'll continue on our way. If they don't come to provoke us, then we'll leave them be, but if they dare to attack us..." Sang Yan's aura suddenly changed and his eyes became sharp, like a sharp sword, terrifying to the extreme. His body also became like a block of ice, exuding an extremely cold aura. He wasn't afraid. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. Li Wan and Fei Jian were the same, and even Fei Yu, who was a woman, was no exception. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that these four soaring heaven sect martial uncles were really a group of radical warmongers. Chapter 698. In the silent wilderness, a group of people walked forward at a leisurely pace. Sang Yen led the way in the front, Rimaro and Feiyu guarded the rear, while Yang Kai, Mina, and Old Man Du were sandwiched in the middle. Except for Mina, everyone else looked indifferent, seemingly unaware of the danger they were about to face. As they walked forward, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. Suddenly, Yang Kai discovered that Fei Jian had at some unknown time disappeared without a trace. This third-order transcendent master had silently disappeared from everyone's field of vision, even Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. As the night wind blew, the surrounding towering trees swayed gently and the lush leaves rustled. In the darkness, there seemed to be a series of ghostly figures flickering about. Mina's pretty face went pale with fright as she involuntarily leaned towards Yang Kai, snuggling up to him as she searched for a sense of security, her pair of beautiful eyes glancing around in horror. Yang Kai gently squeezed her hand, allowing Mina to relax a lot, but she still didn't leave Yang Kai's side. Sang Yen's mouth curled into a subtle smile, seemingly enjoying this tense and exciting situation. Rimaro and Feiyu, who were following behind the group, sneered as they glanced around from time to time, their expressions eager to try. Even old man Du, who was an alchemist, had a calm and unruffled look on his face. He obviously believed in the strength of these four from Soaring Heaven sect. Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter rang out from all around them, like a ghost, gloomy and seductive. At this moment, the night wind suddenly became much colder. Soon, several people's laughter rang in everyone's ears in an attempt to disturb their concentration. Soaring Heaven sect's group remained calm and continued forward. After half an hour, the seductive laughter gradually subsided. The other party seemed to have realized that this kind of behavior couldn't cause Zhang to panic and gradually put away this boring trick. Hiding the head but showing the tail, a bunch of cowardly rats. Zhang Yan muttered discontentedly. He had thought that there would be a great battle here, causing his blood to boil, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of immediately taking action. Instead, they were playing tricks on him, constantly probing him. This made him very unhappy. "Rimaru, go take a look," Zhang Yan ordered. Rimaru grinned fiercely, his small body suddenly disappearing into the darkness. A moment later, a mournful scream suddenly echoed through the jungle, causing everyone who heard it to feel their blood run cold. The blood-curdling screams were extremely short. It was obvious that he was killed without even having time to react. The next moment, a similar scream came from another direction. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He was certain that the distance between these two screams was at least a few thousand meters. In such a short time, Rimaru had accurately located these two people's hiding places and killed them in a single blow. A moment later, Rimaru calmly returned and shrugged his shoulders towards Zhang Yan. "Two first-order transcendent trash, not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Saying so, he licked his lips, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Hearing this, Mina's eyes rolled back and she fainted. This little girl, her courage is a bit too small. Rimaru was speechless. Yang Kai shook his head and carried Mina on his shoulder. Feiyu suddenly giggled, "She must have thought you ate them." Rimaru's face went black, only now realizing that what he had just said was ambiguous. He wanted to defend himself, but there was no one to defend himself against, causing him to feel quite annoyed. The group continued to move forward, seemingly because Rimaru had just killed two people. The other party had become even more vigilant. After 2 hours passed, there was nothing unusual about their surroundings. However, Yang Kai was still keenly aware that there was a faint sense of hostility wandering around. Once everyone relaxed, the other party would not hesitate to kill them. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was quite impatient and suddenly stopped, glancing around coldly and shouting, "Since you want to kill us and steal our treasures, why don't you come out and fight? If you keep hiding like this, we'll have to leave this place soon." All around them, there was silence and no one answered. Zhang Yan slowly shook his head, looking extremely disappointed, waving his hand and summoning a long sword several dozen meters away. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized this long sword. It was the artifact that Zhang Yan and Feiyu had obtained from the cave mansion of that man. "This is a saint-grade artifact. To be honest, I haven't had time to refine it yet. Don't you want it? If you kill me, this artifact will be yours." "Saint-grade artifacts are rare," Zhang Yan said lightly. "I also have one." Feiyu, eager to see the world in chaos, also threw out her own saint-grade artifact. The two unrefined saint-grade artifacts were placed side by side, and in an instant, countless divine senses bit into them like locusts. Yang Kai seemed to hear heavy and greedy breaths coming from all around him. "Hey, you two, when did you get a saint-grade artifact?" Rimaru's eyes widened in envy. "How come I didn't know?" "A few months," Feiyu pursed her lips and smiled, looking at Yang Kai and saying, "I got it on the way back to pick up little Marshal nephew. There's no justice in this, why didn't I get a share?" Rimaru shouted. "There were only two, Feiyu and I shared one each, but speaking of which, there is still a spirit-grade top-rank artifact with Feiyu. Give it to me, give it to me. Rimaru quickly stretched out his hand to Feiyu. What about Fei Jian? Feiyu frowned, looking a little embarrassed. You don't need to worry about him, as long as he has a bow. How about this, whoever kills the most will get this artifact, Feiyu smiled slightly. Rimaru rubbed his palms together and said, good idea, I've already killed 2. At this moment, a number of figures suddenly rushed out from all around, all of them moving as fast as lightning towards the 2 saint-grade artifacts. While these people were arguing here, the other side obviously couldn't hold back and felt this was a good opportunity to act. A light flashed across Zhangyan's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Each of these figures exuded a tyrannical transcendent aura and moved extremely fast, arriving in front of the 2 saint-grade artifacts in the blink of an eye. Countless big hands opened up and grabbed towards the artifacts. Xiao xiao xiao, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly rang out, and from the corner of Yang Kai's eyes, he caught a glimpse of a golden light flashing through the night sky. Blood splattered as the cultivators who had rushed to the side of the saint-grade artifact were sent flying backwards by the tremendous force. Each of them had a fist-sized hole in their bodies as they were directly pierced through. And these holes, without exception, were all in the position of their hearts. While in mid-air, these cultivators' vitality was completely drained. Killed in one blow. They hadn't even figured out where such a sharp and accurate attack had come from. Rimaru's complexion changed as he rushed over while shouting, Fei Jian, you insidious bastard, if you have the ability then come out and fight, what's the point of stabbing people in the dark? Fei Jian did not respond. A series of arrows filled with destructive energy shot out from the most impossible angles, taking the enemy's life before they could even react. Yang Kai released his divine sense and followed the direction of the source of these arrows, trying to find where Fei Jian was hiding, but to no avail. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai suddenly realized just how powerful this buck-toothed martial uncle was. From beginning to end, the battle lasted only 10 breaths of time. After Rimaru rushed up and killed one of the enemies, the surroundings suddenly became quiet again. Only the smell of blood lingered at the tip of everyone's nose. The sound of clothes fluttering rang out as the enemies hiding in the dark, with only 2 or 3 remaining, quickly retreated. They also knew that this group from Soaring Heaven sect was not something they could deal with. Only 2 people had been able to kill them all. If all 4 of them had attacked at once, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A huge amount of spiritual energy flowed into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai immersed himself in investigating and found that all of these dead enemies were basically a first or second order transcendent cultivator, not a single one was a third order transcendent. Inevitably, Yang Kai felt some regret. A third order transcendent should have gained some insights into how to break through to the Saint Realm. Yang Kai needed this. With his current comprehension of the Heavenly Way and martial Tao, there would be no bottlenecks before he broke through to the Saint Realm. However, he had not yet grasped the key to breaking through to the Saint Realm. Although back in Demon God Citadel, he had killed Chu Jian, a second-order saint, and obtained some of his insights, Yang Kai's understanding of the Saint Realm was still very shallow. Yang Kai needed the souls of a large number of masters in order to figure out the path he wanted to take from their insights and experiences. Zhangyan and Feiyu took back their artifacts. Idiot, how could I not refine a saint-grade artifact? Zhangyan sneered as he took the artifact back into his body. Rimaru walked back dejectedly, his eyes red as he sighed heavily. Fei Jian also appeared like a ghost and stretched out his hand towards Feiyu, grinning as he said, "Give it to me." Feiyu smiled and placed the spirit-grade top-rank artifact she had obtained before into Fei Jian's hand. From beginning to end, Rimaru had only killed 3 people while Fei Jian had killed 5 or 6 at once. This battle was undoubtedly Fei Jian's victory. Yang Kai took a deep breath. This battle seemed very easy, but he also knew that only these masters from Soaring Heaven sect could accomplish such a feat. Perhaps if it had been any other third-order transcendent, they wouldn't have been able to deal with this so easily. Moreover, the gap in strength between each transcendent realm minor realm was quite obvious. Before the transcendent realm, a great realm was divided into 9 minor realms, and the gap between each minor realm and the next was quite small. But the transcendent realm was different. First order, second order, third order, each time one broke through, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This group of hidden enemies had failed to recognize the gap in strength between themselves and Soaring Heaven sect and had instead been tempted by this artifact. After this battle, the road ahead seemed to have become much more peaceful. Along the way, the number of fights they encountered gradually decreased. Everyone who had come this far had their eyes on the 1,000-year demon flower, as no one was willing to start a conflict before the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed. When the sandpiper and clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. Chapter 699. An entire month after leaving Soaring Heaven sect, the group finally set foot on the territory of Tongxian realm. The so-called neutral territory was a territory where the human, monster, and demon races coexisted, a scene that was impossible to see anywhere else. As soon as he set foot in this place, Yang Kai noticed that there was an unusual energy flowing through the air. There were traces of the devil qi that he was more familiar with. There was also another kind of obscure devil qi that he couldn't identify. It should be demon qi. These demonic qi and demonic qi could not be absorbed by the human race, but they were nutrients that the demon race and monster race needed to strengthen themselves. After entering this place, the Zhangyan and the others became even more vigilant. The neutral territory was more chaotic than anywhere else, the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. After walking for a few more days, they finally saw a towering mountain peak that towered into the clouds. A few dozen kilometers below this mountain peak was a city, the destination of this group's trip, Floating Cloud City. The Zhangyan led the way at a much faster pace, and after half a day, the group arrived at Floating Cloud City. After paying enough crystal stones, the group of people entered the city. Yang Kai obviously felt that the Zhangyan and the others had relaxed their vigilance. Duan smiled and said, "Once we enter the city, there won't be much danger." Floating Cloud City is jointly governed by the human, monster, and demon races. The city lord is a Saint Realm master, so no one dares to act too presumptuously here. Then which race does the city lord belong to? Yang Kai asked in amazement. This old master isn't too sure. Floating Cloud City changes its city lord every 3 years. The masters of the human, monster, and demon races compete in an arena. They decide who the city lord belongs to. It is precisely because of this method that the peace of this city can be guaranteed. If one clan is allowed to continue to grow, then there will definitely be no place for the other 2 clans. Zhang Yan smiled lightly and continued, "As far as I know, the current city lord is held by a demon race master. Rest assured, this matter concerns the stability of the 3 clans, so he won't act recklessly. If the neutral territory falls into chaos, he won't be able to control it. If that happens, the entire continent will fall into chaos. This old man and me are going to the Alchemist Guild here. What about you, Zhangyan?" Duan asked, "Do you want to come with us?" "Let's skip it." Zhangyan shook his head. Alchemists were a group of arrogant people, they didn't care whether they were from Soaring Heaven sect or not. Once they entered the Alchemist Guild, they would likely be treated with disdain. With the Zhangyan's hot temper, it was likely they would have a falling out with the Alchemist Guild. At that time, it would be difficult for Elder Du to do anything. Looking at Yang Kai, Zhangyan said, "Little martial nephew, if you want to go, you can go with me. You can go with Elder Du when the time comes, I will come and find you." Mina also nodded, yes, you're an alchemist, it has nothing to do with us." She obviously wanted to stay with Yang Kai and continue to learn alchemy from him. Little girl being so direct, could it be you've taken a liking to my little martial nephew? Fei Yu giggled and teased. Mina blushed, don't talk nonsense, I don't like that bastard. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, no, I'll go with my martial uncles. Duwan gently nodded, then this old man won't force you. Little friend Yang, come here. Saying so, he gently beckoned. Yang Kai was puzzled but quickly walked over. What instructions does old man Du have for me? Duwan smiled lightly and reached out to hand him a mirror box. This is something I obtained a long time ago, you should be able to use it this time. It's best to use it as soon as possible. What is this? Yang Kai looked at the mirror box in his hand suspiciously. You'll know when the time comes, old man Du smiled mysteriously and led Mina in the direction of the Alchemist Guild. After old man Du left, the Tsangyan said, let's go. Let's find an inn to stay in first. Fei Yu quietly approached Yang Kai and asked softly, what did old man Du give you? I don't know, Yang Kai shook his head. Inside an inn, the Tsangyan found 2 rooms. Floating Cloud City's inns were full of guests because of the 1,000-year demon flower that was about to bloom. These 2 rooms had been provided by the innkeeper with great difficulty. After some discussion, it was decided that Fei Yu and Yang Kai would stay in one room while the remaining 3 would stay in the other. Yang Kai had no objections. In any case, he was used to living with Fei Yu. Although Fei Yu was a woman, there was a difference in seniority between them, so Yang Kai naturally didn't think too much about it. After bustling around for a while, everyone finally settled down. Yang Kai held the mirror box in his hand and sat cross-legged on the ground with a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect that old man Du would give him such a thing as soon as he entered Floating Cloud City. Open it and take a look, I'm also very curious about what kind of treasure old man Du gave you, Fei Yu said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and was about to open the box when he suddenly smiled helplessly and whispered, everyone, come here. In the next room, Rimaru and Fei Jian, who were eavesdropping, both wore awkward expressions. Rimaru sniffed and said righteously, this little martial nephew doesn't give martial uncle any face, I'll go teach him a lesson. Fei Jian also followed. Tsangyan shook his head and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, but he could only follow. Inside the room, everyone was looking at the mirror box in Yang Kai's hand. Obviously, they all wanted to know what was inside. Under their watchful eyes, Yang Kai opened the mirror box and took out something as thin as a cicada's wing. He didn't know what material this thing was made of. It was cold to the touch, and there were several holes on some parts of this thing. At first glance, this thing looked like a face that had been peeled off from a person's face. It was eerie and terrifying. So that's how it is. Tsangyan's expression changed, old man Du is quite meticulous. Is this used to change one's appearance? Yang Kai also saw the function of this thing. Put it on and let's see, Fei Yu urged. Yang Kai nodded and covered his face with the gauze. The next moment, he felt as if something was squirming on his face and penetrating his skin, giving him a very comfortable feeling. He didn't know what his current appearance was, but from the changes in the expressions of the 4 martial uncles in front of him, he could infer that there was definitely a big difference between his appearance before and after. This. Rimaru's jaw dropped. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Fei Jian's eyes also widened. Is the change really that big? Yang Kai sneered. See for yourself. Fei Yu waved her hand and condensed a mirror of water in front of Yang Kai. Looking through the mirror, Yang Kai was instantly stunned. The appearance that appeared in the mirror was that of a complete stranger, and it was completely different from his own style. It was quite handsome, and his skin was as white as a woman's. Why is it a gigolo? Yang Kai's face was full of black lines. He reached out and pinched his own face, and the image in the mirror perfectly reflected this scene. Amazing! Zhang Yan couldn't help but praise, "This artifact is really amazing. Not only did it change your appearance, it even changed your life aura. With this, we don't have to worry about exposing you." Fei Yu smiled sweetly, "I really have to thank Old Man Du. I've been having a headache over this problem all this time." Since Yang Kai wanted to go to Ascending Heaven Cliff to condense the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, he would definitely be noticed. If his performance was too outstanding, it would not be good for him to be targeted. The artifact that Old Man Du gave him perfectly solved this problem. It was a simple appearance-changing technique. Zhang Yan and the others also knew how to change Yang Kai's appearance, but this kind of appearance-changing technique was still easily seen through by masters, so it couldn't change Yang Kai's life aura. But now, they didn't have to worry about this. Even if Yang Kai's performance this time was outstanding, it didn't matter if he was targeted because what the world saw was not Yang Kai himself. Old Man Du really has a lot of good things, Zhang Yan sighed, the last time he took out the blue refining stone that could only be found in Star Field. This time, it was such a useful appearance-changing artifact. Alchemists really were a group of rich people. Especially high-level alchemists, if they wanted something, they didn't need to do it themselves, they only needed to release a message and the cultivator in charge of their alchemy would immediately do it for them. Whether it was the blue refining stone or this artifact, it should be the reward Old Man Du received for his many years of alchemy. Little martial nephew's current appearance is much more pleasing to the eye, Fei Yu smiled flirtatiously. Martial aunt likes this kind of gigolo. Although Yang Kai wasn't ugly before, he wasn't flawlessly handsome either. Years of hard work had given him a fierce temperament that made him more attractive the more one looked at him. The more one looked at him, the more handsome he became. But now, he was truly handsome to the point of shocking the world, handsome to the point of being somewhat devilish. Such an appearance was enough to win the favor of any woman in the world. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. After thinking for a while, he suddenly activated his Yuan Qi and condensed it on his face. In the next moment, his face wriggled, and soon, his appearance changed slightly. Now this is perfect, Yang Kai looked at the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. What's the point of changing? The previous appearance was so good. Although this one isn't bad, it's still not as good as the previous one, Fei Yu pouted. Being flawless is the biggest flaw, Yang Kai shook his head, this looks more natural. Hearing him say this, Fei Yu also pondered, then nodded after a while, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view. Good, I really need to thank Old Man Du some other time. With the help of this thing, we can really go all out. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, tomorrow, I will go to Ascending Heaven Cliff with Rimaru and Fei Jian to investigate the situation. There isn't much time left, I think many people will make the same choice. It's better to investigate the situation in advance and prepare. Fei Yu, you and Martial Nephew will wait in the city and pay attention to his safety. Although Floating Cloud City is relatively safe, that doesn't mean there won't be any fights. I know, Fei Yu nodded seriously. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Yang Kai didn't take off the appearance-changing artifact on his face and instead kept it there to familiarize himself with its functions. As night fell, in the sky above Floating Cloud City, an old man and a young man suddenly appeared. The old man had a head of white hair and a doddering look on his face. Beside him was a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, but his eyes were extremely bright as he curiously observed the bustling Floating Cloud City. The old man was also observing, and after a long time, his pair of turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light, as if he was immersed in his memories, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 700. Master, is this Floating Cloud City? The young man asked as he looked at the crowd below with great interest. And, the name of the city hasn't changed, but the people have changed. Too much has changed in 1,000 years, the old man sighed. Is that mountain peak over there where Ascending Heaven Cliff is located? The young man turned his gaze to the mountain peak a few dozen kilometers away. And the 1,000-year demon flower blooms on that peak. The old man nodded lightly. Yao, this time I brought you here mainly for the blooming of the 1,000-year demon flower. Since you were born, you've been following me in cultivation in the mountains, so you know nothing about the ways of the world. Now that you're here, don't stir up trouble and be careful of the sinister hearts of the people. Disciple understands. The young man nodded respectfully, but master, you also went to refine the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, can you tell me more about it? I'm very curious about that thing. The old man smiled faintly and said, it's hard to explain. When that day comes, you'll naturally understand. Alright, let's first pay a visit to the city lord. I remember that the city lord should be a descendant of an old friend of mine. Master, please slow down, the young man called Yao, politely supported the old man as they slowly descended from the sky. Many people in the city were looking at this old man and young man in amazement, but none of them paid too much attention to them. After all, there were too many cultivators coming in and out of Floating Cloud City right now. This old man looked old and decrepit, as if he was on the verge of death, but he was slowly exuding the aura of a master. Inside the city lord's mansion, masters from the 3 clans had gathered. City Lord Ao Gu was a master from the demon race, while Vice City Lords Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao belonged to the human race and monster race respectively. All 3 of them were Saint Realm masters. Every 3 years, these 3 would compete for the position of City Lord, the other 2 who lost would take up the position of Vice City Lord. Together, they would be in charge of Floating Cloud City. At this moment, the masters from the 3 clans were discussing important matters. The 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom and Floating Cloud City was overcrowded, so they needed to make some arrangements to prevent chaos from occurring and bring disaster to Floating Cloud City's foundation. Moreover, during this critical period, they would not allow any Saint Realm masters to set foot within 100 kilometers of Floating Cloud City. The 1,000-year demon flower was the symbol of Floating Cloud City and the foundation of its prosperity. In the 1,000 years before the demon flower bloomed, there would be many people who would come to Heaven Ascending Cliff to admire its magnificence. These martial artists that came and went brought a great deal of benefits to the city. It was precisely because of this that they were so serious about this matter. This was to ensure that when the demon flower bloomed, it would not be disturbed by the aura of any Saint Realm master. Master. Old man. Ao Gu frowned and waved his hand unhappily. I won't see him, let him go. The guard didn't leave. Master. Bring it here. The guard quickly handed over the item, but Ao Gu only glanced at it for a moment before his complexion changed, his brow furrowed in confusion. Seemingly recalling something, Ao Gu took a moment to put it away. Turning to Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao, Ao Gu said, both of you, that's all for today, I need to meet someone. As City Lord pleases, Zhou Liang nodded lightly. After Ao Gu left, Jin Jiao glanced towards the door thoughtfully and quickly said, brotherly, if this person knows Ao Gu's grandfather, doesn't that mean he has lived for nearly 1,000 years? Zhou Liang glanced over at him, is there a lack of old monsters in this world? Jin Jiao grinned meaningfully, there are quite a few, but there aren't many masters who are related to the Ao Gu family. I don't know if brotherly noticed, but the item that guard just brought in was the Ao Gu family's family token. Only those who have made great contributions to the family are eligible to receive one. As far as I know, the Ao Gu family has only ever issued a total of 3 tokens. 2 are in the hands of the demon race and are owned by the Ao Gu family's retainers, while the last one is in the hands of the human race. The one who came is a human. Zhou Liang concluded, he didn't feel any strong demonic qi from outside the house. Then there's a big problem. Jin Jiao's expression changed. What do you mean? Do you know which human race master obtained the Ao Gu family's family token? Zhou Liang pondered for a moment before quickly saying, to be able to make the Ao Gu family give out their family token, this human race master must be extraordinary. The hatred between the human race, demon race, and monster race was quite deep and basically didn't interact with each other, except in neutral territory. The Ao Gu family wasn't a small family, so to be able to make such a huge contribution to such a family, this human race master must be a character who could reach the heavens. Brother Jean, I don't know these secrets, but if you do, why don't you tell me? Jin Jiao glanced around before leaning a little closer to Zhou Liang and whispering a few words. Zhou Liang's complexion changed greatly. Really? I can't be wrong, Jin Jiao nodded heavily. If it really is him. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao glanced at each other and couldn't sit still any longer, quickly standing up and chasing after Ao Gu. Outside the city lord's mansion, Ao Gu hurried over, but after seeing the old man in front of him, he was stunned for a long time before respectfully bowing. This junior didn't expect that it really was senior. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you, this junior hopes senior can forgive me. The several guards outside the mansion almost had their eyes pop out of their sockets. The demon race was an extremely arrogant and tough race, and the masters of the demon race would never easily bow their heads to others. In this regard, Ao Gu was even more so. After so many years, they had never seen the city lord act so respectfully to a new master. Moreover, this person was a human race master. What was the background of this old man? He was actually able to make Master Ao Gu bow to him. The several guards were in a daze for a moment. The old man chuckled. It's been many years since we last met, the little boy from back then has also grown up. It's rare that you still remember my appearance. How is Austin now? Ao Gu sadly replied, grandfather passed away 100 years ago. Hearing this, the old man sighed slightly, my old friends are all gone, leaving only this old fart behind to linger on. What is senior saying? Your existence is the blessing of the human, monster, and demon races. I'm too old, I really can't hold on any longer, the old man slowly shook his head. This little brother is. Ao Gu's eyes swept over the young man beside him, a suspicious look on his face. Junior Zhai Yao greets senior, I am master's disciple. The young man respectfully saluted and introduced himself. Ao Gu's eyes lit up, his expression filled with excitement, senior has accepted a disciple? The old man nodded, I'm about to die, so I wanted to pass on my mantle. This child's aptitude is quite good, so I decided to keep him by my side to teach him. Young man, your luck is really good, being able to worship a character like senior as your master. I'm afraid you'll be the envy of all living beings in this world, Ao Gu sighed. He could also tell that this young man named Zhai Yao was not a human, but a monster race. It was just that the demonic qi in his body was perfectly hidden, so anyone below Ao Gu's level of strength would not be able to see any clues. Ao Gu secretly praised, thinking that this senior's mind was really open-minded. As a human, he had actually accepted a monster race as his last disciple. This was something no one else could do. Perhaps, in his mind, there were no boundaries between the human, monster, or demon races, and they were all part of the world. It was precisely because of this viewpoint that he was able to win the respect of the entire world. For a time, Ao Gu was filled with awe. While speaking, Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao hurriedly rushed out of the city lord's mansion and arrived in front of the old man, cupping their fists. Greetings, senior. The two of you should be Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao, vice city lords of Floating Cloud City, right? The old man smiled slightly. Indeed, senior's vision is like a torch. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao's faces suddenly glowed, as if they had never thought that this master would actually recognize them. Good, good. The old man nodded heavily. Floating Cloud City is so prosperous under the jurisdiction of the three of you. It seems you have put in a lot of effort. It would be great if there were more people like you in this world, able to put aside the gaps and barriers between races. At that time, all living beings under the heavens would become one family. This old master doesn't know if he will be able to see such a scene in his lifetime. Junior will certainly work hard. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao quickly expressed, I don't dare say anything about other places, but in Floating Cloud City, Senior will definitely see it. Then this old master will look forward to it, the old man smiled slightly. Senior, let's talk inside. Ao Gu quickly made an inviting gesture, seemingly not willing to let Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao talk to this master for long. The old man nodded slightly and strode in, the young man, Zhai Yao, intimately supporting him. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao glanced at each other before hurriedly keeping up, both wondering if they should take this opportunity to ask this senior to help them refine a few saint pills. Inside the mansion, Ao Gu arranged a banquet to welcome the old man and Zhai Yao. On the table, there was a variety of fine wines, delicacies, and spirit fruits. The old man only tasted a few spirit fruits before stopping, but Zhai Yao wolfed them down, opening his stomach and gulping down the food. Seeing this, Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao lowered their status and toasted Zhai Yao. After 3 rounds of wine, Ao Gu asked, Is Senior also here for the 1,000-year demon flower? Yes. The old man nodded, but you can rest assured that I will not break the existing rules, nor will I harm anyone's interests. The most important thing is to bring this young disciple out to see the world. We believe in Senior's character, Ao Gu nodded firmly. With the identity of this person in front of him, if he really needed the 1,000-year demon flower, he only needed to say a few words and no one would compete with him. At that time, the 1,000-year demon flower on ascending heaven cliff would fall into his hands. I have come to see you for no other reason than to ensure the safety of this disciple of mine. This old master doesn't want to waste time looking for a successor. Please rest assured, Senior, in Floating Cloud City, no one will hurt him, Junior can guarantee this with his life. Ao Gu nodded firmly. Then I'll have to trouble you. In exchange, I can help each of you refine a saint pill. As soon as these words came out, Ao Gu and the others suddenly became excited, glancing at each other before scrambling to put forward their own conditions. Chapter 701. At dawn the next day, Yang Kai, who was meditating, felt some movement coming from next door. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, he found that Sangyan and Rimaru's flying arrow had quickly left, presumably to investigate the situation at Ascending Heaven Cliff. Feiyu was drunk last night and had yet to wake up, so she was lying on the bed in an indecent manner. Her dress was lifted up to her thighs and her white skin was exposed, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai got up, picked up the bedding, and covered her up to block the light. It wasn't until noon that Feiyu lazily got up, stretched, and walked to the window to stand quietly for a while. Hey, little martial nephew, let's go out and have a look, Feiyu suddenly suggested. But Sangyan martial uncle told us to wait in the inn for them to come back, Yang Kai frowned. Don't worry, in Floating Cloud City, there is generally no danger. Even if there is an occasional fight, the city lord's mansion's people will stop it. Feiyu leaned over and sat down beside Yang Kai, her beautiful buttocks swaying as she exhaled, let's go out and have a look. It's rare for us to come here, so what are we doing here? Sangyan and the others may not come back for a few days, are we just going to wait here forever? Saying so, she unscrupulously grabbed Yang Kai's arm and pressed her full body against his. Yang Kai's face went black. All right, let's go out, just don't take advantage of me. Little bastard. Feiyu gritted her teeth. The two tidied up and quickly left the inn, walking along the bustling street. Even if Feiyu hadn't suggested it, Yang Kai had planned to come out for a stroll. Old Man Du had said that because the 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom, many outstanding alchemists would gather here. Moreover, cultivators from all over the world would also gather here. With more people, there would be more resources. All kinds of rare herbs, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines that could not normally be seen would appear here. Yang Kai needed to collect some herbs. Although Yang Kai was now using Soaring Heaven sect to provide him with herbs for alchemy, he still had some personal needs in this regard. Firstly, it was for his own cultivation, and secondly, it was for the sake of the ancient demon clan in Demon God Citadel. Before leaving the Demon God Citadel, Li Rong had given him a list of materials needed to refine saint-level pills. After such a long time, Yang Kai had already collected most of them, but there were still many that he hadn't collected yet. This was a rare opportunity. Inside Floating Cloud City, shops stood in great numbers, cultivators stood shoulder to shoulder, and the number of people coming and going was like a school of carps crossing a river. Fei Yu intimately held Yang Kai's arm and strolled with him on the street. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, attracting the attention of many people. "Martial uncle, I don't think this is a good idea." Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable. As they walked, the occasional physical contact between them caused his mind to ripple. "What's not good about it? I'm responsible for protecting you. You little bastard, are you reacting to your martial uncle?" Fei Yu looked at him and smiled lightly. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I'm a young man, this is normal. Don't think too much about it." Fei Yu chuckled lightly, seemingly enjoying this scene very much, quietly whispering to Yang Kai as they walked. Along the way, under her guidance, Yang Kai was able to accurately distinguish between those from the demon race and those from the monster race. On Tong Xian realm, the human, monster, and demon races were the three main races, with the human race being the most numerous, followed by the demon race with the monster race being the least numerous. The fundamental reason for this was that the monster race's beast transformation pond was rare. The beast transformation pond was the foundation of the monster race. When a monster beast strength reached a certain level, it could use the beast transformation pond to transform into a human form and gain sentience not inferior to that of a human. It could be said that every monster race member who possessed a human form was a master, which was very different from the other two races. However, this was not the entire situation. There were also some powerful monster race members who were born with the ability to transform into human form. There were also some monster race members with heaven-defying aptitude who could achieve such a level without the help of the beast transformation pond. These were the elites of the demon clan, the strongest of the strong. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he had gained a lot of insight. After arriving at the shop opened by Floating Cloud City's Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai strolled around a few times, a helpless expression filling his face. He didn't find the herbs he was looking for. "Little brother, you've looked around a few times but haven't bought anything. Could it be that the things in my shop aren't to your liking?" The shopkeeper couldn't help asking curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. "They're all good, but none of them are what I want." "Is little brother an alchemist?" Yang Kai nodded gently and showed his alchemist token. The shopkeeper took it and examined it, his expression suddenly becoming much more amiable. "I don't know what kind of herbs little brother wants. If it's convenient, can you tell me? I can help you keep an eye out for them." Yang Kai casually listed the names of a few herbs. The shopkeeper wore an awkward expression and nodded. "These herbs grow in very harsh environments and are very rare and precious. My shop really doesn't have them, so it won't be easy to obtain them. How about this, little brother might as well go to the trading area and have a look. If you're lucky, you may be able to obtain some." "Trading area?" Yang Kai's expression changed. For this grand event, the city lord and the two vice-city lords have specially designated a territory for alchemists from all over the world to trade. There are many outstanding alchemists there who will exchange herbs they don't need for what they want. You can try your luck there. Where is the trading area located?" The shopkeeper enthusiastically pointed out the direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly and thanked him. He and Fei Yu walked towards the designated territory. Half an hour later, Yang Kai looked at the open space and the lively scene in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. What did it remind you of? Fei Yu saw his strange smile and couldn't help but ask. It reminded me of some of the past events in the sect. Yang Kai casually replied. The lively scene in front of him reminded him of the time when he was still very weak. High Heaven Pavilion, Storm House and Blood Battle Gang converged in the Black Wind trade area. This kind of trading method and scene made him feel a sense of familiarity, as if he was reliving the illusion of the past. However, this trading area was not surrounded by a forest and there were no elite disciples of the three sections. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai was surprised to find that many of the stall owners here were alchemists. They all wore their alchemist nameplates on their chests, indicating their status. There were also some who weren't alchemists. They should be cultivators who had obtained good herbs while adventuring outside and were now waiting for buyers to arrive. Some were buying things, some were selling things. The scene was very lively. There were even some who hung signs asking alchemists to help them refine pills. Everything here was basically related to herbs and pills. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Yang Kai raised his head and strode forward, stopping in front of each stall and carefully inspecting it. He really had a good harvest. Herbs that couldn't be found in the outside world could basically be found here. Most of the vendors didn't put forward any special requirements and could basically be bought with crystal stones. Yang Kai had a lot of crystal stones. Although he had left most of them to the ancient demon clan, what was left was still a considerable amount of wealth. After haggling with the sellers, he quickly obtained a few medicinal herbs. During this process, Fei Yu played a big role. Yang Kai never knew that this martial ant of his had such a sharp tongue. Mercilessly cutting down and showing off her beauty, she was often able to convince the vendors to sell at a low price. After half a day, Yang Kai harvested several precious herbs, all of which were necessary for him to refine the Saint Pill. Yang Kai was very satisfied. I helped you save a lot of crystal stones, how are you going to thank me? Fei Yu still held onto Yang Kai's arm and asked with a smile. I'll treat you to a drink. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes lit up and she happily said, Little martial nephew, you really know how to make martial uncle happy. But you're not allowed to get drunk. Otherwise, when the Tsangyan martial uncle and the others come back, I'll complain. I know, Fei Yu curled her lips. Just as they were talking though, a burst of exclamations suddenly rang out not far away, as if something incredible had been discovered. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a faint fragrance in the air. When this fragrance entered his nose, it was refreshing and refreshing. Yang Kai and Fei Yu's eyes lit up at the same time as they glanced at each other, knowing that a treasure had appeared. Turning his head to look at the source of the sound, Yang Kai found that it had already been surrounded by 3 layers of people. Exclamations of admiration could be heard coming from that direction, and through the gaps in the crowd, Yang Kai could see a faint glow blooming. Let's go take a look, Fei Yu said, pulling Yang Kai along as she walked over. But even after squeezing for a long time, the two of them still couldn't squeeze in. Instead, from the crowd, someone shouted, Brother, how much is this thing? 10 Saint Elixir pills. A slightly aged voice sounded. The crowd sighed. Brother, isn't this too expensive? Saint pills can't be refined casually. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can refine saint pills. You just asked for 10, isn't that a bit too outrageous? Yes, can you exchange it with other herbs or crystal stones? What about artifacts? I have a few spirit-grade top-rank artifacts, you can choose from them. 10 saint pills, I only want 10 saint pills, if you don't have any saint pills, please leave. Brother, please make an exception, don't be so unreasonable. What's the point of being arrogant? How can this thing be worth 10 saint pills? What a joke. I think this guy is crazy. Big brother, give this thing to me and I'll be yours, how about it? A delicate voice called out. You woman, you're too shameless, don't you have any integrity? Suddenly, someone said contemptuously. With your looks, you dare to show off. You really don't know your place. It's none of your business. A loud noise suddenly sounded, and the scene became even more chaotic. Chapter 702. Scram. An angry shout resounded through the clouds. Everyone instantly fell silent. Everyone's eardrums were buzzing. Some of the weaker cultivators even had blood flowing out of their ears. The endless clamor in front of the stall had clearly angered the seller. I don't want to repeat the same words twice. If you can't meet my requirements, please leave, the seller said in a low voice. Third order transcendent. From the crowd, a shout rang out. From the faint aura emanating from the seller's body, everyone realized that his strength wasn't bad. Immediately, some people who wanted to take advantage of him shook their heads and sighed before slowly retreating. At first glance, it was obvious that this seller was a fierce man, the kind who licked blood from his blade. Trying to take advantage of such a person was doomed to suffer. However, there were still many people who stayed behind, trying to haggle with the seller. The seller shook his head and insisted on the price of 10 Saint pills, refusing to budge. Gradually, the number of people in front of the stall dwindled, and eventually, it was completely deserted. Yang Kai and Fei Yu finally arrived in front of the stall, and after seeing the thing in front of them, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked. In front of the seller was a palm-sized ice lotus that seemed to be carved from ice, but exuded a vigorous vitality. The lotus was in full bloom, its leaves fresh and tender, and a faint fragrance slowly wafting out from it. Whether it was Yang Kai or Fei Yu, both of them felt refreshed, their thoughts becoming sharper than usual. A rare treasure. Yang Kai immediately concluded. Ice Heart Snow Lotus? Fei Yu exclaimed as she slowly squatted down. Her beautiful eyes swept over the ice lotus and she couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. This is at least 10,000 years old, right? As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai's expression changed. 10,000 years. No matter what kind of herb it was, even if it was the lowest grade one, if it could grow to 10,000 years old, it was still a priceless treasure. Not to mention this ice lotus was obviously not ordinary. The seller's calm expression also changed slightly. He looked up at Fei Yu and nodded slightly. Finally, there's someone who knows what's good for her. Fei Yu pursed her lips and smiled. It's not that I'm knowledgeable. There were quite a few people who knew what was good for them, but they refused to tell the truth. If they wanted this item, they would naturally not deliberately exaggerate its value. They all wanted to take advantage of the seller's poor judgment. Can you really only exchange it for 10 Saint elixir pills? Fei Yu asked softly. The seller gently nodded. Fei Yu shook her head and sighed. She really couldn't take out 10 Saint grade pills. Not everyone could refine Saint grade pills, not even Saint grade alchemists. There was also a high chance of failure during the refining process. Therefore, every single Saint-grade medicinal pill was extremely expensive. 10 of them could even steal a city. An ordinary cultivator. It was impossible to see 10 Saint elixir pills in one's lifetime. Uncle Master, can this thing nourish the soul? Yang Kai was quite proficient in identifying rare treasures, but after all, he hadn't been in contact with them for a long time, so there were some things he didn't recognize. On the other hand, Fei Yu was different. Although she was not an alchemist, she had lived for so many years after all. Her eyesight and knowledge were much broader than Yang Kai's. It wasn't strange for her to be able to recognize the ice-core snow lotus and its age at a glance. A rare treasure that nourishes the soul, Fei Yu nodded slightly. There's no need to refine it into a pill, you can directly consume it to display its full effect. Using this ice-core snow lotus, no matter who it is, their spiritual energy will soar. Strange, this thing is not easy to obtain, so why don't you take it yourself? Instead, you want to exchange it for 10 Saint Elixir pills? I naturally have my own reasons. The seller didn't want to explain further. Do you have enough Saint Elixir pills? If you do, we can make a deal now. If not, don't waste my time. Fei Yu curled her lips, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable with this seller. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Finally, he opened his mouth and asked, "Can you give me a few days to prepare? How long do you need?" The big man glanced over at Yang Kai. 3 days. I can give you time, but I can't guarantee that I won't sell it before then, the seller quickly said. Yang Kai frowned, but I only have 1 Saint Elixir pill right now. That's your business. Seeing this man being so unreasonable, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He really wanted a rare treasure that could nourish the soul, but it would require 10 Saint Elixir pills. With his current level of alchemy, it would take some time to prepare. At the very least, he would need to collect some herbs that were not lower than spirit grade top rank, preferably saint grade. Coupled with a spirit array and myriad drug milk, Yang Kai was confident he could refine 10 Saint Elixir pills in 3 days. Of course, the price he would have to pay would be huge, perhaps even wasting countless materials. Just as he was considering whether or not to do so, a person suddenly squatted down beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and found that it was a handsome young man about the same age as himself. The newcomer also glanced over at Yang Kai, and when their eyes met, both sides saw a trace of surprise and admiration in each other's eyes. Both of them felt that the other party's strength was not low. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as she stared at the young man. The man smiled gently, his smile somewhat devilish, as if all of a sudden, the world had become bright and sunny. "This ice-core snow lotus is quite good," the young man withdrew his gaze and began to focus on the rare treasure in front of him. 10 Saint Elixir pills. The seller still indifferently quoted. "Good, I'll take it," the young man nodded lightly. Yang Kai and Fei Yu both looked stunned. The seller also seemed to be in disbelief, frowning as he said, "Give me 10 Saint Elixir pills first and this thing is yours." He obviously did not believe that such a young man could take out 10 Saint Elixir pills at once. The young man smiled slightly and threw out a universe bag. "Take a look for yourself, there are exactly 10 Saint Elixir pills. If you want more, I can't help you." The seller released his divine sense to investigate, and then his face suddenly lit up with joy before he stood up and left with large strides. In next to no time, his figure had vanished without a trace. He had left in an extremely straightforward manner and didn't even say a single word. Yang Kai and Fei Yu were both dumbfounded. The young man smiled slightly, stretched out his slender hand, and carefully picked up the ice-core snow lotus, putting it into another universe bag, and nodded to Yang Kai in a friendly manner. "Friend, I'm sorry, but I didn't steal your treasure. Everyone wants good things." "Understood," Yang Kai nodded lightly, not intending to argue with this young man. He did not have enough bargaining chips, and someone else had beaten him to it. There was nothing to say. "Goodbye." After the young man said this, he quickly rushed into the crowd. "That guy, where did he come from?" Fei Yu was stunned for a long time before she couldn't help taking a deep breath. 10 Saint Elixir pills, he didn't even bat an eyelid. He should be someone with a strong background. Yang Kai stared in the direction the young man disappeared, and, "He's a very powerful alchemist." "How do you know?" Fei Yu was surprised. His fingertips emitted a pill fragrance, the fragrance of spirit-grade pills, which should have been acquired through years of alchemy. Fei Yu couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. "Isn't that the same as you?" Being able to refine spirit-grade pills at such a young age was not something an ordinary person could do. Although Mina was also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, she was much older than Yang Kai. But the young man just now was different. He looked about the same as Yang Kai. "No," Yang Kai shook his head, his expression dignified. "Maybe he's even better than me." Fei Yu was shocked again and again, unable to speak. Originally, She thought that a monster like Yang Kai would only appear once in 100 years, but now, in this floating cloud city, she actually encountered another one. But he's a gigolo, I'm not. Kai Yang suddenly grinned, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Fei Yu shook her head in amazement. He's just a bit more handsome. If he let his hair down, I'm sure he'd definitely be a beauty, ha 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 ha. Yang Kai laughed a few times. It was a pity that a man looked like this. Let's go, let's keep looking around, if there's nothing good, we'll go back. Yang Kai beckoned and Fei Yu hurriedly followed, discontentedly saying, You said you'd treat me to a drink, did you lie to me? Let's buy some wine and go back to the inn to drink. Seemingly having used up all their good luck, the two wandered around the trading district for 2 hours but still didn't find anything good. Just as they were about to return home, however, they saw a man setting up a new stall and taking out a steady stream of rare herbs from his universe bag. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little expectant. This person seemed to be an alchemist as he wore an alchemist's nameplate on his chest, but Yang Kai didn't know what his rank was. The herbs he took out were relatively precious and could be considered rare treasures. Let's keep looking, Yang Kai said to Fei Yu before standing in front of the stall and waiting quietly. The surrounding people also seemed to have discovered the difference in this place. Soon, many people gathered around. The herbs that this alchemist had put out were quickly snatched up, and the business was booming. When the onlookers saw that his universe bag was empty, they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Wait a moment, I have a companion coming soon, he has a lot of good stuff. The seller said. Hearing this, the crowd who were about to leave couldn't help looking forward to it. Friend, where did you and your companion get these treasures? They all seem to be quite old, someone asked curiously. Heh, there's no harm in telling you, we accidentally found a mysterious small world. There was nothing there, only some herbs growing there. These things were all taken from there. Your luck is really good, the person who asked said with a look of envy. Small sealed worlds could be big or small. The small sealed world where the ancient demon clan lived was relatively large, but there were also some small spaces whose entrances were extremely well hidden. They could be regarded as a kind of sealed world. In this kind of small sealed world, there may be treasures left behind by ancient people or natural treasures, but it was also possible that there was nothing there. Everything depended on the luck of the person who found this small sealed world. Chapter 703. Although countless cultivators from Tongxian realm had been searching for hidden mysterious small worlds for countless years, there were still many places that had yet to be discovered. These mysterious small worlds were all virgin lands that had yet to be explored, so they were very likely to contain shocking wealth. The alchemist and his companion in front of him were obviously extremely lucky to have found such a space. This caused the crowd to feel envious. Not long after, another middle-aged man came over and under the alchemist's call, began taking out a steady stream of rare herbs from his universe bag. Every time he took out an item, it would cause a scramble among the crowd. Those who came to this trading district to look for herbs generally had a relatively professional vision, so naturally, they wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. The scene was lively as the alchemist and his companion, one selling herbs while the other collected crystal stones, were both very busy. The two of them looked like honest people. They didn't take the opportunity to raise the price. Instead, they slightly increased the market price. This kind of increase made the buyers accept it willingly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was paying close attention and didn't rush to make a move. Because although these herbs were all good, none of them were what he needed. Suddenly, the alchemist's companion took out a fiery red, round object that resembled a burning fireball. As soon as this object appeared, the surrounding air became scorching hot. Everyone could feel the unique and powerful medicinal efficacy coming from it. There were even some densely packed web-like meridians growing out of the object, similar to the human body's meridians. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He quickly made a move. At the same time, many people who were knowledgeable also stretched out their hands, and in an instant, more than a dozen big hands reached out to grab the fiery red herb. Fei Yu remained silent for a moment before gently stomping her foot, sending out an invisible shockwave with her as the center, spreading out in all directions. The hidden eruption of a third-order transcendent master caused those who were competing with Yang Kai to lose their footing and retreat. Amidst this chaos, Yang Kai and Fei Yu exchanged a glance. Both of them revealed a knowing smile. The next moment, Yang Kai's big hand grabbed the fiery red round medicinal herb, but what he didn't expect was that another hand also grabbed the other side. Among the people present, only Yang Kai and he were not affected by Fei Yu's aura. Looking up at the owner of the hand, Yang Kai was surprised, and Fei Yu was also surprised. This person was actually the young man who had just bought the icy core snow lotus with 10 saint pills. The other party also looked at Yang Kai. He grinned. After everyone had regained their footing, they glanced at Fei Yu with fear and annoyance. But when he saw that the other party was such a beautiful woman, the anger in his heart couldn't help but subside. Hee, there's going to be a good show. Someone saw the dispute between Yang Kai and the young man and couldn't help but laugh strangely. Everyone wore strange expressions as they waited, all of them wondering who would have the last laugh and who would obtain this precious medicinal herb. Friend, what a coincidence, the young man smiled at Yang Kai, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. That's right. Kai Yang also smiled. Raising his brow, he asked, you also want this thing? Like I said, everyone wants good things. With so many good things, there's no need to compete with me for the same thing, right? Yang Kai said in an easygoing tone, trying to persuade the young man to give up. The other party slowly shook his head, although those things are good, they're not what I want. I only want this earth fire core. And, the same as me. Then what should we do? The young man frowned. Never having expected to encounter such a situation, the young man turned to the seller and asked, Shopkeeper, do you have another earth fire core? The seller slowly shook his head, there's only this one, and it took the two of us a great deal of effort to find it. We had to search for it 1,000 meters underground. Earth fire cores only had a very small chance of forming in places where underground flames existed. They were known as the gallbladder of earth fire, a collection of all the essence of underground flames and had infinite uses. If Yang Kai wanted to refine the Saint Pill to save the ancient demon clan, he needed this earth fire core. Yang Kai didn't know what this young man wanted to do with this earth fire core, but it was clear he wasn't willing to let it go so easily. Hey friend, please be gentle, if you use any more strength, this earth fire core will be destroyed. The young man's expression changed as he noticed Yang Kai's resolute attitude, feeling a bit troubled. Same here. Yang Kai smiled faintly, hesitating for a moment before saying, didn't you just buy the Ice Heart Snow Lotus? You've already made some gains today, why bother competing with me for this earth fire core? That's a different matter. The other party shook his head, how about this, if this friend can take a step back, I can compensate you for your loss, how about the price of this earth fire core? Yang Kai firmly shook his head and faintly said, if you can back down, I can also compensate you. Ha! The young man let out a hollow laugh, his face filled with helplessness. You too, arguing like this is making it difficult for me to do business, can't you hurry up and decide who wants to buy? The seller also felt a bit embarrassed and urged. Wait a moment, I'll try to convince this friend again, the young man said bluntly. But before he could open his mouth, a man suddenly rushed out from the crowd, his eyes flashing arrogantly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the earth fire core, shouting, you don't need to argue, this earth fire core is mine. Yang Kai and the young man's expressions changed at the same time. In order to compete for this earth fire core, both of them had used a lot of strength and had already reached the limit of what the earth fire core could withstand. If this person who had suddenly appeared had really increased his strength, the earth fire core would have immediately been destroyed. Not waiting for this person's hand to reach out, Yang Kai and the young man both attacked at the same time, sending out two palms, knocking the other party back. The newcomer was also a young man, but from the way he dressed, it was obvious he had a superior status. Obviously, he had some background. After being knocked back, the young man's face filled with anger as he grinned, "You dare attack me? You've got guts, no one in Floating Cloud City has dared to attack me, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, if you dare reach out with that hand again, do you believe I won't cut it off?" The young man who was competing with Yang Kai for the Earth Fire Core said with a violent expression. When competing with Yang Kai for the Earth Fire Core, he could still maintain a calm demeanor and rely on his own means, but this person who suddenly appeared made him somewhat unhappy. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak, but his aura gradually became dangerous. The onlookers suddenly cried out in alarm. Two little brothers. The seller quietly glanced at the newcomer and couldn't help his expression changing slightly as he whispered, "This is young Master Nyetsong, you can't afford to offend him. Does he have a great background?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. He found that many of the onlookers showed a look of dread when they saw this Nyetsong, those who approached him all distancing themselves from him. The other party's strength wasn't high, only an immortal ascension boundary 6th or 7th stage cultivator, so obviously they were afraid of the power behind this Nyekong. The seller stared blankly for a moment before quietly glancing over at Nyekong. Seeing the other party's arrogant expression and not having any intention of stopping him, he immediately understood that this Nyetsong obviously wanted him to report his identity to these two brats who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so they would take the initiative to back down. Calming down, the seller quietly explained, "Two little brothers should have just arrived in Floating Cloud City not long ago, so it's no wonder you don't know. This city has a city lord and two vice city lords, both of whom are Saint Realm masters. One of the vice city lords is called Zhou Liang, a master from the human race. He has a woman named Nye Chu Feng who is a first-order transcendent. This young master Nyetsong is Nye Chu Feng's nephew. Two little brothers, Vice City Lord Zhou Liang is very fond of Nye Chu Feng. So that's how it is." Yang Kai and his competitor nodded at the same time. This young master Nye Rong had a Saint Realm master behind him and was also one of the overlords of Floating Cloud City. No wonder he acted so arrogantly, causing many people to fear him. Nyetsong sneered, "Do you know who this young master is now? If you do, put down the Earth Fire Core. If you do now, I can let you leave safely." Yang Kai was stunned. "Isn't it said that fighting is not allowed in Floating Cloud City?" The seller's expression became bitter as he stammered, "Little brother must be joking, where does this place not allow fighting? This rule is suitable for most people, but there are a small number of people who do not abide by this rule." As he spoke, he glanced over at Nye Rong, intentionally or unintentionally. This Nyetsong obviously didn't need to abide by this rule. "Do you understand the seriousness of the situation?" The young man suddenly turned a serious look towards Yang Kai. "If you do, quickly let go, otherwise if this young master Nyetsong becomes angry, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here alive. Why don't you let go?" Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. The young man sneered, I can't talk to you. Do you not know how to write the word death? Do you want to know if I'll die first or if you'll die first?" Yang Kai refused to budge. Feiyu's beautiful eyes flickered as she paid close attention to the changes in the situation. Yuan Qi was secretly preparing to take action at any time. While the two were arguing, Nyetsong's expression became ugly. He found that these two were not afraid of him at all. Even after learning his identity and background, they were still arguing about the ownership of the Earth Fire Core. This made him very unhappy. Taking a step forward, Nyetsong coldly said, "I don't care where you come from or what your background is, but in this Floating Cloud City, I have the final say. Saying so, he once again stretched out his hand to grab the earth fire core. The yuan qi in his hand flickered, obviously intending to destroy the earth fire core if he couldn't obtain it. Yang Kai's expression became angry and he suddenly threw a punch towards the other party's outstretched hand. At the same time, the young man's slender hand also moved slightly. Nie Tsong's body suddenly froze in place, his expression particularly interesting. In the next moment, a bloody light blossomed as Nie Tsong's outstretched hand was severed from the wrist, and before it fell to the ground, it exploded into a bloody mist mid-air. Chapter 704. Today, a pitiful scream rang out as Nie Tsong staggered back, blood bursting from his wound like a fountain. The onlookers also exclaimed, none of them having expected such a scene to occur. Yang Kai's punch, although filled with murderous intent, was only a warning, not a killing blow. Nie Tsong's wrist being cut off was directly caused by the young man's attack. Without Yuan Qi's protection, Yang Kai's strength caused his severed wrist to explode. The seller was even more dumbfounded, his jaw dropping as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. You dare hurt me? You deserve to die. Nie Tsong suddenly recovered, his hand clutching his severed wrist as he roared hysterically at Yang Kai and the young man. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stared at him coldly. The young man on the other hand coldly said, I already said, if you dare reach out your hand again, I'll cut it off. Nie Tsong's expression froze as he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. If you dare take one more step forward, I'll kill you. The young man coldly spat out. Nie Tsong's expression changed dramatically as he endured the sharp pain and roared, just you wait. Leaving behind these words, Nie Tsong flew up into the air, blood spraying everywhere he went. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, suppressing his desire to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, instead glancing over at his competitor. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai and the young man, their expressions varied, some gloating, some sympathetic, some thoughtful, some wondering if these two had some kind of powerful backer and weren't afraid of Saint Realm masters. Two little brothers, ha. The seller was speechless, he hadn't expected that just selling some herbs would cause such a big disturbance. Sorry, I was a bit agitated, the young man smiled awkwardly before glancing over at Yang Kai, causing such a big mess, aren't you afraid? If you're not afraid, why should I be? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Interesting. I find that I'm starting to like you. Yang Kai's face darkened. I'm not interested in men. The young man quickly realized the ambiguity in his words and quickly waved his hand. You misunderstood. I just feel that you are to my liking. How about we become friends? Alright, give me the earth fire core first. The other party couldn't help but grit his teeth. After pondering for a while, he said, if we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid none of us will give in. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Strictly speaking, he had also noticed that his personality was somewhat similar to the other parties. When people with similar personalities encountered a dispute, it was often difficult for them to reach a consensus because everyone would act in the same direction. However, there were also times when there was a tacit understanding between them. For example, just now when they both attacked together to deal with Nie Tsong, or just now when they wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only did Yang Kai have this idea, but so did the other party. This friend is an alchemist, right? That person asked with a smile. You too. Since we're both alchemists and we're also in a dispute over herbs, why don't we compare notes? The man narrowed his eyes and softly suggested. Sure. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his face filled with confidence. Good. The other party nodded heavily and laughed, but let's agree first. Whoever wins will get the earth fire core. Before that, This thing will be kept by this beautiful girl." Saying so, he glanced at Feiyu. Feiyu giggled and covered her mouth as she said, "Young man, you really know how to talk." "That's the truth." Feiyu smiled even more happily. After inquiring about the price of the earth fire core from the seller, Yang Kai and the other party each spent half of the crystal stones and bought the earth fire core from the seller. Feiyu solemnly received it and said, "Little martial nephew, although martial uncle really wants to help you, since this is a competition between you and the other party, martial uncle will give this thing to whoever wins in the end. If you lose at that time, don't blame martial uncle, as a man, he must keep his word." Yang Kai nodded, "Let's find a quiet place first, there seem to be a lot of people here." The other party also agreed. The seller wore a speechless expression and said, "Two little brothers, you should leave Floating Cloud City quickly. Young Master Nyetsong has been injured, if you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. If he goes back now, he will definitely bring back reinforcements." "It's fine." The young man shook his head lightly and said to Yang Kai, "Let's go to your place, it's not convenient where I live." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he and Feiyu led the way. After the three left, the seller shook his head and muttered, "Those two lunatics. What are you worried about? Since they are so fearless, they must have something to rely on. I'm afraid this time Nyetsong is going to suffer. Heh, I really want to see what's going on." The seller's companion sneered. Obviously he didn't have a good impression of Nyetsong and was looking forward to these two youngsters teaching him a good lesson. These words attracted many people's agreement and some of the bored people followed the direction of the three, waiting for the show to begin. Inside the inn, Yang Kai and Feiyu's room. After entering, the young man looked around and nodded slightly before extending his hand to Yang Kai and introducing himself, "Zhai Yao, how should I address this friend?" "Yang Kai." Yang Kai didn't hide his name and glanced at Feiyu, "This is my martial aunt Feiyu. You're here for the 1,000-year demon flower, right? You too?" "Yes, but our purpose is different from yours, so you don't have to worry about me snatching the 1,000-year demon flower from you. Perhaps we can even cooperate when the time comes." "Cooperate?" Yang Kai frowned, "How do we cooperate?" "Let's not talk about this for now, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Maybe you won't be able to reach Ascending Heaven Cliff." Zhai Yao smiled faintly, "Let's deal with the matter at hand first. How do you want to compete?" Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and took out his own incense burner. This incense burner was obtained from the 3rd page of the Black Book. Yang Kai usually used it as a furnace for alchemy. As soon as he saw this incense burner, Zhai Yao couldn't help but light up. This friend is really a master, such a small pill furnace is rare. An alchemist, when refining pills, needed to inscribe various spirit arrays into their pill furnaces to assist in the process. The larger the pill furnace, the easier it would be to inscribe spirit arrays, and vice versa. Therefore, a skilled alchemist didn't need a pill furnace that was too big. To some extent, the smaller the pill furnace used by an alchemist, the higher the level of the alchemist's skills. As he spoke, Zhai Yao also took out his own pill furnace. His pill furnace was very exquisite, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the workmanship was excellent. Obviously it came from the hands of an artifact refining grandmaster. Moreover, the size of this pill furnace was almost the same as Yang Kai's. Compared to Yang Kai's pill furnace was a bit simple and unadorned, but anyone could see that Yang Kai's incense burner was of a higher grade than the others. Zhai Yao stared at Yang Kai's incense burner with a look of envy. His pill furnace was given to him by his master and was one of the world's most famous pill furnaces. It was the one his master used to perform alchemy when he was young, and Yang Kai had thought that there would be no pill furnace better than his in this world, but now he had discovered one. A single pill will determine victory or defeat. No matter what pill is refined, we'll only look at the grade and quality of the pill and the time it takes to refine it, Zhai Yao calmed himself down and stated the rules. Good, Yang Kai readily agreed. Then let's begin. Zhai Yao tilted his head, and in the next moment, his expression became serious as he quickly took out a number of herbs. At the same time, Yang Kai's hands also began to move, taking out a variety of rare herbs from the black book space. Whether it was the quantity or age, everything was just right. An invisible force lingered in the room as the two young men both wore meticulous expressions, circulating their yuan qi, wrapping it around their pill furnaces and beginning to inscribe spirit arrays inside. Feiyu's beautiful eyes stared at their movements, unable to help covering her mouth as a look of admiration appeared on her face. She found that the movements of the two young men in front of her were surprisingly consistent, and the speed at which they were inscribing spirit arrays was even. In this world, there was actually someone who could compete with her little martial nephew in alchemy? Who exactly was this Zhai Yao? Feiyu was stunned as she watched with rapt attention, holding her breath as she held her breath. In less than 10 breaths, the spirit arrays had been perfectly inscribed inside the pill furnaces. The two young men then took out their own herbs at the same time, swallowing their yuan qi. Yang Kai's yuan qi was the purest form of yuan qi, while the other's yuan qi was the same as Zhangyan's, a burning flame, both of which were very suitable for alchemy. The herbs tumbled inside the yuan qi, and the medicinal liquids were quickly condensed, the impurities being removed at a rate visible to the naked eye and evaporated. The medicinal liquids danced around the yuan qi like raindrops, and every time they floated, the medicinal liquids became purer and more condensed. The two young men's hands trembled slightly, and the condensed medicinal liquids accurately fell into each other's pill furnaces. The second herb was taken out, and the same process was repeated. Feiyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she paid close attention to this. She found that the two young men in front of her were completely immersed in alchemy, no longer responding to anything around them. The degree of seriousness they displayed was impeccable. When men were serious, they had a different kind of elegance. Feiyu looked at this one, looked at that one, and her heart moved. She immediately understood that these two young men would have great achievements in the future, a height that no one else could reach. Time slowly passed, and the room gradually filled with the alluring scent of pills. The two young men's yuan qi wrapped around their respective pill furnaces, and they were in the final stages of alchemy. Suddenly, Zhai Yao's face lit up with joy, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He reached out and slapped his pill furnace, and a round golden dan flew out and was caught in his hand. After checking the quality and grade of the dan, Zhai Yao nodded with satisfaction. Although it was rushed and he was nervous, he perfectly displayed his alchemy skills. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have reached the final stage. Feiyu couldn't help but feel nervous. Yang Kai was already behind in terms of time, and if he couldn't surpass Zhai Yao in terms of quality, then Yang Kai would lose without a doubt. The competition between these two young alchemists was like a stormy sea, and Feiyu almost couldn't breathe. Chapter 705. Shortly after Zhai Yao finished refining his pill, Yang Kai gently patted the alchemy furnace in front of him, causing a brown pill to fly out and fall into his hand. Amazing! Zhai Yao praised sincerely. From the fragrance coming from his opponent's alchemy furnace, he could conclude that his opponent had refined a spirit-grade pill without a doubt. As for what grade it was, he would have to carefully evaluate it. The most commendable thing was that his opponent's refining speed was actually not inferior to his own. His own alchemy speed had already met his teacher's strict requirements. Ever since he could remember, he had always been by his teacher's side, learning the way of alchemy in the mountains, listening to his teacher's teachings and guiding him step by step for nearly 20 years before he could achieve what he had today. Just who was this guy's teacher? He was actually able to teach such a disciple. Zhai Yao was really interested in Yang Kai, his eyes burning as he stared at him, unwilling to admit defeat. In terms of time, you win, you're a bit better. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, not showing too much emotion because of this little loss. Let's compare the quality of our pills again. Zhai Yao smiled and opened his hand, presenting the pill he had just refined in front of Yang Kai's eyes, confidently saying, Spirit Grade High Rank Pill. Mine is also a Spirit Grade High Rank Pill. Yang Kai also opened his hand. Fei Yu's expression darkened when she heard this. Everyone had refined the same grade of pill, but this Zhai Yao had used a little less time, so the result of this competition had already been decided. Huh, I won. Zhai Yao laughed. Not necessarily, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Are you trying to cheat me? Zhai Yao's expression suddenly became gloomy as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly showing signs of wanting to attack. See for yourself. Yang Kai casually tossed the spirit grade pill he had just refined. Zhai Yao caught it and looked at it suspiciously. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened and his face filled with shock. He cried out in alarm, Pill veins? This pill was refined by Yang Kai. The round body of the pill was densely covered with countless tiny lines. These energy lines were like the meridians of a human body, flowing with extremely strong medicinal efficacies. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of the medicinal efficacies flowing through these lines. The medicinal effect of this pill had undoubtedly been refined to the extreme by Yang Kai. How is this possible? Zhai Yao couldn't believe his eyes. He calmed his breathing and focused his voice for a long time. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply waited quietly. Fei Yu's face also showed a look of excitement, her previous apprehension completely swept away, replaced by a wide grin. After a while, Zhai Yao took a deep breath. His straight body seemed to collapse at this moment as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. You really are amazing. Regardless of whether this pill was able to produce pill veins because of Yang Kai's luck or not, his alchemy techniques and skills were beyond doubt. If one didn't refine the medicinal effect of a pill to the extreme, even if one's luck was good, it would be impossible for something like pill veins to appear. However, once the pill formed pill veins, the value of the pill would multiply several times. Therefore, when skilled alchemists refined pills, they would pursue the birth of pill veins. Because of this, there was no doubt that the value of the materials they collected would multiply several times. But even if he was Zhai Yao's master, he also couldn't casually make the pill appear pill veins. Only when he was in his most perfect state would he be able to do this. Pills with pill veins had always been sought after by cultivator. Often at the most critical moment, they could save the life of a cultivator, allowing their safety to be strongly guaranteed. I've lost. Zhai Yao took a deep breath, calming the unwillingness in his heart, and in an instant, his face became bright again, calmly admitting defeat without the slightest resentment. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't say anything. Fei Yu, on the other hand, said, since little brother has admitted defeat, this earth-fire core will belong to my martial nephew. Good, since he agreed to bet, he must accept his loss. This thing is his. Zhai Yao nodded. Fei Yu handed the earth-fire core to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and stuffed it into his black book space. Friend, may I take the liberty to ask who your teacher is? Di Yao asked with the corners of his mouth twitching. I can't say, Yang Kai shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't say, it was just that he couldn't say it clearly. I understand. Unexpectedly, Zhai Yao didn't continue to ask and instead nodded casually. These masters are unwilling to reveal their identity. Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully and suddenly realized that this Di Yao must have been taught by a powerful master. It was very likely that the master behind him was a famous alchemy grandmaster in the continent. I have a presumptuous request, can this friend agree? Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai sincerely. What is it? Can you give this pill to me? You can take it, Yang Kai smiled lightly. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins was quite expensive, but compared to the earth-fire core, it was still slightly inferior. Moreover, this Zhai Yao also had a good temper with Yang Kai, so at this time, there was no need to care about these gains and losses. Thank you. Zhai Yao was overjoyed and quickly put away the pill. Martial uncle, can you pour us a cup of tea? I want to have a good talk with brother Zhai. Yang Kai looked at Fei Yu and said. It was rare to meet such a person in one's life, so Yang Kai also wanted to make friends with him. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had very few friends who could talk to him, but he did have a group of female friends. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to drink tea. Fei Yu didn't move, but her pretty face was gloomy. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and quickly realized that trouble was coming. Outside the inn where they were, a group of people was quickly approaching them. They hadn't arrived yet, but their murderous intent was already there. Did you really call for reinforcements? Zhai Yao shook his head helplessly. Little guy, I don't know what you're relying on, but since you're the one who caused this trouble, don't expect others to help you. Floating Cloud City's Vice City Lord is not someone I can afford to offend. Fei Yu said with a smile. Don't worry, I don't intend to involve you in this. Zhai Yao said as he walked over to the window and glanced outside. After seeing the situation outside, he whistled frivolously, there really are a lot of people. Turning his head, he smiled at Yang Kai, Brother Yang, let's talk some other time. You must go to Ascending Heaven Cliff. Refining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower will be of great benefit to you. I'm looking forward to working with you. Yang Kai's expression changed, but just as he was about to inquire about this matter, the other party had already jumped out of the window. This little guy. Fei Yu lazily leaned against the window, watching the tense situation below, shaking her head. He seems to know some secrets that others don't. Yang Kai frowned. Zhai Yao's words before he left had made him very concerned. The main reason he had come to Floating Cloud City this time was to refine the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower was of great help to a transcendent breaking through to the saint realm, but listening to Zhai Yao's words, refining this medicinal liquid would also be of benefit to him. Just refining this medicinal liquid, what kind of benefit would it bring him? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Standing by the window and looking out, Yang Kai saw that the streets below the inn and the surrounding houses were already overcrowded. Most of the people here had come from the trading district and knew that there would soon be a good show here, so they had all occupied a good location and were ready to watch the fun. There were also some who had gathered here after hearing the news. As for the remaining people, they were all cultivators brought here by a beautiful middle-aged woman. This beautiful middle-aged woman exuded a fierce aura, and her beautiful face was somewhat twisted. She gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Di Yao who had suddenly appeared. Next to this beautiful woman, Niet Song, whose hand had been cut off, was stroking his severed arm and glaring at Zhai Yao with hatred and resentment, clearly wishing he could kill him. Oh, this guy is quite interesting. Not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to show himself. Seeing Zhai Yao appear, a voice immediately sounded from the crowd. I said, this little brother has a strong background, he's not afraid of that slut Nye Chu Feng. What kind of background could he have? A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. This is Floating Cloud City. I think this little brat is about to run out of luck. This little brat, of all the people he could provoke, he actually chose to provoke Nye Kong. Who in Floating Cloud City doesn't know that Nye Tsong is that slut's biological son? Only outsiders really think they have a relationship of aunt and nephew. After cutting off his hand, do you think Nye Chu Feng will give up? Whispers constantly sounded from the crowd. Everyone seemed to be well aware of the relationship between Nye Tsong and Nye Chu Feng. When these whispers reached the middle-aged woman's ears, her murderous intent soared and her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd coldly. Everyone quickly shut up, lest they bring trouble to themselves. Was it you who cut off my Tsong's hand? Nie Chufeng stared at Zhai Yao and asked coldly. Zhai Yao nodded. Why did you do that? Nie Chufeng grit her teeth and asked. I warned him, but he didn't listen, so what could I do? Zhai Yao shrugged his shoulders and grinned meaningfully. Whoever dares destroy my herbs, I'll take their life. Your courage isn't small. Nie Chufeng sneered. How can a trivial herb be compared to my Tsong's hand? Zhai Yao's expression became cold. What does your Tsong count for? How can he compare with the herbs I want? Auntie, don't talk nonsense with him, let me kill him. Nie Tsong roared ferociously. Nie Chufeng stared deeply at Zhai Yao and asked coldly, what about the other two? Call them out, I'll send you on your way. I'll take responsibility for my own actions, this has nothing to do with them. Zhai Yao slowly shook his head. Good. Nie Chufeng took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling as her beautiful eyes flashed coldly. How do you want to die? Tell me and I'll fulfill your wish. I don't want to die yet. Zhai Yao smiled, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. I'm afraid that's not up to you. Nie Chufeng slowly raised her jade white hand and a green yuan qi gradually condensed on her palm. In an instant, a putrid smell filled the air. Chapter 706. Nie Chufeng was a first-order transcendent, and although such a cultivation wasn't considered very strong in Tongxian realm, she was still a first-order transcendent. Zhai Yao was the same as Yang Kai, a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The gap in strength between the two was quite large, so as soon as Nie Chufeng began circulating her yuan qi, Zhai Yao's expression became dignified. Not waiting for this woman to take action, Zhai Yao suddenly raised his hand and sent something flying towards Nie Chufeng. Nie Chufeng's eyes flashed and her hand quickly caught this object, her beautiful eyes examining it for a moment before her expression changed dramatically. Golden Dragon Token? Nie Tsong also exclaimed. No wonder he was so rampant, it turns out this little brat has Floating Clouds City's Golden Dragon Token. Fei Yu suddenly woke up, her beautiful eyes staring at the token in Nie Chufeng's hand, her red lips twitching slightly. His background really isn't small, Yang Kai chuckled. With Floating Cloud City's Golden Dragon Token, one was equivalent to being an honored guest of Floating Cloud City. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the relationship between Zhai Yao and Floating Cloud City's lord was, he had also heard about the tyrannical methods of the Saint Realm Master from the demon race, Aogu. After recognizing the Golden Dragon Token, Nie Chufeng's murderous intent and momentum instantly deflated like a deflated balloon, her beautiful eyes staring towards Zhai Yao in shock as she asked, "Where did you get this Golden Dragon Token?" She didn't seem to believe that such a young man had a relationship with Aogu from the demon race. Zhai Yao shrugged his shoulders. Senior Aogu gave it to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. I'll ask. Nie Chufeng's expression became gloomy as she waved to a nearby cultivator and ordered, "Go and invite Vice City Lord Zhou Liang over." Yes. The cultivator responded and left like lightning. The scene suddenly became deadlocked. The onlookers were also whispering to each other, feeling inexplicably surprised. Nie Chufeng swept her eyes over Zhai Yao, a complicated look flashing across her beautiful eyes. The other party taking out the Golden Dragon Token really made her hesitate. "Aunt, you must kill him." Nie Tsong roared in a low voice. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. "But he has the Golden Dragon Token." Chufeng slowly shook her head, her brow furrowed. "So what?" Tsong grit his teeth. "Don't tell me that if he has the Golden Dragon Token, the grudge of my severed arm will be forgotten. I want him to die's dead." Nie Chufeng's Yang Kai's heart filled with anger, Chufeng's heart filled Chufeng's. Ever since they young, Nie Tsong had grown up under her care and had never suffered any grievances. In Floating Cloud City, anyone who mentioned young Master Nyat Song's name would have to treat them with respect. He had never encountered anything that did not go his way. But today, one of his hands was chopped off by someone. Do you really want him to die? Nye Chu Feng's beautiful eyes gradually flashed with a dangerous light. He must die. Only then can the hatred in my heart be appeased. Good, then Auntie will satisfy you. Nye Chu Feng's expression became cold as she immediately made up her mind. If she wanted to kill such a person, she needed to do so before Zhou Liang arrived. Otherwise, by the time he arrived, it would be too late. As for who this young man was or what his relationship with Ao Gu was, there was no need to consider. As long as Zhou Liang could put in a few good words with Ao Gu, this matter could be settled. After all, this young man was just a guest of Ao Gu's. Ao Gu didn't want to lose face with Zhou Liang for such a person, right? Thinking so, Yang Kai decided. Nye Chu Feng no longer hesitated, her green yuan qi once again gushing out from her tender body. Before anyone could react, it suddenly transformed into a viper midair and rushed towards Zhai Yao. Diao's complexion changed as a scorching hot true essence gushed out from his body, and a raging inferno surrounded him in layers of flames. The viper opened its fangs, broke through the blockade of flames, and bit towards Zhai Yao. From the viper's mouth, a foul stench burst forth, corroding Zhai Yao's yuan qi flames. In an instant, Zhai Yao's yuan qi defenses were broken through and the viper closed in on him. Zhai Yao's pupils shrank as his figure flashed, dodging this fatal blow. Before he could stabilize his footing, dark green vipers suddenly emerged from the ground and attacked him from all directions, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Zhai Yao's panicked expression suddenly calmed down and like a ghost, he pushed his movement skill to the extreme. At this moment, countless figures of him appeared all around him. The crowd let out a series of exclamations, none of them having expected this young man to be able to remain unscathed under Nye Chu Feng's attack. Before everyone could recover from their shock, somewhere on the third floor of the inn, an earth-shattering fluctuation suddenly erupted as a powerful shockwave tore through the sky. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in front of everyone's eyes. These ripples seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power, and all of the dark green poisonous snakes that were affected quickly withered away, turning back into dark green true qi that was incinerated. A dazzling light, like the sharpest knife, sputtered out in all directions. As if the sun and moon had exploded, the green yuan qi was torn apart and purified, the scene suddenly becoming clear and bright. After everyone returned to their senses, they found that there was another young man in front of Zhai Yao, the same one who had competed with him for the Earth-Fire Core in the trading zone. Brother Yang. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai's back and couldn't help grinning, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. That momentary burst of power just now made him realize just how powerful Yang Kai's combat strength was. Originally, he thought it was impossible for an alchemist like him to be proficient in combat, but never had he expected his opponent's combat strength to be even more terrifying than his own. Zhai Yao's alchemy skills weren't as good as his opponent's, and his combat strength wasn't as good either. Yang Kai frowned helplessly. If possible, he didn't want to provoke trouble, but from the way Nye Chu Feng and Nye Tsong acted, even if he didn't show up, they would sooner or later target him. It could be said that when he competed with Nye Tsong for the Earth-Fire Core in the trading zone, this grudge was destined to be formed. Soaring Heaven Sects 4 protectors likely couldn't compete with the Saint Realm Masters of Floating Cloud City, so Yang Kai could only pin his hopes on Zhai Yao. This little brat was acting mysteriously, so he definitely had something he could rely on. Perhaps he could solve this problem. After realizing this, Yang Kai decisively took action. Fei Yu also floated down from the window and stood in front of the two young men with a smile, gritting her teeth as she said, "Little brat, you seem to have encountered some trouble." Zhai Yao curled his lips disdainfully, "She can't kill me." "Oh. You're still young, but your tone isn't small," just like my little bastard martial nephew, Fei Yu giggled. Auntie, these two are his companions. After seeing Yang Kai, Niet Song quickly shouted angrily, pointing towards Yang Kai and Fei Yu, his eyes filled with hatred. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. In fact, when they were in the trading zone, he had only punched Niet Song once and hadn't hurt him. However, the other party holding such a grudge made him feel quite helpless. Don't worry, Auntie will avenge you. Nia Chu Feng's pretty face was cold as she suddenly waved her hand, kill them all. With this order, the cultivators she had brought with her all released their yuan qi and rushed towards Fei Yu and the others. Fei Yu simply smiled, facing the dozen or so cultivator rushing towards her without the slightest trace of panic. Instead, a strange yet gentle power flowed out from her tender body and a thick layer of mist suddenly filled the air around her. This mist quickly condensed into water droplets and under Fei Yu's control, transformed into a series of powerful attacks that flew towards the dozen or so cultivator. A third-order transcendent? Nia Chu Feng's pretty face changed. As soon as Fei Yu took action, Nia Chu Feng realized the huge gap between her and her opponent and immediately realized that this time she wouldn't be able to avenge Nia Kong. Among the people she had brought with her, the strongest was only a second-order transcendent while two others were first-order transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary masters. In front of a third-order transcendent master, this kind of heritage was really not enough. Her expression becoming extremely gloomy, Nia Chu Feng's heart filled with anger. For many years, no one in Floating Cloud City had dared to disobey her. Because of Zhou Liang's protection, even third-order transcendent masters had to treat her with respect. But now, the situation had taken a sharp turn. This group of detestable outsiders actually dared to make a move on the Tai Sui's head. They were truly tired of living. **Xiao. The water droplets transformed into a series of powerful attacks that swept through the surrounding cultivators, causing them to scream and fall to the ground one after another. Only the three transcendents were lucky enough to escape. Fei Yu didn't kill them, after all, this was someone else's territory, she simply wanted to teach them a lesson so they would retreat. After witnessing Fei Yu's methods, the three transcendents who had managed to escape wore ugly expressions as they stared towards Fei Yu, their eyes filled with dread. Do you still want to continue? Fei Yu smiled sweetly, calmly asking, next time I won't be so gentle. Auntie! Niet Song shouted. Nia Chu Feng's expression also fluctuated, not knowing what to do when an angry shout suddenly rang out, all of you stop. As soon as this voice reached everyone's ears, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was so strong that it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Immediately, a figure quickly approached from the distance and landed in the middle of the field. Nia Chu Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she quickly squeezed out a smile, as if she had seen her savior, Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang glanced over at her faintly before immediately shifting his gaze to Zhai Yao, who was being protected by Fei Yu and Yang Kai, and quickly walked over to him, his expression gloomy. Fei Yu's and Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as their auras pulsed like snakes, flickering in and out. Nia Chu Feng was excited, thinking that Zhou Liang was going to help prevent her anger, so she gently patted Niet Song's head, motioning him to calm down. Niet Song laughed sinisterly and widened his eyes. He wanted to see how these people who provoked him would die. Zhou Liang loved Nia Chu Feng dearly, so when a beauty asked for something, Zhou Liang would always comply. This time was no exception. Niet Song was full of confidence, a vicious and gloating grin appearing on his face. Chapter 707. Looking at the gloomy Zhou Liang who was rapidly approaching him, Yang Kai's aura seemed to be suppressed by the other party's tyrannical momentum, his hands and feet going cold, unable to move at all. A Saint Realm Master was 2 great realms lower than Yang Kai's current cultivation. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to resist, even Fei Yu wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Zhai Yao, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly whispered. Yang Kai and Fei Yu both wore shocked expressions. Zhou Liang ignored Yang Kai and Fei Yu and went straight to Zhai Yao, asking eagerly, "Has young Master Zhai been injured?" There was a hint of urgency and concern in his voice, and even a hint of worry and panic, as if he was very afraid that Zhai Yao had been injured in the battle just now. The audience was in an uproar as Nie Chu Feng's smile stiffened on her face as she stood dumbfounded in place. Nie Tsong also opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief filling his face. "I'm fine," Zhai Yao slowly shook his head. "That's good." Zhou Liang gently exhaled, his expression relaxing as a trace of fear flashed across his brow, gently saying, "Young Master Zhai must have been frightened. This Zhou Liang came late. I hope young Master Zhai won't take offense." Zhai Yao smiled lightly, "It's fine." Zhou Liang then turned to look at Yang Kai and Fei Yu, gently nodding and asking, "Are they friends of young Master Zhai?" Zhai Yao smiled, "They're new friends." Zhou Liang's expression instantly became friendly as he looked towards Yang Kai approvingly, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. Since they are friends of young Master Zhai, they are honored guests of my floating cloud city. You may rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Saying so, his expression became cold and gloomy, like the calm before a storm, turning around and striding towards Nie Chu Feng. Nie Chu Feng still hadn't recovered from her shock, her eyes filled with confusion. The scene in front of her was really unacceptable. Although Zhai Yao had taken out Ao Gu's golden dragon token before, that only meant that he was Ao Gu's guest. Why was Zhou Liang so polite to him, even deliberately trying to curry favor with him? Could it be that there was a power behind this young man that even Zhou Liang feared? When he came back to his senses, Zhou Liang was already standing in front of her. "Uncle Zhou." He could feel Zhou Liang's anger and annoyance. Nie Tsong's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "Pa!" A resounding slap rang out, and Nie Tsong was sent flying like a rag sack. He tumbled a few times in the air before falling to the ground and fainting. "Zhou Liang, what are you doing?" Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes gradually regained their clarity. Seeing that Nie Tsong had been knocked unconscious, he immediately roared. "Pa!" With another crisp slap, Nie Chu Feng's pretty face was stained with a series of 5-finger marks as red blood flowed from her thin lips. Covering her cheek with her hand, Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes trembled. Staring in horror at the man in front of her who had always loved her so much, she suddenly felt like he was a complete stranger. The indifference on Zhou Liang's face made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, causing her heart to freeze. "Cheap slut, do you know what you've done?" Zhou Liang asked coldly. Nie Chu Feng shook her head blankly. "Foolish woman." Zhou Liang's eyes flashed fiercely as he coldly declared, "All these years you've used my name to commit all kinds of crimes in Floating Cloud City with your vile spawn. All I did was open one eye and close the other. I let you do as you please. But today, I can no longer tolerate you." "Why?" Nie Chu Feng screamed. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have," Zhou Liang said indifferently. "Go, take your vile spawn and scram as far away as you can. From now on, you'll never set foot in Floating Cloud City again. If I see you here, you know the consequences." Nie Chu Feng's beautiful face went pale as she stared at Zhou Liang in shock, seemingly not having expected him to say such heartless words. "Scram!" Seeing that she didn't move, Zhou Liang shouted angrily. Feeling Zhou Liang's murderous intent, Nie Chu Feng's tender body trembled as she realized that he wasn't joking. Only now did she understand how powerful the forces behind Zhai Yao were. Nie Chu Feng was sure that even if she had offended someone from the Ao Gu family, Zhou Liang wouldn't treat her like this, but now, his heartlessness allowed Nie Chu Feng to clearly see just how terrifying the forces behind Zhai Yao were. This was a behemoth that even Zhou Liang had to act in accordance with. After understanding this, Nye Chufeng immediately burst into tears and begged, "Zhou Liang, don't be so cruel. I know I was wrong, I'll apologize to him, I promise I'll never provoke him again." Nye Chufeng was just a first-order transcendent who belonged to no sect. She had relied on her beauty and body to win Zhou Liang's favor, allowing her to live freely in Floating Cloud City. Without Zhou Liang, with her strength and capital, she would never have been able to achieve this. Over the years, Nye Chufeng had offended many people in Floating Cloud City. Once she left Zhou Liang's protection, she was well aware of what fate awaited her. In front of everyone's eyes, Nye Chufeng knelt on the ground, hugged Zhou Liang's thigh, and begged loudly. Not only did the onlookers not feel pity for this beautiful woman, most of them even showed a look of satisfaction. This beautiful woman was obviously not popular in Floating Cloud City and had done many bad things. Zhou Liang, on the other hand, remained indifferent and just stared down at her indifferently. Nye Chufeng gradually despaired, knowing that the other party would not change his mind. Calming down, she brushed her messy hair behind her ear and slowly got up. "Zhou Liang, if you drive me away, I won't complain, but out of consideration for our many years of friendship, I have one more thing to ask of you. I hope you can agree. If you do, I'll leave right now." Looking at the other party's beautiful face, Zhou Liang's brow twitched, as if remembering the good times of the past, sighing slightly. "Speak, I can fulfill your last wish." Nye Chufeng smiled reluctantly and whispered, "Last night, I heard you say that a very powerful alchemist had come to the city lord's mansion. Can I ask him to help me refine a pill to reconnect Tsong, or severed arm? Since you said he was very powerful, with his methods, he should be able to refine such a pill, right?" "He can," Zhou Liang nodded. "Then." Nye Chufeng smiled happily. "But I can't satisfy your request." "Why?" Nye Chufeng suddenly became hysterical. "A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Do you really want to be so heartless?" "It's not that I'm heartless, it's that you're too stupid." Zhou Liang leaned over and whispered in Nye Chufeng's ear, "The young man you offended is the only disciple of that alchemist grandmaster. That alchemist grandmaster is an existence that Ao Gu, Jin Jiao, and I don't dare to provoke." Nye Chufeng's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. "Scram!" Zhou Liang waved his hand, "I hope you won't be so short-sighted in the future." Nye Chufeng's face filled with grief and indignation as she bit her thin lip, causing blood to seep out. Immediately bending down, she picked up the unconscious Nye Tsong on the ground and shot a vicious glare towards Zhou Liang and Zhai Yao before quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Among the crowd, many people immediately retreated with gloomy expressions and followed behind Nye Chufeng. Resentment must be repaid, hatred must be avenged. It was time to settle accounts with this poisonous woman. Zhou Liang witnessed all this but did not stop it. "That woman is dead," Yang Kai muttered softly. "Serves her right." Fei Yu spat disdainfully. She despised this kind of woman who sold her body and fawned over the powerful without any self-awareness. Zhou Liang walked over and looked at Yang Kai and Fei Yu kindly. "Since the two of you are young Master Zhai's friends, why don't you stay in the city lord's mansion for a few days? There should still be some time before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms." Zhai Yao also glanced over at Yang Kai with some expectation, seemingly hoping he would go to the city lord's mansion. Yang Kai shook his head. "I have a few martial uncles and martial uncles outside, we'll have to wait here for them to return, so we won't bother you. If that's the case, then this old master won't force you. If the two of you have time, you can come to the city lord's mansion at any time." Zhou Liang smiled slightly before turning to Zhai Yao and saying, "Young Master Zhai, let's go back first." Zhai Yao nodded to Yang Kai before quickly leaving with Zhou Liang. The surrounding area was completely silent. The people who were watching the fun seemed to have not yet recovered from the incident just now, everyone's faces filled with disbelief. For the sake of an unknown young man, Zhou Liang not only beat his beloved mistress but also drove her out of Floating Cloud City. It was really cold and heartless to the extreme. Moreover, just because Yang Kai and Fei Yu had some relationship with that young man, they were able to receive such a warm invitation from Zhou Liang. That young man's background was a bit too big, wasn't it? After a long time, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some busybodies wanted to inquire about Zhai Yao from Yang Kai, but Yang Kai and Fei Yu didn't give them a chance and had already hidden inside the inn. They were also a little shocked. Although he felt that Zhai Yao had some kind of background, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the other party's background. Along with Fei Yu, both Yang Kai and Yang Kai couldn't figure it out and could only give up. After Zhai Yao returned to the city lord's mansion, he immediately went to see his teacher. In a quiet room, Zhai Yao's teacher was resting with his eyes closed. Zhai Yao gently walked in and waited for a long time before the old man slowly opened his eyes. "Teacher, I lost again," Zhai Yao said softly. "You lost again?" The old man was surprised. "Teacher, please take a look at this spirit pill." Zhai Yao respectfully handed over the spirit pill refined by Yang Kai. The old man took it and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Pill veins?" Releasing his divine sense, his expression changed and he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. After a long time, he handed the spirit pill back to Zhai Yao and pondered for a moment before asking, "This is the spirit pill refined by your opponent?" What kind of person is he?" "About the same age as me," Zhai Yao quickly described Yang Kai's appearance. The old man listened quietly, stroking his beard. After listening, he said, "This young man is quite amazing." "What do you mean?" "His alchemy technique is a bit clumsy. It seems that he hasn't been strictly taught. In other words, unlike you, he doesn't have his own teacher." "Really?" Zhai Yao exclaimed. Chapter 708. Without the guidance of a teacher, he could have such amazing alchemy skills. If he had been taught by this old man for more than 10 years, how much would he have grown? If it were up to me, he should have learned from some ancient books and notes left behind by his predecessors, the old man casually speculated, but it was infinitely close to the truth. "Master, I'm very depressed." Zhai Yao seemed to have lost his spirit. You don't have to be like this," the old man smiled gently. "In this world, there are always one or two people with great aptitude. He belongs to this kind of people. Although no one taught him, he has his own understanding of spirit arrays and yuan qi, as well as the allocation of herbs. He is a very good seedling." Di Yao heaved a heavy sigh. "Teacher, it's only been a little more than a year since I came out of the wasteland and I've already lost to 2 different people. It's only natural that I lost the last time. After all, my opponent's physique is different. But this time, I've really lost in confusion." He was originally full of confidence, but at the last moment, Yang Kai actually refined pill veins, causing him to suffer a crushing defeat. "Now you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you," the old man said in a deep voice. Zhai Yao nodded heavily. "Rest assured, master, from now on, this disciple will study alchemy diligently and will not disappoint master's expectations." The old man stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. There was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. There was something he did not say to his disciple. From the spirit pills Zhai Yao brought back this time, the old man saw some familiar traces, which were traces of spirit arrays drawn by alchemists during the process of refining spirit pills. These traces seemed to be similar to the technique used by the little girl who defeated Zhai Yao a year ago. Was there any relationship between the two? The old man pondered, his heart filled with curiosity about Yang Kai, and he could not help but want to meet him. 2 days later, the Zhangyan elders finally returned. When Yang Kai saw them again, he was surprised to find that the expressions of his martial uncles were not very good. He took a sip of tea and rested for a while. Rimaru sighed heavily. It seems that we underestimated the allure of the 1,000-year demon flower to transcendence. The matter this time is a little difficult to handle. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked curiously. There are too many people. Right now, there are at least 100 transcendents gathered on that mountain, all of them waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. When that day comes, this number will likely triple. Sang Yen sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression changed. More than 300 transcendents, even if only 10% of them were third-order transcendents, that was still more than 30. Although Sang Yen and the others were not weak. His cultivation was definitely not low, but in this environment, wanting to escort Yang Kai to ascending heaven cliff and monopolize the 1,000-year demon flower would be extremely difficult. If things didn't go well, the result would be complete annihilation. A talent like Yang Kai was rare, so Sang Yen and the others had no choice but to consider whether or not they should take this risk. If they couldn't afford the consequences, it would be best to leave Floating Cloud City now. Can we find someone to cooperate with? Yang Kai's expression changed as he proposed. Cooperate with who? Sang Yen slowly shook his head. Everyone is eyeing the 1,000-year demon flower, so it's unrealistic to find anyone to cooperate with. If we cooperate, it means we'll have to divide the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. There are 4 of us here, and no one knows how much medicinal liquid the 1,000-year demon flower can condense. If there isn't enough to divide, we'll have to fight for it. There will be disputes. If there is someone who doesn't want the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, we can cooperate with them, right? Yang Kai asked with a smile. How could there be such a person? There is. You mean that little brat? Fei Yu asked thoughtfully. She understood who Yang Kai was talking about. Yang Kai nodded. Which little brat? What's the situation? Rimaru suddenly asked. While we were away, did you not stay in the inn? That's a small matter. Fei Yu quickly changed the subject. We really did meet a very interesting little guy. Tell us about it, Sang Yen said with great interest. Yang Kai immediately recounted what had happened after he met Zhai Yao. The several martial uncles and martial seniors were all amazed. Being able to make Zhou Liang, a Saint Realm master, treat him so politely, even going as far as to expel his mistress, this Zhai Yao's identity was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, this boy was not Zhou Liang's guest, but rather the guest of Ao Gu, the master of the demon race. As a human, Zhou Liang had actually stood up for him. This was all the more intriguing. Although they had never met, after listening to Yang Kai's description, everyone seemed to see a huge and heavy shadow lurking behind Zhai Yao. Can you trust him? Sang Yen asked solemnly. I believe him, Yang Kai nodded. To be honest, I also believe him. This little guy isn't bad, Fei Yu smiled. Since all of you say so, then we can trust him, Sang Yen nodded. The other party also wants to cooperate with you, right? That's what he said. It seems that the other party isn't confident he can climb ascending heaven cliff under the watchful eyes of so many masters. Since that's the case, we might as well find him and have a good talk, each taking what they need. Sang Yen's eyes narrowed. However, if he isn't after the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, what is he after? This point needs to be investigated clearly. It's not that I want to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but it's important to be on guard against others. Then should I go to the city lord's mansion and talk to him? Yang Kai asked. He was also very concerned about some of the words Zhai Yao had said before. This guy seemed to know some secrets that others didn't know, but he didn't know where he had heard them. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to know what kind of power was behind Zhai Yao. Zhou Liang couldn't be so polite to a young man for no reason, so the only explanation was that there was someone behind Zhai Yao and Zhou Liang was trying to curry favor with that person. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, then this person was Zhou Liang's master, and at this moment, he should also be a guest in the city lord's mansion. This person was definitely a top alchemy grandmaster, and being able to talk to such a character would also be beneficial to Yang Kai. With the permission of his martial uncles, Yang Kai and Fei Yu left the inn and walked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Not long after they walked out, an old man and a young girl suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man was Du Wan and the young girl was naturally Mina. Mina ran over and said a few words to Fei Yu before her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai and asked in amazement, "Who is this little gigolo?" Yang Kai's face went black. "What do you think?" Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, pointing a finger at him as she said, "You, how did you?" Suddenly remembering something, she clapped her hands and said, "Right, it was old man Du who gave you that thing, I almost forgot." Saying so, she reached out her hand and pinched Yang Kai's cheeks, marveling at him. Old man Du and Fei Yu simply stood to the side with smiles on their faces, not intending to stop her. "You bastard, you just arrived in Floating Cloud City and you already made such a big fuss, you really don't know your place," Mina giggled as she played with Yang Kai's white cheeks, her face filled with excitement. "Did you hear?" Fei Yu looked at Mina and asked. The entire Floating Cloud City knows." Mina nodded slightly and continued to pinch Yang Kai, as if she had found a new toy. Yang Kai became angry and gloomily said, "If you keep pinching me, I'll fight back. Little girl, don't push your luck." Saying so, he stared meaningfully at her full and straight breasts, his eyes filled with lust and wickedness. Mina immediately retreated, crossing her arms in front of her chest as she gritted her teeth and said, "Rogue. Old man Du, where are you going?" Yang Kai didn't pay attention to this crazy girl and instead turned to Du Wan and asked. "There is an alchemy competition in the square over there, hosted by the Alchemist Guild. This old man is taking Mina there to participate. It's a rare opportunity for her to come out, so naturally I want her to broaden her horizons," Du Wan explained before suddenly asking, "Does little friend Yang want to participate?" Although the registration period has already passed, with this old man's recommendation, there should be no problem in participating. Come on, we're all young people here. If you go, you'll be able to earn some glory for our Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild," Mina said eagerly. Yang Kai pinched his nose and grinned, "Old man Du, did you make a special detour to come here?" Du Wan chuckled, "Did little friend Yang see through us?" It didn't make sense for Du Wan and the others to happen to come this way. When he and Fei Yu were shopping around the trading district that day, Yang Kai had also heard about the alchemy competition and knew that the venue was not in this direction. After all, because of the 1,000-year demon flower incident, countless alchemists had gathered in Floating Cloud City. This was a rare sight, so the Alchemist Guild naturally wanted to do something in this regard and test the level of this generation's alchemists. This would also provide a platform for everyone to communicate and compete. Actually, this old man made a bet with a few old friends to see whose younger generation is the best. They are all leaders of different alchemist guilds in different cities. And the wager is anything they have in their universe bags. These old men's backgrounds are quite rich, Du Wan said with a look of enticement. Mina followed up, "If we can win in the end, the Alchemist Guild will give us a huge reward, all of which will be rare herbs and even a top-grade pill furnace." Saying so, she shook Yang Kai's arm and begged, "Big brother Yang Kai, please go, this one really wants that pill furnace, that's a saint-grade pill furnace." Yang Kai immediately got goosebumps and shuddered, helplessly saying, "Since old man Du has said so, how can I refuse? Stop shaking me, you're making me dizzy." "You agree?" "Great." Mina suddenly became excited. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, "And, if we can win in the end, I hope to be able to choose the herbs I need from the wager and rewards, I don't want that pill furnace." "That's not a problem," Mina nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Don't be so excited, there are many powerful alchemists in this world, We may not necessarily be the ones to have the last laugh. You can definitely win. This is a competition between the younger generation of alchemists. No one can be better than you. Mina had absolute confidence in Yang Kai. Chapter 709. Going to the city lord's mansion to find Zhai Yao to discuss the matter of the 1,000-year demon flower was temporarily put aside. In any case, there was no need to rush. The reason why Yang Kai agreed to Old Man Du's request was because Old Man Du had taken good care of him. In Grand Boulder City, if it weren't for Old Man Du opening the door for him, his life would not have been so smooth. In the end, it was also because of Old Man Du that the Tsangyan had found him. Secondly, Yang Kai was indeed tempted by benefits. He had now collected a lot of herbs for refining saint pills. Even the earth fire core had been collected 2 days ago, but there were still a few rare materials left. Old Man Du's friends might not necessarily have them, but perhaps they had some connections, so Yang Kai decided to make some inquiries. As long as he collected the remaining herbs and improved his alchemy skills, Yang Kai would be able to return to the Snow Mountain Range and bring the ancient demon clan back. In this world, Yang Kai urgently needed to have his own team and strength. In the northwest corner of Floating Cloud City, a huge martial ground was packed with people. Tables were placed in the middle of the martial ground, spaced at least 300 meters apart from each other. Roughly counting, there were hundreds of tables. These were all prepared for the alchemists who were about to participate in the competition. Outside the martial ground, countless cultivator and alchemist were waiting quietly. At the front of the martial ground, on a high platform, a number of white-haired old men were busily working. Yang Kai's state of mind was calm and he didn't feel much tension, but Mina, after seeing such a magnificent scene, couldn't help exclaiming in amazement, like a country girl who had never seen the world suddenly entering a magnificent city. Everything seemed so fresh and new to her. "Brother Yang." A voice suddenly called out from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that Zhai Yao was also here. Behind him were 2 Transcendent Realm black-armored cultivator. It seemed that after the events of the past few days, the city lord's mansion had arranged 2 bodyguards for him, taking very good care of him. "How come you're here?" Yang Kai smiled. This was really a coincidence. If he had really gone directly to the city lord's mansion, he might have missed it. It was the right choice to come here. "I'm here to watch the show." Zhai Yao smiled. "You're here to watch the show too?" "I'm here to participate," Yang Kai explained. "Are you serious?" Zhai Yao was obviously shocked. "If you participate, what hope do they have?" "A young generation of alchemists. Those who were able to reach the spirit level were already considered to have good aptitude and were extremely rare, not to mention people like Yang Kai who had already reached the spirit level high rank. With this kind of capital to participate. This was clearly bullying. Just for fun. Yang Kai chuckled. Zhai Yao's eyes flashed, and a look of eagerness appeared on his face. "If you want to participate. I want to participate too." "Yang Kai, who is this?" Mina's eyes flashed as she stared at Di Yao and asked. "This is the one who competed with me for the Earth Fire Core a few days ago, Zhai Yao, brother Di." Yang Kai introduced before pointing to Du Wan and Mina. "This is Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's Old Man Du Wan and Spirit Grade Low-Rank Alchemist Mina." Zhai Yao's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists respectfully. "So it is Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's young master, this junior greets Old Man Du. Do you know me?" Du Wan smiled kindly. "I've heard Master mention you before. Master said that you are one of the few masters in the world who is likely to become a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. Your honored master is." Du Wan's expression changed. "Sorry, Master did not allow me to say his name." Zhai Yao explained awkwardly. Du Wan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his expression. saying, "It doesn't matter, since your honored master said so, he must be this Du Wan Senior. Please convey a message to your master for this Du Mao will definitely not disappoint his expectations in this lifetime. He will definitely reach Saint Grade mid-rank. This junior will definitely do so." Zhai Yao nodded firmly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." Du Wan sighed. "I thought that little friend Yang was the most outstanding alchemist of this world's younger generation, but after seeing little friend D today, I realized that this old master's vision was still too short-sighted. Little friend D is not much inferior to little friend Yang. Old man Du, how do you know that his alchemy skills are comparable to Yang Kai's?" Mina asked curiously. An alchemist is different from a cultivator. When you are as old as me, you will also have such vision." Du Wan chuckled. Mina glanced at Zhai Yao in amazement and found that he actually had an indifferent look on his face, accepting old man Du's evaluation without any qualms. She suddenly pouted and said in a dissatisfied tone, "You're not bad looking, but you're a bit arrogant." Am I?" Zhai Yao was stunned. Mina nodded and snorted, "I'd like to see if your alchemy skills are as good as Yang Kai's. Old man Du, let him register as well. Perhaps he's just an embroidered pillow, pretty but useless." "Mina, don't be rude." Old man Du shouted. "Good, since Brother Yang is participating, of course I will also participate." Zhai Yao said with a happy expression, "Senior Du, I will participate as a member of your alchemist association." Du Wan heard this and smiled bitterly before shaking his head. "It looks like my old friends are going to bleed a lot." Originally, with the participation of Yang Kai, victory was already in his grasp, but now with the addition of Zhai Yao, the others simply had no chance of winning. "I hope they won't suffer too much," old man Du secretly thought to himself. With Zhai Yao wanting to join in the fun, Yang Kai had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. Following Du Wan to the high platform and completing the registration procedures, Yang Kai and Zhai Yao each received a number plate. The two of them were different from the other alchemists, their expressions indifferent, without the slightest trace of nervousness or excitement, as if they really were just here to play. While they were waiting, a group of people walked over, led by several old men, followed by a group of young alchemists. Yang Kai immediately understood that these should be the old friends old man Du had mentioned. When they got closer, they greeted each other with smiles, and the scene was harmonious. These old fogies had been friends for many years, so naturally, their friendship was deep, but the younger generation of alchemists were staring at each other with strong hostility, creating a strange atmosphere. The old fogies were also aware of this, but not only did they not stop them, they instead constantly provoked these young people with words, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The calmness of Yang Kai and Zhai Yao attracted their attention, so they wanted to inquire old man Du about their background, but old man Du simply smiled without saying anything, causing these old men and women to feel an itch in their hearts. Suddenly, the sound of gongs, drums, and wind instruments rang out, and the scene became extremely lively, causing the crowd to quiet down. From the high platform, a dignified voice called out, "Hello everyone, this one is Lu Fu, the head of Floating Cloud City's Alchemist Guild. Since you are all alchemists who have come from afar, this Lu welcomes your arrival. Regardless of your purpose in coming here, today, friends from all over the world have gathered here. Taking this opportunity, my Alchemist Guild will hold an alchemy competition here. I ask that all of you show your full ability and compete with the world's alchemists." Lu Fu spoke eloquently, including the rules of the competition, the arrangements, and the final rewards. The appearance of the Saint Grade pill furnace instantly caused the eyes of countless alchemists to turn red. Mina was also indescribably excited, her face filled with an expression that said she would not give up until she obtained this Saint Grade pill furnace. After speaking for a long time, everyone's mood was aroused. Lu Fu looked around and smiled. "Now, the competition begins, please find your seat according to the number plate you have received." As soon as he finished speaking, several hundred people rushed into the square. These were all alchemists of the younger generation, the oldest among them no more than 40 years old. All of them were mysterious-grade alchemists, with only about 10% of them being spirit-grade alchemists. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao glanced at each other before slowly walking towards the square. The two of them were the last to register, so their seats were naturally in the last corner, and the table they were sitting at was also newly added. If it weren't for Old Man Du coming forward, they would definitely not be eligible to participate. However, this was in line with Yang Kai's intentions. He could also take advantage of this opportunity to discuss cooperation with Zhai Yao. On the table, there was a universe bag. Yang Kai picked up the universe bag and probed it with his divine sense, discovering that it was filled with a lot of herbs and even a pill furnace. This pill furnace was mysterious grade mid-rank, and the grade of the herbs inside was not high, at most spirit grade. With these restrictions, most people could display a decent level of skill, making it more convenient for the final evaluation and comparison. The alchemy competition was divided into several events, the first of which was condensing medicinal liquids. Within a set time, the more medicinal liquids one could condense, the higher the grade, and the greater the advantage one would have. It could be said that everyone's starting point and capital were exactly the same, and as for the final result, it would depend on one's own means. Under Lu Fu's command, the competition officially began. Yang Kai took out all the herbs, picked up a few of them, and placed them on his palm, circulating his yuan qi to condense them. His expression relaxed. Glancing over at Zhai Yao, Yang Kai found that he was also doing the same. Alchemists with outstanding strength could multitask when condensing medicinal liquids. They didn't need to condense them blindly. Mina was in the middle of the field, her speed not slow. Compared with Yang Kai, she didn't have much confidence, but compared with the other alchemists, she was undoubtedly very good. Yuan Qi flames surged out, and the herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids. The impurities were removed in an orderly manner. "Brother D." Yang Kai called out softly as he moved, "It's about the cooperation you mentioned before. Have you considered it?" Zhai Yao whispered back, his hands not slowing down in the slightest. "We can cooperate, but I want to know, if your purpose is not the medicinal liquids of the 1,000-year demon flower, then what are you going to do there? Didn't I say that condensing medicinal liquids is of great benefit to you, and it is also the same for me? Naturally, I am going to condense medicinal liquids, and of course, all the medicinal liquids I condense will be yours. Your martial uncle needs this, right?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, frowning as he asked, "If it's convenient, can you tell me what the benefits are?" "It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just that I can't say." Zhai Yao smiled and shook his head, "That's what teacher told me, I just have to do as I'm told." Chapter 710. Zhai Yao once again mentioned his mysterious master, making Yang Kai curious. He didn't know what kind of master this mysterious master was, but he also knew that if he asked directly, he most likely wouldn't get an answer. "I have 4 third-order transcendent martial uncles here who can escort me to Ascending Heaven Cliff. What about Brother Zhai?" Yang Kai continued to ask. "Ao Gu will probably give me a few transcendent realm masters. I don't know the specifics, but as long as we work together, we should have a good chance of winning. At first, the battle will be between transcendent realm masters, but once we reach Ascending Heaven Cliff, it will become a battle between alchemists." "Heh, alchemists aren't that strong, so when the time comes, you and I can easily occupy the 1,000-year demon flower," Zhai Yao grinned. "Good, then it's settled. When the flower blooms, we'll act together." Yang Kai nodded firmly, putting down the medicinal liquid he had just condensed and slowly raising his other hand. Zhai Yao was dumbfounded, so fast. While they were talking, Yang Kai had finished condensing all the herbs. The old men on the high platform who were supervising were also stunned, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. Before they could recover, Zhai Yao also hurriedly raised his hand, only a moment behind Yang Kai. Immediately, a saint-grade alchemist flew down from the high platform and arrived in front of Yang Kai and Di Yao. After inspecting the medicinal liquids, this alchemist announced their results with a strange look on his face. Du Wan, who was sitting on the high platform, chuckled as he stroked his beard, as if he had already expected such a scene, his expression completely calm. His heart was filled with relief. His old friends suddenly couldn't sit still, one of them a yellow-faced old man asking, "Brother Du, where did you find these two little monsters? The speed at which they condense medicinal liquids is comparable to ours." "Heh heh, that's a secret," Du Wan smiled and shook his head, "prepare to be slaughtered." The faces of the several old men suddenly turned ugly, only now realizing that Du Wan had clearly grasped victory in his hands and they had foolishly fallen into his opponent's trap. However, they were all old friends, so they naturally wouldn't go back on their words. The items in the Qianquan bag would not be moved either. On the contrary, the appearance of two young alchemists with outstanding aptitude was something they really wanted to see. This showed that the future of this generation was still full of hope. In the first round of the competition, more than half of the several hundred people were eliminated. These people were unable to condense all the medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid or condense them within the allotted time. He had failed too many times. Mina successfully passed the second trial and was overjoyed. After the first round was over, he immediately entered the second round of the competition, inscribing spirit arrays. Using the mysterious grade mid-rank pill furnace in his universe bag, the participants were to inscribe the spirit arrays that the alchemist had mastered. There was no time limit for this round, so the more complex the spirit arrays one could inscribe, the better the results would be. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao easily won first place. The third item was the control of fire. The fourth item was the allocation of medicinal herbs. The fifth item, the sixth item, until the very end, it was the alchemy competition. There was no time to rest, only one day. The alchemy competition was over, and in the end, only Yang Kai and Zhai Yao were left. Mina was eliminated in the fourth round, so she couldn't help but feel a little depressed, but at her age, being able to persevere to this point was already very rare. After receiving a few words of praise from Old Man Du, her mood immediately brightened up. Under everyone's watchful eyes. In the final round, Zhai Yao took the initiative to admit defeat and didn't compete with Yang Kai. Because he knew that if they were to fight seriously, he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. Although the two of them were very close in terms of alchemy, there was still a slight gap. Zhai Yao also didn't want to expose his and Yang Kai's true alchemy skills in front of so many people. The previous rounds were just scattered items, so there weren't many problems, but if they were to really refine pills, it would be easy to expose some problems. The two's alchemy speed and methods were simply too unusual. The people from the Alchemist Guild were also a little shocked, none of them having expected that Zhai Yao would give up such a great opportunity, but after noticing his indifferent attitude, they all felt relieved. "Brother Yang, I'll see you another day. I've been wandering around outside all day, so I'll head back first, otherwise teacher will scold me again," Zhai Yao said before walking back towards the city lord's mansion under the protection of the two Transcendent Realm Black-Armored Cultivator. Lu Fu stepped onto the high platform and announced the final winner of the competition as Yang Kai, handing out the rewards promised by the Alchemist Guild on the spot. A universe bag filled with rare herbs and a saint-grade alchemy furnace. This caused countless people to feel envious. Yang Kai casually tossed the saint-grade alchemy furnace to Mina, the little girl so excited she couldn't wait to kiss Yang Kai. "Little friend Yang, this way," Du Wan smiled and beckoned from a corner of the high platform. Yang Kai nodded slightly and walked over. "Little guy, who's your teacher? Do you want to come to my 3 Chuan Cities Alchemist Guild? It's much more prosperous than Grand Boulder City and has many beautiful women." Following Du Wan has no future, that old dog's neck is half buried in the ground and he's about to die. Come to us instead." As soon as he walked over, the old men around Du Wan began shouting, all of them showing eager eyes as they stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was taken aback. The enthusiasm of these old men and women was so high that he was almost completely surrounded. "You old fools, do you have any sense of shame?" Du Wan shouted, "Do you really think this Du is dead? Actually trying to poach my disciple right in front of me? If anyone dares to say another word, this Du will fight them to the death. Du Wan, save your energy, what's the point of getting so worked up about an old bag of bones? Be careful you don't sprain your back," someone laughed. "You're not young either," Du Wan snorted. "Senior's kindness, this junior appreciates." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before bowing. However, this junior has no intention of studying alchemy for the rest of his life. I want to spy on the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Studying alchemy is only for the sake of better studying the martial Tao. Therefore, this junior will have to decline everyone's kindness. All the old men were suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai with their mouths wide open. Even Du Wan was stunned. "You want to study the martial Tao? With such good alchemy aptitude, you want to study the martial Tao? Young man, don't you know what kind of capital you have? That's right, this is too much of a waste of heaven's gifts. If you want to protect someone, you need to have some attainments in alchemy. As long as your alchemy level rises, there is nothing in this world you can't obtain. Wealth, power, fame, status, beauty, whatever you want, you can have it. Moreover, you don't even need to do it yourself, you only need to release a message and someone will naturally take care of it for you. After becoming an alchemy grandmaster, there are many benefits. No matter where you go, you will be treated with courtesy. Even if you go to the demon land or monster race, the demon race will not attack you and will only treat you as an honored guest." A group of old men, one after the other, earnestly tried to describe the beautiful prospects of becoming an alchemist to Yang Kai in an attempt to change his mind. "I just want to reach the peak of the martial Tao," Yang Kai sternly declared, his face filled with determination, his eyes not the slightest bit of confusion. Everyone was speechless. The peak of the martial Tao, this was indeed something that alchemy could not achieve. Feeling Yang Kai's sincerity and determination, everyone sighed, thinking that Yang Kai was wasting his talent too much. "Du Wan, when you have time, talk to this little brat. He is still young and full of vigor, I'm afraid he can't see his future clearly," the old man who had enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to Three River City whispered in Du Wan's ear. Du Wan nodded gently, "If there is an opportunity, I will talk to him." Du Wan obviously also felt that with Yang Kai's current capital, pursuing the endless martial Tao was far less promising than studying alchemy. Lightly coughing, Du Wan said, "Let's not talk about this for the time being. Little friend Yang having his own goals is a good thing. Young people naturally have their own pursuits." Du Wan was afraid that these old men's preaching would have the opposite effect, so he quickly changed the subject. "If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Is everyone ready?" Hearing this, the faces of the several old men suddenly became ugly, gnashing their teeth as they glared at Du Wan. "You old fox." Although they said so, one by one, they all took out their universe bags and tossed them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught them, and in an instant, 4 or 5 universe bags appeared in his hand. "Heh, who asked you to be so confident?" Du Wan laughed wildly as he gestured to Yang Kai, "Little friend Yang, there's no need to be polite, just take whatever you like." In any case, the things in their universe bags were not earned by them. Then, Junior won't be polite. Yang Kai also grinned, releasing his divine sense and carefully inspecting the universe bags in his hand under the watchful gazes of these old men. After inspecting the first universe bag, Yang Kai's complexion changed. As expected of a saint-grade alchemist's universe bag, everything inside was of high quality. At the very least, they were all spirit-grade low-rank. Pills, herbs, secret arts, artifacts, everything one could think of, there was no lack of saint-grade existences. There were also some strange materials, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were for. Regardless of which one it was, they all exuded powerful energy fluctuations. Yang Kai was dazzled by the variety of items, and after confirming that this universe bag did not contain the herbs he urgently needed, he found it difficult to choose. "Young man, hurry up and choose, this old master is a little nervous. If you take so long, I won't be able to hold on any longer," the owner of this universe bag couldn't help urging with a bitter expression. "Old man Du, I can only take one thing, right?" Yang Kai glanced at Du Wan awkwardly. "And, that's what my bet with these old friends of mine said." Du Wan nodded gently before suddenly smiling slyly, "But my old friends are all very generous people, especially those with promising prospects, so I think it won't matter if you take a few more things, isn't that right, Brother Chang?" Saying so, he turned to the owner of this universe bag with a smile. Chapter 7:11. That's right. The old man surnamed Chang's face turned blue, but he still smiled and nodded. After being ridiculed by Du Wan in front of a junior, he couldn't deny it, so he gritted his teeth and said, "This Chang is very generous." As he spoke, his face twitched, as if he couldn't wait to beat Du Wan up. "Then I'll take these too." Yang Kai immediately took out 2 herbs from his universe bag. The old man surnamed Chang glanced at them and his expression suddenly relaxed as he snatched the universe bag back from Yang Kai and said generously, "Take it, take it." Looking at him like this, it was obvious that the things he cared about most had not been taken away by Yang Kai, so he relaxed a lot. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be so vicious. This time, he had already gained a great deal, so he was very satisfied with taking out 2 saint-grade materials from this universe bag. With these 2 saint-grade herbs as catalysts, Yang Kai could refine 2 saint pills. After dealing with the first universe bag, Yang Kai checked the second one. Sweeping it with his divine sense, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. From this universe bag, Yang Kai found a material he urgently needed, congealing dew grass. In the list Li Rong had given him, dew congealing grass was a must-have. The environment in which it grew was extremely harsh, and although it could be found anywhere in the continent, because of the harsh conditions, it was very rare for it to grow. The congealing dew grass in this universe bag, whether it was its shape or age, had already reached the limit, so it was obviously a top-grade herb. Yang Kai accepted it without any trace of politeness before casually taking out another saint-grade herb from this universe bag. The third and fourth cosmos bags did not yield much. Similarly, he only obtained 2 medicinal herbs. When it came to the last universe bag, Yang Kai carefully examined it. After a short while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He found that this universe bag didn't have the materials he wanted and was about to casually take out 2. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stared blankly at something inside the universe bag. After a while, he smiled slightly and said, "These 2." As he spoke, he took out 2 items. Everyone looked over and couldn't help showing a strange expression, because the 2 things Yang Kai took out this time were saint-grade herbs, not much different from the previous ones. However, the other item was a pitch-black round stone. "What is this?" Du Wan glanced over and asked curiously. The other elders also looked at it and shook their heads in confusion. No one recognized what this pitch-black round stone was. The owner of the Qianquan bag kept shaking his head, "Don't look at me, I don't know either. I just felt that this stone was very strange, so I kept it in my Qianquan bag. It had been there for decades, but no one had been able to figure out what it was for. Little friend, do you know?" As he asked, he looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. "I don't know either. I just thought it was a little strange, so I found it." "Oh. Then I'll give it to you. Anyway, I haven't figured out what it's made of in the past few decades. The owner of the Qianquan bag said generously. Many thanks, seniors. Yang Kai chuckled and put the pitch-black round stone into his black book space. Since the bet had been completed, Yang Kai took his leave. Then, he jumped off the high platform. The other old fogies still wanted to persuade him. But since they couldn't open their mouths, they could only let him leave. Duan. He must not be allowed to go astray. He must achieve something in alchemy. It's rare to meet such a good seedling. I don't want him to be ruined. Yes, Duan, after you go back, you have to persuade him. If you can't do it, I'll bring him to Three River City. This old man will do his best. Duan smiled bitterly, also somewhat unable to understand why Yang Kai was so obsessed with the martial Dao. In this world, 80% of people cultivated and could be called cultivators. Alchemists, on the other hand, were extremely rare. Out of 10,000 cultivators, there might not even be one alchemist, and those with aptitude in alchemy were even rarer. An alchemist with excellent aptitude and skill would be respected wherever they went. It was impossible for this little brat not to see the gap between a cultivator and an alchemist. After returning from the square with Feiyu, Yang Kai immediately reported the results of his discussion with Zhai Yao to the Zhangyan elders. Listening to this, the Zhangyan elders nodded slightly. If that's the case, our chances of winning are undoubtedly much higher. Since that little brat is Ao Gu's honored guest, Ao Gu will not treat him lightly. When the time comes, the bodyguard assigned to him will at least be a third-order transcendent. This is just a conservative estimate. Martial uncle, how long until the 1,000-year demon flower blooms? I don't know exactly how long it will take, but according to ancient records, before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms, there will be a strange phenomenon. We will know when the time comes. Right now, there are many people stationed on that mountain peak, waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. There are even some people waiting on ascending Heaven Cliff, but the closer we get to the target, the more dangerous it will be, so we don't need to worry. Rimara chuckled, little martial nephew, you should rest well for now, when the time comes, we'll take you there. Yang Kai nodded. Returning to his room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began cultivating while taking out 2 pitch-black round stones from his black book space. Hey, aren't these the stones you obtained from that predecessor's cave mansion last time? Feiyu called out in surprise, how come there are 2 more? I just found them in the universe bag of a senior alchemist. Yang Kai explained. It was precisely because the 2 stones were made of the same material and size that Yang Kai chose the pitch-black round stone. Martial uncle, what are these for? I don't know. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Feiyu shook her head. Strange. Yang Kai was puzzled. That senior alchemist also couldn't recognize what these stones were made of or what they were used for. Yang Kai had heard from that senior alchemist that he had obtained these stones several dozen years ago, yet he hadn't been able to unearth any of their secrets. Yang Kai instinctively felt that these 2 pitch-black round stones were not simple. Circulating his yuan qi to roast them and releasing his divine sense to probe them, Yang Kai found nothing. After struggling for a long time, Yang Kai gave up and put them away again. Over the next few days, Yang Kai remained in seclusion in the inn, maintaining his best condition at all times, waiting to deal with the upcoming battle. His several martial uncles were also preparing closely. One morning, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the world energy around him was somewhat strange. It was as if it was being pulled by an invisible force. It was converging in a certain direction. Before he could figure out what was going on, this situation suddenly became fierce. Even inside the room, a strong wind blew around him, causing the windows and doors to creak. Feiyu also quickly opened her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "This is," saying so, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she walked over to the window and looked into the distance. With great excitement, she shouted, "The 1,000-year demon flower is about to bloom." Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. From the room next door, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard. Obviously, the Tsangyan people had set out. Yang Kai and Feiyu glanced at each other and without hesitation, jumped out of the window. At the same time, all of Floating Cloud City boiled up as countless cultivators flooded the streets from all directions and stared towards the mountain peak a few dozen kilometers away. "The 1,000-year demon flower is moving," someone shouted. His words made everyone excited. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared towards the mountain peak, only to see a 5-colored glow appear on the horizon, illuminating the area. The world energy was madly rushing towards the mountain peak, causing all of Floating Cloud City to fall into chaos. "Go!" the Tsangyan shouted. Wrapped in a rainbow light, flying towards the mountain peak. Everyone followed closely behind. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk countless people were rushing towards the mountain peak. Yang Kai instantly realized how difficult this competition would be. There were many transcendent realm masters here, so he had no choice. Although there were very few third-order masters, the number of people here far exceeded the Tsangyan's estimate. The number of transcendents who had rushed out of Floating Cloud City alone numbered between 300 and 400, not to mention the opponents who had been guarding the mountain peak. A conservative estimate was that there were at least 500 transcendents participating in this competition. This terrifying number caused Yang Kai's scalp to go numb. Inside the city lord's mansion, Gu, Zhou Yang, and Jin Jiao stood high up, staring at the mountain peak with dignified expressions. Grandmaster seems to have also gone over. Jin Jiao looked at the several figures rushing out of the city lord's mansion and suddenly said, Isn't Grandmaster a Saint Realm Master? If he goes over, the 1,000-year demon flower won't be able to bloom again." Zhou Yang was surprised. "You don't have to worry about that, Grandmaster seems to have taken some kind of pill to temporarily suppress his cultivation," Gu said lightly. "After all, when the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed last time, it was he who condensed the medicinal liquid, so he knows more about this than anyone else." Hearing this, both Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although this was also the first time they had met Grandmaster, they had already obtained unimaginable benefits from him. Just a single saint pill refined by Grandmaster had allowed their physical bodies and souls to grow rapidly. Although the cultivation of the three of them hadn't increased by much compared to that day, any one of them could feel that they had become much stronger. Grandmaster coming to Floating Cloud City was a good thing they had never imagined. In order to repay Grandmaster's kindness, Gu and the other two spared no effort this time, dispatching the city lord's mansion's most trusted subordinates to protect his disciples' safety. The human, monster, and demon clans had a total of 6 transcendents, 2 of whom were third-order transcendents and 4 second-order transcendents. Gu and the others were originally preparing to snatch the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower for themselves. Although the 3 of them didn't need it, their friends and family still needed it. But since Grandmaster had come, they were too embarrassed to continue fighting for it. The transcendent realm masters of Floating Cloud City flew like the wind, scrambling to be the first to arrive at the mountain peak. Before they even reached the foot of the mountain, a battle had already broken out. No one was willing to let others get ahead of them. They were all enemies, and those who could not hold themselves back would naturally want to make the first move to gain the upper hand. A small conflict would trigger a small-scale battle, which would then expand and affect others. More and more powerful cultivators would join the fray. Chapter 712. Yang Kai, under the protection of Tsangyan and the others, rushed through the chaotic battlefield with ease. A team of 4 third-order transcendents was quite a powerful force, and the surrounding people seemed to realize that Sangyan and the others were not to be trifled with, so naturally they wouldn't provoke them for no reason. Screams rang out one after another. In such a large-scale melee, there were naturally people who were injured or killed, blood and broken limbs flying everywhere. The several dozen kilometer distance was covered in less than half a stick of incense worth of time. Some people had already arrived at the foot of the mountain ahead of them. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw these people rushing towards ascending Heaven Cliff. Sangyan turned his head and quickly asked, "Little martial nephew, is the person who said he would cooperate with you here?" "He hasn't arrived yet." Yang Kai shook his head, he hadn't found Zhai Yao's figure yet. "Should we go up?" Rimaru asked impatiently. "Wait a moment." Sangyan frowned. If little martial nephew's inference is not wrong, that little brat must know some secrets that others don't. If we act together with him, we'll be able to seize the initiative. Those who rushed to the top of the mountain first would not necessarily have the last laugh. The mountain was filled with hidden dangers, so whether they could successfully reach ascending Heaven Cliff was still unknown. Standing in place and waiting quietly, from time to time a group of masters would rush past them, all of them excitedly pouring into the mountain forest. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Zhai Yao's voice suddenly called out, "Brother Yang. Over here." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand, carefully examining the lineup he had brought with him, his eyes flashing brightly. He found that he had somewhat underestimated Zhai Yao's ability. He had actually brought 7 people with him. 6 of them were masters from the human, monster, and demon clans, all of them second or third order transcendents. There was also one whose cultivation Yang Kai couldn't see through. This person's head and face were covered by a cloak, seemingly unwilling to show his true face. However, judging from his exposed skin, this person was an old man. As he watched, Yang Kai's expression changed. He vaguely guessed something, but he didn't point it out. The Sangyan group and the experts from the city lord's office looked at each other and were quite satisfied with each other's cultivation. They felt that the other party would not drag them down, and immediately looked happy. "Everyone, this is a very important matter. I hope that everyone can sincerely cooperate with each other. Don't be unhappy in the end. I get along very well with Brother Yang," Zhai Yao said with a smile. The 6 experts he brought nodded in unison. "Rest assured, young Master Zhai." Sangyan also said, "Little brother, you're too kind. But for the sake of caution, I'll take the liberty to confirm that you really don't need the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, right?" "Yes, I have already explained this to Brother Yang." Zhai Yao nodded. "Good, then there's no problem." Sangyan seemed satisfied. "Since that's the case, let's go up. There's no rush." Zhai Yao smiled and shook his head. "Wait a little longer, now is not the time." "Wait a little longer?" Sangyan frowned. Although he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, the heavenly manifestation had already appeared and the 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom. With so many people rushing up, if they delayed any longer, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. It's still early, this is just the precursor of the heavenly manifestation. When the real heavenly manifestation appears, it won't be too late for us to go up. Zhai Yao didn't explain too much, his expression relaxed, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Sangyan and the others were puzzled, thinking for a moment before asking, "Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but how much do you know about the 1,000-year demon flower?" More than any of you." Haha, Zhai Yao smiled faintly. While they were talking, Yang Kai was suspiciously looking at the old man whose face was covered by a cloak. He felt that this person was Zhai Yao's master. The reason why Zhai Yao knew so much about the 1,000-year demon flower was precisely because of this old man. The old man seemed to notice Yang Kai's gaze and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he asked, "Is this little brother the one who won the alchemy competition that day?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." The old man praised. Zhang Yan and the others looked at him suspiciously. They really couldn't figure out what this person's background was. His tone was a bit too big. Yang Kai. Suddenly, a tender voice called out from behind him. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Mina and old man Du rushing over. Before they had even arrived, they were already enthusiastically waving and calling out to him. When they arrived, Yang Kai looked at them speechlessly. Why are you here? Old man Du helplessly said, this little girl is really troublesome, insisting on coming to watch the fun. This old master couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he came with her. You're too mischievous. Yang Kai reprimanded her with a straight face. Mina couldn't help sticking out her tongue and awkwardly saying, I just came to take a look, I won't go up, there won't be any danger. Then you be careful, Yang Kai sighed. Mina looked around and giggled, aren't you going up? Everyone else seems to be pushing their way over. We're waiting. Yang Kai replied casually. Waiting for what? Waiting for the real heavenly manifestation to appear. The real heavenly manifestation? Duan was also stunned. Obviously he didn't know much about the 1,000-year demon flower, so after saying this, his eyes suddenly focused on the old man whose face was covered by a cloak, a thoughtful look appearing on his face as he hesitated for a moment before asking, May I ask what your excellency's name is? There was a sense of caution and nervousness in his tone. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help flashing. This old master doesn't need to mention his name. The old man said with a chuckle. Duan's body shook as his eyes suddenly widened, staring at this old man in disbelief, trembling as he asked, You are, Shu. Zhai Yao quickly raised his index finger. Duan's face was filled with excitement as he respectfully said, Disciple Duan greets Grandmaster. Yang Kai, Zhang Yan, and the others were all stunned on the spot. Duan was the head of Grand Boulder City's alchemist guild and a famous figure throughout the entire Tongxian realm. After all, saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare, and an alchemist like him would always be treated as a distinguished guest no matter where he went. Only those around him would treat him with courtesy and respect, but now, this famous saint-grade alchemist was actually greeting another person as a junior and calling himself a disciple. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the 6 transcendent realm masters Zhai Yao had brought with him. They were only following orders and didn't know much about the identities of Zhai Yao and this old man. The old man smiled bitterly, You don't need to act like this, others will see. This old master hides his face because he is afraid of attracting attention. Duan awoke from his daze, sweat dripping down his forehead as he blamed himself, Disciple was negligent, I hope Grandmaster won't take offense. It's fine. The old man slowly waved his hand and chuckled, How did you recognize me? Does Grandmaster not remember? Duan asked excitedly. When Disciple was young, he received some pointers from Grandmaster. Although it was only for 10 short days, Disciple has always remembered Grandmaster's description and voice. So that's how it is. The old man gently nodded. Zhang Yan's face also suddenly changed as he cried out, It's him. Hearing Duan's words, Zhang Yan suddenly realized just how respected this old man was and why Ao Gu and the others had taken care of Zhai Yao, even sending 6 transcendent realm masters to escort him to Ascending Heaven Cliff. It turned out that Zhai Yao's master was actually such a powerful master. Only such a character could teach a disciple like Zhai Yao. At this moment, Zhang Yan understood. Who is it? Fei Yu asked softly while Rimaru and Fei Jian also looked at him curiously. Zhang Yan glanced at the old man and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, his lips twitched slightly. Fei Yu and the others were dumbfounded. Yang Kai also read Zhang Yan's lips. The old man of Heaven's Keep. The only top-level alchemist in the world who had won the respect of the human, monster, and demon races. At the same time, like Yang Kai, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. The reason why Tsangyan recognized him was entirely because Du Wan had once told him that he had studied alchemy for 10 days under the Old Man of Heaven's Keep's tutelage. Now that Du Wan mentioned this matter, Tsangyan naturally reacted. Everyone was indescribably excited. With the legendary Old Man of Heaven's Keep in front of them, Tsangyan and the others subconsciously restrained their domineering auras and became respectful, their eyes filled with worship. Yang Kai was also secretly sizing up this legendary master, his mood somewhat complicated. People with conflagrated knowledge seas were extremely rare, and alchemists with conflagrated knowledge seas were even rarer. In this world, only he and this grandmaster in front of him possessed one. This commonality made Yang Kai want to inquire about the mysteries of conflagrated knowledge seas from this old man. Yang Kai's current use of his conflagrated knowledge sea was still somewhat crude, but this grandmaster in front of him was different. This grandmaster had lived for countless years, so whether it was in terms of experience, he was far richer than Yang Kai. If he could converse with this grandmaster, Yang Kai believed he would definitely gain great benefits. However, he was not sure if he could reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge sea to this old man. While contemplating this, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep smiled. Since you have recognized me, this old master won't play any tricks. As he said that, he raised his head and revealed his face. Grandmaster, this disciple only wanted to see Grandmaster once in his life, to be able to listen to Grandmaster's teachings face to face, and now. Du Wan was so excited that his voice was choked with emotion. When this matter is over, let's talk about it. This old master is very pleased with your current achievements. Back then, this old master only taught you for 10 days, yet you were able to reach this point today. This is all thanks to your own ability, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep said kindly. Du Wan was flattered and quickly expressed his thanks. Don't call me Grandmaster, it won't be good if people hear it. And, this old master's real name is Li Rui, you can just call me Li Lao. Yes, Du Wan responded respectfully. Chapter 713. Who is this senior? Why is Old Man Du calling himself a disciple? Mina still hadn't reacted, grabbing Yang Kai and asking in a low voice. You can ask Old Man Du yourself some other day. Yang Kai took a deep breath. So mysterious, Mina curled her lips in disdain. Based on her previous personality, if she encountered such a situation, she would definitely step forward and shout, "Hey, old man, who are you?" But seeing Old Man Du act so solemnly, Mina didn't dare act too rashly. She was indeed straightforward, but she wasn't a fool. The group of people hadn't yet recovered from their shock when Yang Kai turned to the Old Man of Heaven's Keep and asked, Li Lao, what Brother D knows about the 1000-year demon flower should have been told to him by you, right? Yes. Li Lao nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai kindly. Little guy, I feel an aura from you that is somewhat similar to mine. When this matter is over, can we have a chat? If you don't mind, I have a lot of things I want to tell you. Tsangyan and the others' eyes lit up as they glanced at Yang Kai, signaling him to agree. Yang Kai was an alchemy master and this senior in front of them was the world's top alchemy grandmaster. No matter who it was, they would be eager to listen to the others' teachings. With such a great opportunity suddenly appearing in front of them, how could they not agree? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Just now, he had been considering whether to reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge sea to the other party, but he hadn't expected that the other party would have already sensed it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent from this senior, so he quickly said, I couldn't ask for more. Good, 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 Li Lao nodded repeatedly, smiling from ear to ear. Master, let's talk about the 1000-year demon flower. Brother Yang and the others must be confused right now and are waiting for you to clear up their doubts, Zhai Yao suggested. Everyone quickly turned to Li Lao. Li Lao took a deep breath and said, Good, letting Zhai Yao wait here was this old master's idea. Because this heavenly manifestation really hasn't appeared yet, the 1,000-year demon flower is still in its final stages of brewing, it will take about half a day before it appears. At that time, it won't be too late to go up. Right now, it's just a chaotic battlefield. It's useless to go up there. The demon flower blooming 1,000 years times old man's blood, so in this regard, he knows more about it than anyone else, Zhai Yao's bloods explained. The Zhangyan and the others. They had never heard this news. 1,000 years ago, the old man of Heaven's Keep was definitely not the same as he was now, having a transcendent status and being revered by all living beings in this world. At that time, he must have been like Yang Kai and Di Yao, young and full of vigor. As time passed, he gradually made a name for himself. Gradually, the world forgot his real name and called him the Old Man of Heaven's Keep. Everything that happened before this was mostly forgotten by the world. Li Lao chuckled and slowly explained, the 1,000-year demon flower is said to be a product of the star field. Legend has it that many years ago, a seed fell onto ascending heaven cliff and the 1,000-year demon flower was born. Its medicinal liquid has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm, so every 1,000 years, this place becomes very lively and many people die. Many masters try to monopolize this 1,000-year demon flower, but no matter how many people come here, before the time limit is up, no one can find a trace of the 1,000-year demon flower. Ascending Heaven Cliff used to be as high as 10,000 meters, but now it's only 8,000 meters high. Because those masters in the process of searching for the 1,000-year demon flower raised the cliff layer after layer. Everyone listened carefully, lest they miss a single word, their expressions becoming extremely focused. Why can't they find it? I've always been curious, since this flower is so important, why has it always been on Ascending Heaven Cliff and never been taken away? Mina asked, puzzled. Because the 1,000-year demon flower is a rootless flower. Li Lao glanced at her with a smile, it's also not a real thing. Not a real thing? Everyone was surprised. It is a product of heaven and earth and contains an extremely mysterious energy. After a while, you will be able to see it and naturally understand what this old master is talking about. Li Lao didn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything and told them everything he knew. On top of that, it is quite sensitive. Once it perceives the aura of a Saint Realm Master, it will close itself up and refuse to come out. Several times, because of the interference of Saint Realm Masters, the 1,000-year demon flower has not bloomed, so in recent times, no Saint Realm Masters have come here. Li Lao, what should we do after we go up? The Zhangyan quickly asked. Escort the two little ones into the flower's pistil, after that it will depend on their own good fortune, you won't be able to help. Hearing this, the Zhangyan was stunned. Li Lao chuckled, I can't explain it clearly now, but when the time comes, you will understand. The Zhangyan and the others nodded slightly and no longer asked any more questions. While they were speaking, violent battle fluctuations continued to spread out from the mountain peak, as if the entire mountain range had become a battlefield. The Transcendent Realm Masters were escorting the alchemists in their teams forward while risking their lives to engage in battle with others. Gradually, the fighting subsided, as if everyone had discovered that something was wrong with the 1,000-year demon flower and was no longer as fierce as before. Half a day later, the five-colored light in the horizon suddenly erupted. In the void, a colorful, magnificent flower bud that illuminated the world suddenly appeared. This flower bud was so huge that even floating Cloud City, which was several dozen kilometers away, could clearly see it. It was suspended in the void with Ascending Heaven Cliff directly below it. From what one could see, this flower bud didn't seem to have a real form and was instead composed purely of energy, giving it a mysterious appearance. With the appearance of this flower bud, the world energy within a few hundred kilometers seemed to go berserk and madly rushed towards it. At a rate visible to the naked eye, this world energy was constantly pouring into the flower bud and disappearing. At the same time, inside the mountain range, the masters who had survived the battle also rushed out towards the flower bud. Dozens of teams, hundreds of transcendent realm masters, each of them using their full strength. The battle that had just subsided broke out again, and this time it was even more bloody and cruel than before. The masters continued to fall from the sky, their bodies shattered and their souls destroyed by the chaotic martial skills and artifacts. Even the alchemists they were protecting were not spared. In just a moment, several teams were completely wiped out, with not a single person surviving. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they suddenly realized the cruelty of this competition. Li Lao? The Zhangyan asked, his expression tense. Don't worry. Li Lao slowly shook his head, his expression still calm. The Zhangyan took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and waited quietly. Not long after, some people rushed to the flower bud, and before the first team to arrive had time to celebrate, they were overwhelmed by the crowd that followed. In the vicinity of the flower bud, countless people were fighting to the death, one after another, advancing forward. There were also some shrewd people who avoided the whirlpool of battle and tried to find a way to condense the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, but they were unable to find the main point and helplessly circled around the flower bud, only to be targeted by their opponents and drawn into the battle. The blooming of a 1,000-year demon flower caused at least a few dozen great forces to suffer heavy casualties. After about an hour or so, the surrounding world energy gradually thinned out, as if all of it had been absorbed by the 1,000-year demon flower's flower bud. With such a huge amount of nourishment, the flower bud that had been closed for so long finally showed signs of blooming again. It's time, Li Lao nodded lightly. Let's go. The Zhangyan shouted as he and the others surrounded Yang Kai and Zhai Yao in the middle, using their movement skills to quickly rush towards the flower bud. In this group of 12 people, with the exception of Yang Kai and Di Yao, everyone else was a transcendent, 6 third order and 4 second order. Such a team was far superior in terms of both number and strength among all the other teams. However, the Zhangyan and the others still didn't dare relax in the slightest, forming a circular formation around Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge flower bud. Gradually, the petals on the flower bud began to spread outwards at an extremely fast speed. By the time that Zhangyan and the others had flown halfway, the 1,000-year demon flower had almost completely bloomed. An inexplicable energy fluctuation appeared between the heavens and earth, and under the influence of this energy, everyone calmed down. The remaining masters no longer cared about fighting and quickly landed on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower, each of them searching for a position while remaining vigilant of their surroundings and allowing the alchemists to begin condensing the medicinal liquid. However, unexpectedly, none of these alchemists knew where to start. Although the yuan qi was wrapped around the petals, it couldn't be refined at all. This discovery made everyone's heart sink. They had worked so hard to get here, but there was no progress, so what was the point of all this effort? By the time that Zhangyan and the others arrived, the 1,000-year demon flower floating in the void was already overcrowded with people and there was almost no place to set foot. Go to the flower's stamen. Zhai Yao suddenly shouted. The Zhangyan, who was at a loss as to what to do, heard this and quickly rushed over. The flower's stamen was naturally the most eye-catching position, and at this moment, it had already been occupied by 2 strong teams who were desperately searching for a way to refine it. Zhangyan and the others rushing towards them in an aggressive manner immediately aroused their vigilance and attention. Their expressions were unfriendly as they set up their battle formation. At this moment, the movements of the 2 opposing teams were surprisingly in sync. Perceiving the number and cultivation of the other side, the Zhangyan frowned slightly and stretched out his hand, summoning a saint-grade giant sword into his grasp. Raging flames burned on the surface of the sword like a roaring fire dragon, giving off an imposing aura. Don't be in a hurry to fight them. Zhai Yao said, immediately smiling as he greeted the people below, how about you give up your position? I can tell you how to refine the 1,000-year demon flower. You know? Among the crowd below, someone's eyes immediately lit up. Probably. Diao chuckled. But if you don't agree, then we'll have to fight. Chapter 7:14. Zhao Yao was simply trying to be polite before resorting to violence, his expression calm. Hearing him say this, the other side's expression changed as they glanced at the Zhangyan group, realizing that something was wrong. Although their numbers were not less than the Zhangyan group and their cultivations weren't bad, after all, they were still two teams and it would be difficult to unify them. However, the Zhangyan group was different. At a glance it was obvious that they were a group. Once a fight broke out, the Zhangyan group wouldn't have a good time, but they would most likely not be able to escape. The masters from the two teams glanced at each other and exchanged a few simple glances before quickly reaching a consensus. One of the teams moved closer to the other, giving up their original position. Zhao Yao's eyes lit up, obviously a little surprised. He had just casually mentioned this and didn't expect things to go so smoothly, quickly saying, "Many thanks." While speaking, the Zhangyan group had already landed. Stepping on the petals, Yang Kai felt a sense of density. Although this 1,000-year demon flower was purely composed of energy and was not a physical object, its energy was rich to the point of almost being tangible. The position has been given to you, how do you plan on condensing the medicinal liquid? A master on the opposite side vigilantly sized up the Zhangyan group while asking Zhao Yao. Wait a little longer, Zhao Yao smiled slightly but did not answer. The masters from the two teams suddenly had ugly expressions as they condensed their yuan qi, secretly preparing to attack at a moment's notice. About 10 breaths of time later, at the center of the flower's stamen, a circle of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared. As this circle of energy ripples spread out, everyone became vigilant. Zhao Yao suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and whispered something, to which Yang Kai remained silent and nodded slightly. Immediately, Zhao Yao turned to the Zhangyan group and issued an order. This small action was not able to escape the surveillance of the masters from the two teams, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "What the hell are you planning? If you dare deceive us, we'll make you suffer." Zhao Yao chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you'll know how to condense the medicinal liquid soon, I won't lie to you. That's for the best." As they spoke, the ripples from the stamen became more and more frequent, becoming more and more dense, like a calm lake with pebbles constantly being thrown into it. At the stamen of the flower, the ripples spread outwards, and a mysterious and magical energy was transmitted from there. "Let's go!" Di Yao suddenly shouted. Yang Kai responded and rushed towards the flower's stamen with him. The two's origin Yang Kai, and Yang Kai's, in a flash, the center of the world's stamen. Although the masters from the two teams had been vigilant, they did not expect such a strange thing to happen, and by the time they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. They were all furious and were about to attack the Zhangyan group when the Zhangyan group said, "Wait. You thieves, what else do you have to say? I can let your alchemists in, but condensing the medicinal liquid can only be done inside. However, you must guard this entrance with us. You don't want too many enemies to break in, right?" Zhang Yan said indifferently, the saint-grade great sword in his hand still burning fiercely, giving off a powerful aura. Those people were stunned for a moment, but without thinking, they quickly nodded, "Yes. Please." Zhang Yan gestured. The spirit-grade alchemists from the two teams quickly copied Zhao Yao and Yang Kai's movements and rushed into the stamen, disappearing in the next moment. All of a sudden, four spirit-grade alchemists disappeared into the stamen, naturally attracting the attention of many people. Although they did not understand why all this was happening, everyone keenly grasped the crux of the problem and faintly felt that this was the correct way to condense the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. A series of unfriendly gazes were cast in this direction, and in the next moment, countless teams rushed over. Zhang Yan grinned fiercely, the saint-grade sword in his hand suddenly transforming into a roaring fire dragon, meeting the oncoming crowd with great momentum. Xiao Xiao Xiao, Fei Jian pulled back his bow and released a series of powerful arrows invisible to the naked eye, like a swarm of locusts, shooting out. Rimaru's small body suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, and in an instant, her short stature became as majestic as a giant, standing majestically in front of everyone. Feiyu gently parted her lips and spat out a fine mist from her small red mouth. This mist suddenly transformed into a poisonous snake with sharp fangs, shuttling back and forth through the crowd. The cultivator who was bitten by this mist suddenly flushed red as if he was drunk, his head spinning as he staggered backwards. The air was filled with the thick aroma of wine. It was so fragrant and intoxicating. The four masters from Soaring Heaven sect immediately brought out their full strength, causing the other transcendents in the stamen to frown. None of them dared to be negligent, whether it was the transcendents from the two teams or the 6 people sent by the city lord's mansion. All of them displayed their best martial skills and summoned their powerful artifacts. For a time, the brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blossomed as an earth-shattering battle unfolded on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower. Although Zhang Yan's group wasn't small in number, with the addition of the other 2 teams, a total of 17 or 18 people, and their strength wasn't low, a tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. Faced with the attacks of several hundred transcendent realm masters, Zhang Yan's group was quickly overwhelmed. In less than 20 breaths of time, everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Rimaru, who was at the forefront of the group, had been bombarded by countless attacks and was now covered in blood. Zhang Yan's expression was extremely dignified as he and the others guarded the stamen while observing its movements. After the 4 spirit-grade alchemists broke in, the ripples spreading out from the stamen seemed to have slowed down significantly, and as time passed, the rate at which they spread became slower and slower. After a while, there were no more ripples spreading out. "Let's go!" Zhang Yan shouted, not daring to linger, grabbing Rimaru and flying away like lightning. Feiyu and the others, as well as the 6 from the city lord's mansion, followed closely behind. The remaining 2 teams didn't seem to have recovered from their shock and didn't know why they had suddenly given up, but without Zhang Yan and the others, it was impossible for them to defend themselves. Looking at the menacing onslaught of their opponents, they quickly fled. At the stamen, the door was suddenly wide open, and there was no one left. The cultivator who had rushed over were overjoyed when they saw this and jumped up, fighting while escorting the alchemists they had brought with them, preparing to follow Yang Kai, Zhai Yao, and the others into the stamen. But to their surprise, it seemed that because the ripples had stopped spreading, no matter how hard they tried, no one was able to enter the stamen. For a time, countless people cursed in anger. Zhang Yan and the others had already returned to the foot of the mountain, all of them gasping for breath and covered in blood. Even a young woman like Feiyu had messy hair and a look of lingering fear on her face. Fortunately, they only had to guard the area for about 30 breaths. If they had stayed any longer, none of them would have survived. Everyone was injured, but Rimaru's injuries were the most serious. After the golden light and giant body dissipated, he immediately fell to the ground and did not wake up. Elderly hurriedly stepped forward and distributed a medicinal pill to everyone one by one. Zhang Yan and the others thanked him and hurriedly took it to refine. After a short while, they all felt much better. Rimaru's injuries also stabilized, and his life was no longer in danger. "Li Lao, is this all?" Zhang Yan opened his eyes and turned to look at the 1,000-year demon flower that was still blooming in the void. Until now, there were still countless experts on the petals, looking for a way in. "Yes, it's all right." Li Lao nodded slightly. "The rest is up to their own luck. There are still 2 alchemists who went in, but we had no choice but to let them go." Zhang Yan was somewhat dissatisfied. "It doesn't matter, they won't be able to obtain anything even if they go in," Li Lao chuckled, obviously having great confidence in Zhai Yao. Zhang Yan nodded lightly. With Yang Kai inside, those two outsiders wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. This little brat had even killed 2 second-order transcendents. This time we really have to thank Li Lao. Fei Yu said with some lingering fear, if it weren't for Li Lao's guidance, I'm afraid we would have ended up like those people, running around like headless flies. Who would have thought that condensing the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower would require so much attention? Everyone thought that when the flower bloomed, all they had to do was let the alchemists refine it. If it weren't for their good luck that Yang Kai and Zhai Yao met and then received guidance from Li Lao, things would not have gone so smoothly. I've only lived a few days longer than you. Li Lao smiled kindly. Good, there's no need to wait here, let's return to Floating Cloud City. I'm afraid it will be a few days before they come out. Everyone nodded and followed Li Lao back to Floating Cloud City. Along the way, Zhang Yan found that Li Lao seemed to be very interested in his little martial nephew and asked a lot of questions about him. Although there were outsiders present, facing Li Lao's questions, Zhang Yan did his best to answer. Oh, so he comes from a very remote place? Li Lao suddenly smiled. So that's how it is. We didn't expect that this little brat would have such amazing talent. Zhang Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Compared with Yang Kai's performance, the elite disciples of Soaring Heaven's sect were simply trash. You can't underestimate those from low backgrounds. That kind of place will also have many amazing talents, but because of various constraints, their development is limited. However, if they can break through that harsh environment, they can often bloom into brilliance that far surpasses the average person, Li Lao said solemnly. Li Lao is right, Li Lao nodded. Zhang Yan chuckled, I didn't believe it before, but after seeing little martial nephew, I believe it. On top of that, I heard my little martial nephew say that he also has 2 senior sisters who are not only no worse than him, they are even more powerful than him. He has 2 senior sisters? Li Lao raised his brow. Little martial nephew has been looking for them, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to find any clues. Trying to find 2 people in this vast sea of people is really difficult. Chapter 7:15. In the void, Yang Kai and Zhai Yao suddenly appeared. The moment they appeared, Zhai Yao quickly summoned a defensive artifact, a yellow light curtain wrapping around him and Yang Kai as he solemnly said, Brother Yang, don't leave the protective range of my artifact, otherwise your life will be in danger. Yang Kai didn't answer and instead just stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Up, down, left, right, there was nothing but emptiness, as if they were in an endless abyss. All around them, there were stars, the sun body exuding a blazing energy, and the moon body exuding a cold aura. When the light shone down on them, Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream. In this void, the light wasn't too dark, but the boundless vastness made Yang Kai feel a sense of dread. There was no ground beneath their feet, so the 2 of them were floating lightly in the air. The mountains, ascending heaven cliff, and the 1,000-year demon flower had all disappeared, and behind the 2 of them was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The 1,000-year demon flower's stamen seemed to be the entrance to a void corridor, but Yang Kai didn't know where he had been teleported to. Where are we? Yang Kai asked quickly. Star Field. Zhai Yao took a deep breath, his expression excited as he turned his head and looked around. Star Field? Yang Kai's brow twitched as he suddenly realized a problem. Is that legend true? Of course it's true. Zhai Yao nodded firmly. Most masters have heard of the rumors about the Star Field. Tong Xian Realm also has many products from the Star Field, but no one has ever been to the Star Field and seen what the Star Field is like. But who knows that the 1,000-year demon flower is the key to reaching the Star Field? Is this really the Star Field? Not a mysterious small world? Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. Relatively speaking, he was more convinced that this was a magical mysterious small world. Why would I lie to you? Zha Yao chuckled. Teacher told me that this is the star field. Do you see that planet below us that exudes vitality? That's the Tongxian realm we live in. Yang Kai looked down and sure enough, there was a huge planet below his feet, but from here, it was only the size of a fist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and seemed like he could hold it tightly. His mood inexplicably. Why is it round? Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected that the so-called Tongxian realm was actually round. Then wouldn't the person standing on the back fall down? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling worried. I don't know, Yang Kai's words as words. As the two of them were talking though, their expressions suddenly changed and they turned to look at the void corridor behind them. Zha Yao quickly activated his defensive artifact and brought Yang Kai to the side. In the next moment, two more people appeared from the void passageway. These two were the alchemists from the previous two teams. As soon as they stepped out of the void corridor, these two alchemists assumed fighting stances. Obviously, they knew that if they wanted to obtain the medicinal liquid of the 1000-year demon flower, they would have to clash with Yang Kai and Zha Yao. These two spirit-grade top-rank alchemists weren't young and their cultivations weren't too low, both first-order transcendents, but because of the unique nature of alchemy, their combat power was only slightly higher than a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not comparable to a true transcendent. However, facing two young men like Yang Kai and Zha Yao, they weren't afraid and thought they could win. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and was about to rush over to fight when Zha Yao stretched out his hand and stopped him, slowly shaking his head. There's no need to fight with them. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. Zha Yao laughed, because they're dead. Saying so, he turned to the other two and shouted, friends, you'd better summon your defensive artifacts quickly, otherwise you may die a miserable death. The two alchemists frowned when they heard this, but after seeing the situation in front of them, both of their eyes bulged as they fell into a daze. Neither of them knew that after coming out of the 1000-year demon flower's stamen, they would arrive in the middle of Star Field. The vast and endless abyss around them terrified them to the extreme. Before they could stabilize their minds though, they felt an inexplicably powerful energy tearing at their bodies. Both of their faces changed greatly and no longer dared to hesitate, quickly summoning their most powerful defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Alchemists weren't poor, so their artifacts weren't bad either. Both of them had defensive artifacts of spirit-grade mid-rank or high-rank. This level of defensive artifact was enough to withstand a full-powered strike from a third-order transcendent master. However, in this star field, these artifacts could only delay their deaths. The inexplicable energy impacted their defensive artifacts, causing them to flicker, like candlelight in the midst of a storm, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. Where are we? One of them roared. Who knows? Zha Yao wasn't going to kindly point them out and instead waved goodbye to them happily before leading Yang Kai away. The two alchemists glanced at each other but didn't dare to linger here. Just as they were about to return, the void corridor behind them suddenly closed. When they tried to search for Zha Yao and Yang Kai again, they couldn't find them, causing their faces to go ashen and their eyes to fill with fear. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to hear a series of miserable screams. Looking back, he saw that the two men's corpses had been completely destroyed, even their defensive artifacts shattered into pieces, their flesh and blood flying in all directions at an extremely fast speed. There seems to be some kind of powerful energy shuttling through this star field. Yang Kai quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. The outer layer of Zha Yao's defensive artifact did show signs of being attacked, but since it was of a very high grade, there was no need to worry about it being broken through. The power of the star field isn't something we can withstand. Teacher almost died here that year. If he hadn't coincidentally brought along a defensive artifact, there wouldn't be the old man of Heaven's Keep today. Teacher said that to be able to withstand the power of the star field, one would need to have at least the strength of a second-order saint, or else they would need a defensive artifact of the same grade. Yang Kai nodded slightly, also feeling a little curious about this star field. He had never known that the legendary star field was actually so dangerous. Saying so, Zhai Yao's footsteps suddenly came to a stop and grinned, "Found it." Saying so, he pointed to a spot not too far away. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help his eyes from lighting up. A 1,000-year demon flower? In front of him, there was a 1,000-year demon flower that was exactly the same as the one he had seen before, blooming proudly in the void, but this 1,000-year demon flower had been shrunk countless times, only about the height of a child. It's the real 1,000-year demon flower. Zhai Yao nodded lightly. In fact, the 1,000-year demon flower we saw on Ascending Heaven Cliff was just a magnified image of it. The 1,000-year demon flower has an inexplicable connection with Tongxian realm. It can absorb energy from Tongxian realm, and during this process, its main body will be magnified countless times and appear on Ascending Heaven Cliff. All of that energy actually flows into this place. At this moment, the 1,000-year demon flower's green petals were blooming, and at the center of its stamen, there were a few drops of crystal clear, gem-like liquid that lay quietly, an intoxicating fragrance filling the void, making one feel both physically and mentally comfortable. "Brother Yang, let's go collect them. These medicinal liquids don't actually need to be refined. As long as we can find the main body of the 1,000-year demon flower, we can directly take them away. This is the essence of the 1,000-year demon flower, a divine medicine that has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm," Zhai Yao explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked over to the 1,000-year demon flower with him, carefully counting it, a look of joy soon appearing on his face because he found that there were actually 6 drops of crystal clear liquid lying in the stamen of this 1,000-year demon flower. "Quite a lot. It seems Brother Yang's luck is quite good." Zhai Yao chuckled. "When teacher came last time, there were only 3 drops. I was worried that your martial uncles and martial aunt wouldn't have enough to share, but now it seems there are actually 2 more drops." "These 2 drops are yours," Yang Kai said as he took out a jade bottle and carefully collected the medicinal liquids. "I don't need them," Zhai Yao shook his head. "We agreed before that all of these medicinal liquids are yours. Moreover, it's useless to me. Teacher has already reached the saint realm. As for me, I want to break through to the saint realm through my own ability, not with the help of external forces." Yang Kai looked at him for a moment before nodding. "Then I won't be polite." Zhai Yao was obviously very confident in himself and felt that with his aptitude, even without external help, he could break through to the saint realm. This was also the case for Yang Kai. When he broke through to the saint realm, he had never relied on external forces, instead relying on his own comprehension and hard work. This way, his foundation would be very stable, but if he relied on external forces, it could be harmful in the future. However, he was different from Zhai Yao. Zhai Yao only had one relative, Li Lao, but Yang Kai had many, so the extra 2 drops might be useful in the future. After receiving the 6 drops of medicinal liquid, Yang Kai was in a good mood and asked, "How do we go back now?" "There is a void corridor nearby that leads to Tongxian realm. As long as we can find it, we can go back, but teacher didn't tell me where it is, he told me to find it myself." Zhai Yao curled his lips. "But even if we find it, I'm not in a hurry to go back." "Why?" Yang Kai was stunned. "This is a rare opportunity, Brother Yang," Zhai Yao said excitedly. "This is the star field. The star field's power flows all around us, containing countless heavenly principles. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for half a year below, and if you can comprehend anything, you will benefit for the rest of your life." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Really?" Zhai Yao nodded seriously. "Then what are we waiting for?" Yang Kai couldn't wait and quickly sat down cross-legged to circulate his secret art. Zhai Yao laughed dumbly. "There's no need to rush. With this saint-grade artifact protecting me, the star field's power can't enter. Just wait, I'll let the star field's power in so we can cultivate. Saying so, his expression became dignified as he controlled his defensive artifact and opened a small crack. Chapter 7:16. In the endless star field, a layer of yellow light curtain wrapped Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. Inside that light curtain, an unbridled energy was shuttling back and forth, tearing their bodies apart. Both of them were topless, revealing their stalwart figures. Their bodies were covered in blood, and there were countless wounds on their skin. Their flesh was wriggling incessantly. Although Zhai Yao had a face that was more handsome than a woman's, his physique was also quite strong. It was not at the level that an alchemist could possess. It could be said that Zhai Yao was the same as Yang Kai. Not only was he proficient in alchemy, but he also had unique skills in combat. Both of them were sitting under the protection of the defensive artifact. While tempering their bodies, they were also comprehending the mysterious power of the star field, trying to benefit from it. It had been 2 days since they arrived at the star field. In these 2 days, Zhai Yao had been trying to release the protection of the defensive artifact, allowing the power of the star field to surge in. For him, the gains were not small. After 2 days of tempering, his body had become much stronger. However, Yang Kai was gradually becoming dissatisfied. Now that the power of the star field was surging in, he felt no pressure at all. On the contrary, Zhai Yao seemed to be reaching his limit every time. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would not be able to make much progress. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Brother Zhai, let's split up. I see that you seem to be consuming a lot of yuan qi to maintain this artifact. Without me, you should be able to relax a little." In these 2 days, Zhai Yao had also been constantly taking pills to replenish his yuan qi. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain the function of the artifact. What he brought were all top-notch medicinal pills. It was obvious that he had been prepared in advance. Hearing this, Zhai Yao frowned and said, "It's not a problem to split up, but do you have a saint-grade defensive artifact? A saint-grade low-grade artifact may not be enough. You must have a saint-grade mid-grade artifact or above." "I think I probably won't need an artifact," Yang Kai said with a strange look. "What?" Zhai Yao clearly thought that he had misheard. "You're not thinking of using your physical body to withstand the power of the star field, are you? I'll give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it again," Yang Kai suggested. Zhai Yao frowned for a moment before nodding slightly. "Then you need to be careful. Although I think your physique may be stronger than mine, this isn't a joke. This is the star field. If one's physique isn't strong enough, then only death awaits. Even Saint Realm Masters are no exception." "I know." Yang Kai chuckled. "Then I'm going out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed out of the range of Zhai Yao's artifact. In this star field, Yang Kai immediately felt different. There was an indescribable energy surging in all directions, as if there was an invisible enemy that was ferociously and mercilessly attacking him. **Xiao. Countless small wounds immediately appeared on his stalwart body, from which blood began to flow. However, Yang Kai not only didn't feel any pain, but instead showed a look of ecstasy. Sure enough, his physique was able to withstand the tearing force of this star field. Not only was his life not in danger, if he continued to temper himself here, he would obtain unimaginable benefits. Zhai Yao's face instantly went blue as he curled his lips and muttered with some envy, "Monster." He didn't dare to leave the range of his artifact. Although his physique wasn't bad, it was far from reaching Yang Kai's level. It could even be said that even if he was given a few more years, he may not be able to reach such a level. "How do you feel?" Zhai Yao quickly calmed down and asked curiously. "I feel it." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he winked at him. "Brother Zhai, do you want to come out and try?" "No need, I know my limits." Zhai Yao quickly refused. Good, since you don't need this defensive artifact, let's split up and see who finds the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm first. Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly. It's not convenient to communicate here. If I find the void corridor first, and you don't appear when I reach my limit, I'll leave first. Brother Zhai doesn't need to worry about me. When I've had enough fun, I'll also leave. Then you be careful, don't die. Zhai Yao said solemnly. There's one more thing you need to know, the power of the star field isn't evenly distributed. There may be some places where the star field is extremely rich. Don't go to such places, I'm afraid you'll really die. There's such a place? Yang Kai's face was filled with excitement as he asked. Zhai Yao rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He found that although Yang Kai's personality was very similar to his own, there was one thing that was absolutely different. In the face of great danger, he was the calm type while Yang Kai was the adventurous type. I've said everything I need to say. If you die, it has nothing to do with me. Farewell, we'll meet again in Floating Cloud City. Zhai Yao cupped his fists, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai, turned around, and walked away. Take this, Yang Kai threw something to Zhai Yao. What is it? A good thing. Yang Kai grinned. If you really suffer a great injury, apply this externally and take it, you'll quickly recover. Many thanks, Zhai Yao smiled and nodded before quickly disappearing into the star field. Looking at his disappearing back, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Yang Kai had a very good impression of Di Yao. This time, obtaining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower had been a great help to him. If it weren't for him, Yang Kai felt that it would have been impossible for things to go so smoothly. So before leaving, Yang Kai had given him some myriad drug milk. Before, Yang Kai had not come into contact with alchemy, so he couldn't distinguish the grade and preciousness of high-grade herbs, but now, he had become an alchemist and his vision was much wider than before. He could also distinguish the grades of the myriad drug liquid. The lowest grade of myriad drug liquid was almost spirit grade, while the myriad drug milk was saint grade. As for the smallest amount of myriad drug cream, Yang Kai couldn't tell, but he always felt that it was somewhat different, as if it had surpassed the scope of saint grade. Giving the myriad drug milk to Zhai Yao could be considered returning the favor. Standing quietly in place for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and walked in the opposite direction from Zhai Yao. Moving through the endless star field, the only thing he could use as a reference was the planet of Tongxian realm below. Yang Kai searched for a void corridor while tempering his body. The power of the star field was constantly tearing at his body, and although this kind of power was not life-threatening to Yang Kai, it was still enough to hurt him. Through the blood that flowed out, a faint golden glow could be seen. This was the blood of the demon god. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that one day, Yang Kai's blood would completely turn golden, and at that time, he would possess the same strength as the legendary great demon god. Yang Kai was very much looking forward to the arrival of this day. Without knowing how much time passed, Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been wandering in the star field. At the beginning, the power of the star field was still able to hurt his body, but gradually, as his body became tougher, the impact of this power on his body was like a tickle, no longer having any effect. Yang Kai still hadn't seen the void corridor and felt that he had gone in the wrong direction. The direction Zhai Yao was searching for was the direction of the void corridor. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply shuttled through the star field, looking for a place where he could temper his body and comprehend the heavenly way. As Zhai Yao had said, in the star field, the distribution of mysterious energy was very uneven, with some places having more and some having less. Places with more energy were the goals of Yang Kai's search, and only there could he obtain effective tempering. During this long and endless journey, Yang Kai's temperament and divine sense had also undergone an imperceptible change, and his thoughts and divine sense had become much sharper. One day, Yang Kai was sitting in a place rich in energy tempering his body, releasing his divine sense to comprehend the various mysteries contained in the star field when he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Quickly immersing himself in his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined his surroundings and a moment later, finally found the source of the problem. It was actually from the wordless black book. To be more precise, it was from something inside the black book space. The surrounding star field's power was flowing into the black book space at a very subtle speed, seemingly being absorbed by something inside the black book space. Carefully observing it, Yang Kai was surprised to find that what was absorbing the star field's power was actually the two pitch-black round stones he didn't know what they were made of. As the energy flowed in, the two pitch-black round stones began to glow faintly, as if they had suddenly become full of vitality. Yang Kai was stunned. He was keenly aware that if he wanted to see what these round stones were, it was likely that the star field's power was the key. Old Man Du's old friend had obtained these round stones several dozen years ago but hadn't found any clues because he had never been to the star field before. What a coincidence, Yang Kai thought to himself and couldn't help paying close attention, wondering what kind of changes would occur to these round stones in the end. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai slowly gave up. Because the two pitch-black round stones hadn't changed much from beginning to end and had instead continued to absorb the star field's power, their light still flickering, but there was no further progress. Shaking his head, no longer wasting time on them, Yang Kai stood up, glanced around casually, found a direction, and once again embarked on his journey through the star field. During this period of time, sitting here and tempering his body had consumed a lot of the nearby star field's power. If he didn't look for another place, he wouldn't be able to continue tempering. He changed his position again and again, and every time he found a place, the energy was more abundant than before. Yang Kai's body was also becoming stronger and tougher at a flying speed. The wounds on his body healed one layer, then another, densely packed and terrifying, but he was willing to endure it. Although the pain was unbearable, it was still quite valuable. Gradually, Yang Kai couldn't find a place suitable for him to cultivate. The space that could kill him in the past, he could now stroll around in it without suffering any harm. Although he believed that in the deeper parts of the star field, there would definitely be more violent energy spaces, but if he went deeper, Yang Kai was worried that he wouldn't be able to find the way back. Chapter 7:17. The star field was vast and boundless. If one lost their way here, they would die without a doubt. After feeling that he had gained enough, Yang Kai embarked on the return journey. Although the star field was empty, Yang Kai felt that he would not get lost by using the planet that was so far away from him as a reference. He moved forward day by day. Although his speed was extremely fast, there was still a long way to go. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He relaxed both his body and mind, trying to get as much benefit from the star field as possible. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped and frowned. The star field flowing around him seemed to have some unusual movements. This was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai suddenly became alert and quickly turned his head to look. He could not help but become aghast. In the endless star field, within the range visible to the naked eye, there was actually a storm-like energy vortex that covered the boundless star field. It was spinning and approaching his position. It was extremely fast. Yang Kai was stunned. Although he had been looking for places with rich star field energy to temper his body these days, he did not expect that there would actually be storm-like energy in the star field. From the aura coming from that distant location, Yang Kai smelled the smell of death. I can't resist it. In an instant, this thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. With his current physical strength, once he was caught in such a storm, he was afraid that not even his bones would be left behind in a very short time. The star field had always been a very dangerous place. Zhai Yao and Li Lao did not know what kind of magic was hidden in the star field, and had never seen the star field storm. Naturally, they could not provide Yang Kai with any information in this regard. Realizing this, all the hair on Yang Kai's body stood on end. Without thinking, he quickly removed the primeval shackles on his ankles and fled as fast as he could. Ever since Fei Yu gave him the primeval shackles, Yang Kai had been wearing them. Now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to take them off. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly flew through the star field. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a very far place. However, Yang Kai still felt that it was not enough. The wind and thunder wings on his back spread open. The wings that contained the power of wind and thunder pushed Yang Kai's speed to the limit. The wind attribute was nimble and the thunder attribute was swift. After the wind and thunder wings were completely tempered and fused with the flaming yang wings, both the combat power and speed provided to Yang Kai had greatly improved. He did not know how long he had been running. Yang Kai did not even have the time to look back. However, from the feeling behind him, he knew that not only did he not manage to shake off the star field storm, but it was also getting closer and closer. The area it covered was too wide. If he could not shake it off as fast as he could, he would not be able to escape from it. After a few days, Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had consumed a lot of energy. The star field storm behind them was already in front of them. In this endless void, Yang Kai seemed to have the illusion that the sky was falling down on his head. His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly stopped running forward. The wind and thunder wings on his back were also retracted into his body. Turning around, Yang Kai stared at the star field storm that was approaching him. He could not escape. There was no hope of escaping. Since he could not escape, he could only face it head-on. Yang Kai did not know if he could be safe, but he could only give it a try. The star field storm was getting closer and closer. Yang Kai was surprised to find that not only was he not nervous, but he was also excited. There was a desire to compete with this storm. His blood was boiling. Yang Kai's eyes were shining brightly, flashing with high fighting spirit. The power of the star field around him was very chaotic and very violent. However, it could not be compared to the star field storm at all. Not far in front of Yang Kai, there was a small sea of meteorites. There were hundreds and thousands of meteorites of various sizes floating there. The small meteorites were only the size of a basket, while the big ones were the size of mountains. He had just passed through this sea of meteorites. Soon, the star field storm with a destructive aura spread over. When it covered the sea of meteorites, all the meteorites that came into contact with it were instantly turned into dust. There was no exception to the size. Hundreds and thousands of meteorites, covering a large area of the sea of meteorites, disappeared in just 3 breaths of time. Only some dust-like things were left in the star field. Yang Kai's lips curled into a silent and mysterious smile. The next moment, the star field storm swallowed him up. Become the demon race. A low murmur sounded. Streaks of dark demonic chi turned into lines of explosive energy. Demon crests covered Yang Kai's body, imprinting into his flesh and blood and disappearing. His blood and chi rose wildly, and his physical strength rapidly increased. Yang Kai raised his bone shield and blocked in front of him. However, this mysterious grade top-rank defensive artifact only lasted less than 2 breaths of time before it shattered in Yang Kai's hands, unable to play any role. Yang Kai's clothes were torn to shreds, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Kai grit his teeth and let out a low roar, his true chi violently surging out and covering his body. But as soon as this pure Yuan Qi appeared, it was like snow melting in early spring, blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's face sank, suddenly realizing that Yuan Qi could not provide him any protection here. If he wanted to resist this destructive disaster, he could only rely on his physical body. Understanding this point, Yang Kai no longer wasted his true chi and instead focused all of his attention on the changes in his body, pushing against the direction of the storm and swimming upstream. He was like a lone boat in the storm, in the midst of the stormy waves, in danger of being destroyed at any time. But surprisingly, he swayed left and right, and although he was unable to stabilize himself, he was still full of vitality. The omnipresent power of the star field violently poured into Yang Kai's body from his damaged flesh, bringing with it an inexplicable energy that rampaged through his body. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were all damaged, and Yang Kai's face was as pale as gold. Blood rained down from his body, and there wasn't a single place on his body that was undamaged. It was as if his entire body had been stripped bare, his muscles all exposed. Even after using his demon god transformation, in this star field storm, Yang Kai's tough body was unable to withstand it. His body was damaged, his soul was shaken, and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea seemed to be on the verge of being blown away. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly took out the myriad drug milk, no longer caring to cherish this saint-grade herb, swallowed it in large gulps, and smeared it all over his body. The powerful medicinal efficacies, combined with the vigorous vitality he gained from using the demon god transformation, quickly repaired the damaged parts of his body, but as soon as they were repaired, they would be destroyed again, repeating the same process over and over again. As time passed, the destructive aura around him became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. Yang Kai was gradually drawn into the center of the star field storm. Pieces of flesh and blood quickly separated from the bones, revealing the shiny golden bones inside. This was the unyielding golden skeleton. The great demon god's bone body. Under the raging storm of the star field, his bone body remained unscathed, without the slightest damage. Yang Kai was completely numb, and in his heart, there was only a tenacious struggle that drove him to make a final effort. He knew that if he admitted defeat here, he would really be finished. Although he wasn't sure if he could survive this disaster, there was always a glimmer of hope if he gave it his all. Time had never been so slow. From the time he had been drawn into the star field storm until now, only half an incense stick worth of time had passed, but Yang Kai felt like several years had passed. Every breath he took was an unimaginable torment. The myriad drug milk was constantly being consumed, and at this point, Yang Kai couldn't care less about whether this saint-grade herb would be wasted or not. His flesh and blood were being reborn in the process of being destroyed by the star field storm, becoming tougher and stronger each time, capable of withstanding even greater damage. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the violent energy around him weakened significantly. Yang Kai's spirit shook, and after carefully examining himself, he found that he had left the center of the storm and was being shaken off. The most difficult time had passed, and Yang Kai was ecstatic, feeling that there was indeed hope for him to survive, so he spared no effort. The violent energy was getting weaker and weaker, and gradually, the star field storm passed in front of Yang Kai and threw him out. Yang Kai was dizzy for a long time before he gradually stabilized himself and stared at the star field storm that was gradually fading away, unable to hold back his laughter. His laughter was hoarse, weak, but filled with joy. The next moment, Yang Kai's soul trembled, and he felt weak all over, as if he had been swallowed by darkness and fainted. In the endless void, Yang Kai lay quietly, not even having the strength to move a finger. Motionless, his body and soul relaxed to the extreme as he experienced the changes to his flesh and blood. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but the intense pain all over his body woke him up. Although he couldn't see his current appearance, Yang Kai knew that he must be in a miserable state because he could feel that his flesh and blood had been greatly reduced. The demon god's blood exuded a faint golden light as it condensed in his body, bringing with it surging vitality and powerful life force. It exploded in his blood vessels, transforming into a mystical energy essence that repaired his damaged meridians and flesh. The unyielding golden skeleton was the foundation of the demon god's blood, and after this disaster, it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's potential had been stimulated. Drops of pure demon god's blood were slowly being produced, each drop transforming into Yang Kai's vitality. When he was in Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai had witnessed the powerful resilience of the ancient demon clan. Their physique was several times stronger than the cultivator outside. This was because they had an excellent bloodline and the faint energy of the great demon god flowing through their bodies. As the legitimate successor of the great demon god, Yang Kai's resilience were many times greater than those of the ancient demon clan. His tough muscles and flesh were constantly wriggling, and under the effect of the demon god's blood, the damaged areas exuded a faint golden light. His broken meridians reconnected, becoming even more resilient than before, and his damaged flesh and blood were slowly being repaired. Chapter 7:18. In this disaster, apart from Yang Kai's bones, everything else in his body had suffered varying degrees of damage. The great demon god's bones were even tougher than a saint-grade high-rank defensive artifact, so under the raging storm of the star field, they had not been damaged in the slightest. This made Yang Kai very happy. His flesh and blood, his meridians and veins were all covered in a faint golden glow, and even his damaged internal organs were exuding a golden brilliance. His internal vitality was vigorous, and his flesh and blood were gradually replenished, once again covering his bones. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk were still working together with the demon god's blood. Lying in the void, Yang Kai didn't think about anything, simply relaxing his mind and body, allowing the demon god's blood to play its role, transforming his meridians and physique, repairing his body. From the perspective of an outsider, at this moment, Yang Kai was shrouded in a faint golden light. Inside this golden light, a vigorous vitality was slowly being emitted, and the vitality he had lost was slowly and subtly recovering. Under the effect of the demon god's blood, the fatigue and pain he felt gradually disappeared, and his strength was restored. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. At this moment, he felt that there was an indescribable energy in his body. This energy was the star field's power that had poured into his body when he was swept into the star field storm. From his damaged flesh, an endless amount of star field's power poured in, and after experiencing the initial rampaging, it gradually settled down, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's current body, settling down and no longer causing trouble. Instead, it had become a kind of asset to Yang Kai. This star field contained all kinds of mysteries. With a single thought, Yang Kai's entire body's acupoints began to rotate and absorb this star field's power. However, the mysteries of the star field's power were still incomparably mysterious. It was waiting for him to comprehend them. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai immediately held his breath and immersed his consciousness into his body. An invisible door seemed to be slowly pushed open in front of him. Yang Kai stepped into a new world, a world he had never seen before. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel like he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. At this moment, he felt that he had transcended the level of mortals and reached another realm. Impurities that had never been detected before were expelled from his wriggling flesh and blood. His body became purer and stronger. As the impurities in his body were expelled, an invisible barrier was slowly being destroyed. Yang Kai seemed to see himself taking a big step forward, crossing a heavenly moat on the road to the peak of martial arts. This kind of feeling became clearer and clearer. Gradually, he became infatuated. He enjoyed himself in this kind of state, forgetting to return. His mental state rapidly improved. In the endless star field, Yang Kai lay there quietly. He entered a miraculous state, comprehending the heavenly Tao. The ascension of the divine soul. His body was also slowly recovering. In the process of recovery, he was undergoing a miraculous tempering. His soul and body benefited together. This time, he had survived the disaster of the star field storm. The benefits he obtained were unimaginably huge. His body recovered, his soul was as stable as ever. Yang Kai quickly forgot about the existence of time. At this moment, he also forgot that he was in the star field, and that he was not disturbed by anyone. One day, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly overflowed with light, flashing with understanding. At the same time he noticed the changes in himself, his flesh and blood all wriggled, and his bones crackled. The mysterious energy wandering in the star field seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and suddenly all rushed into Yang Kai's body. After withstanding the baptism of the star field storm, the power of the star field could no longer cause any harm to Yang Kai. After it entered his body, it became his powerful capital. An invisible momentum spread out, growing stronger and stronger. Like a small storm, with Yang Kai as its center, it quickly took shape. His body and mind were greatly encouraged, every inch of his flesh and blood filled with joy. Yang Kai threw his head back and roared to the sky, venting the excitement in his heart. A halo of light suddenly burst out from his body, spreading out in all directions. Immediately, everything calmed down. Yang Kai stood quietly in place, feeling a steady flow of power from his body. Gently clenching his fists, he felt as if he could really pluck the stars and summon the moon, overturning rivers and seas. The strength in his body was more powerful than ever before. Transcendent Realm. The moment his body was repaired, Yang Kai successfully reached the Transcendent Realm. From now on, he had truly transcended the level of mortals. Yang Kai could clearly perceive that this realm was very different from the immortal ascension boundary. Whether it was his physical body or the strength of his spiritual energy, both had made great progress, and his combat effectiveness had increased crazily. If he were to fight Bright Thunder Spirit Religion Su Qi and Duan Hai again, Yang Kai was confident he could beat them both by himself, no longer needing to rely on the power of the Wind Eye to kill them like last time. The advancement of a great realm was extremely difficult, but once it was successful, there would be a fundamental difference. This was the case for any cultivator. That was why cultivators pursued the increase of their realms in cultivation, enjoying it immensely. Calming his excitement, Yang Kai examined his body. Surprisingly, he found that there wasn't a single scar left on his body, and even the damaged flesh and blood had been completely regenerated. Compared to before, his body was much stronger. Not only that, Yang Kai could also feel that the blood flowing through his veins was very different from before. It seemed that a third of his blood contained destructive power. This was definitely the demon god's blood. Moreover, the power of the unyielding golden skeleton had also been stimulated. In the future, this skeleton would continuously produce the demon god's blood, replacing the original blood in Yang Kai's body. It wouldn't be long before all the blood in his body turned a rich golden color. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai silently examined himself. Gradually, a grin appeared on his face. At first, his laughter was very small, but it gradually grew louder and louder, eventually becoming a hearty laugh that resounded throughout the star field, spreading far and wide. The journey to the star field was monotonous and boring, but Yang Kai felt that this trip had not been in vain. He had obtained huge benefits from the star field. That kind of storm should be very difficult to encounter, so wanting to use it to temper himself again was a bit unrealistic. It was time to go back. Making up his mind, Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he found that not far away, there were some strange lights exuding a faint glow. He hurriedly flew over to investigate. These stones were actually some very precious ores of excellent quality. Yang Kai's expression became strange. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that these ores should be the remnants of the sea of meteorites destroyed by the star field storm. In that sea of meteorites, there were hundreds of large and small meteorites. There must have been some precious ores inside. After the outer layer of rock was shattered, the ores inside remained. And to be able to withstand the baptism of the star-field storm, the grade of these ores could be imagined. At the very least, they were Saint-grade mid-rank ores. If these ores were used to refine artifacts, they should be able to refine Saint-grade artifacts. The premise was that there was a need for an outstanding artifact refiner. Yang Kai hurriedly collected these ores. His bone shield had been shattered before, so after collecting these ores, if there was a chance in the future, he could ask an artifact refiner to help him refine artifacts. The harvest was quite rich. He collected more than 100 large and small ores. Yang Kai couldn't recognize any of them, so he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But after all, these were products of the star field, so it was natural that he couldn't recognize them. After stuffing them all into the black book space, Yang Kai's sense of regret for the broken bone shield disappeared. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai embarked on a journey to find his way home. He didn't know how long he had spent in this star field, but it was definitely not short. Just the restoration of his body alone had taken him at least 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months of enlightenment had allowed him to successfully break through to the transcendent realm. The hardships involved could be imagined. Having not returned for so long, Yang Kai was certain his martial uncle and martial aunt were all waiting anxiously. Time flew by, and just when Yang Kai thought he was lost, he finally found an emerald green budding flower. The 1,000-year demon flower. At this moment, it was no longer blooming but had instead returned to its bud form and was now suspended in the void. Finding this place, Yang Kai's heart settled. On that day, he and Zhai Yao had appeared here, and according to Li Lao, the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm was definitely not far away. With this 1,000-year demon flower as the center, Yang Kai spread out in all directions, running back and forth several times before finally finding the void corridor. There was no sign of Zhai Yao nearby, so he should have returned some time ago. Before this, everyone had agreed that they didn't need to worry about the other, that they could return as soon as they felt it was time. So much time had passed, so Yang Kai shouldn't be in the star field anymore. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and plunged into the void corridor. After experiencing the familiar feeling of dizziness, Yang Kai's vision suddenly opened up. All around him was the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, a verdant forest. Yang Kai scratched his head, somewhat unable to recognize where he was. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon smiled. About a dozen kilometers away, there were some life fluctuations, indicating there should be some people moving. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai flew over and soon arrived near this group of people. Glancing around, Yang Kai's expression became strange because he found these people to be quite interesting. They were indeed human, but they were in groups of 2, 1 man and 1 woman, a total of 3 pairs, all of them immortal ascension boundary masters, neither high nor low in strength. At this moment, they were fighting a fierce monster beast. From the way they fought and the way their yuan qi flowed, it was obvious these men and women were in harmony. In other words, they were a pair of dual cultivators. In groups of 2, they could display strength that exceeded their own cultivation. Chapter 719. When Yang Kai appeared, he didn't conceal his aura, so he was naturally noticed by these 6. These 6 people didn't forget to be vigilant during the battle, so obviously they had good awareness. Although they noticed that Yang Kai wasn't hostile, they still sent out a man and a woman to attack from the sidelines while paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, fearing he would jump out and disturb them. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care about their vigilance. When encountering a stranger outside, especially in battle, their approach was undoubtedly correct. The monster beast they were dealing with wasn't very strong, only at the 6th order, so under the joint attack of the remaining 4, it was quickly killed. After they cleaned up and recovered for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward in a friendly manner and asked for directions. Are you going to Floating Cloud City? One of the women frowned slightly as she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, pointing in a certain direction and saying, Floating Cloud City is this way, if you follow this direction, you'll arrive there in 3 to 5 days. Many thanks. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in relief. He was really afraid that the place he would return to would be too far from Floating Cloud City. Tongxian Realm was really too big. If the void corridor in Star Field had teleported him to a very distant location, it wouldn't have been unusual for him to fly for a year or so. Friend, why are you going to Floating Cloud City now? The struggle for the 1,000-year demon flower ended a year ago. You shouldn't have not received the news, right? Another big man with a rough appearance said. A year ago? Yang Kai's face went black. He had underestimated the passage of time. He thought he had only stayed in Star Field for half a year at most, but a year had already passed. Seeing him show a surprised look, these people immediately misunderstood him, thinking that he had really gone to Floating Cloud City to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower but had missed the opportunity. The three women all pursed their lips and chuckled, looking at him like he was a fool. It ended a year ago. It is said that 2 young people beat us to it, but these 2 young people's whereabouts are unknown. Now many people are looking for them. I want to buy the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from them. The burly man said with a smile. Friend, isn't it a bit too late for you to rush over now? I really don't know. Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, thinking to himself that it was time to remove the disguising artifact on his face, otherwise, if it was discovered by someone, it would definitely be troublesome. Friend, where are you from? Why are you so uninformed? The burly man chuckled and asked. I was born in the countryside, so it takes a while for news to spread, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Without waiting for him to speak, he cupped his fists and said, no matter what, thank you. Goodbye. As he spoke, he had already flown in the direction that the woman had pointed out. This person is really interesting. He's too slow to realize it. The woman beside the big man laughed. Ignore him. Let's take a look at the quality of this monster beast's inner core. The group of 6 immediately looked forward to it. Yang Kai flew as fast as lightning, reaching out and taking off the disguising artifact covering his face, revealing his original appearance. This artifact given to him by Old Man Du really had some use. If not for this artifact at that time, Yang Kai estimated that he would now be pursued by all the transcendents in the world. Thinking about how Zhai Yao's little white face would suffer such a fate, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a burst of schadenfreude. However, he still had Li Lao to protect him. Even if someone found him, no one would dare to provoke him. Floating Cloud City, City Lord's mansion. Li Lao and Zhai Yao had been guests here for a year. As the City Lord and Vice City Lord, the Saint Realm Masters from the 3 clans were naturally overjoyed. Although they didn't know why they had stayed here for so long, with Li Lao as a guest, they felt infinite glory. Every day, they would come to greet him, calling themselves juniors, and even taking care of Zhai Yao. At this moment, Zhai Yao was listening to Li Lao's lecture, learning his alchemic way. 9 months ago, Zhai Yao had returned and stayed in the Star Field for 3 months, reaping unimaginable benefits. This data made Li Lao very satisfied. He had thought that Zhai Yao would only be able to stay in the Star Field for a month at most, but his apprentice's performance far exceeded his expectations. As he spoke, Li Lao suddenly noticed that Zhai Yao was somewhat absent-minded. Smiling lightly, he stopped teaching and asked, "Are you worried about that little guy surnamed Yang?" Zhai Yao nodded, "If only I had acted with him at that time. It's been more than a year, but he still hasn't returned. Teacher, do you think he's... If that's the case, then it's his fate." Li Lao sat down, took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said lightly, "After staying in the Star Field for a year, I find it hard to imagine he'll survive. If Xia Yao hadn't insisted on waiting for Yang Kai to return in the city lord's mansion, Li Lao would have already taken him to travel the world. Although he had an agreement with Yang Kai, with Li Lao's esteemed status, waiting for Yang Kai for so long was more than enough. Brother Yang shouldn't have died, right? Xia Yao frowned, his tone somewhat uncertain. It seems you still have some confidence in him, Li Lao chuckled. I've seen his physical strength in the star field. Xia Yao's eyes flashed with shock. Even if I trained in the star field for 3 months, I wouldn't dare to compare myself to him at that time. It's hard for me to believe that such a person would die just like that. A year is too long. It's possible that he got lost or met with some kind of accident. Li Lao sighed slightly. I also don't wish for such a person to die young, but if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Yao we should leave this place. It's not good to stay in one place for too long. Teacher, let's wait for 10 more days. If he still hasn't returned in 10 days, then we'll leave. Xia Yao pleaded. Fine, let's wait for 10 more days and see if he can create a miracle. Li Lao nodded slightly. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold and strange. What's wrong, teacher? Di Yao asked curiously. He rarely saw such an expression on his teacher's face. It was as if something had happened that made him extremely surprised. It seems like a miracle has really happened, Li Lao looked at him and said. You're saying? Xia Yao suddenly realized, his face full of surprise and joy. Li Lao nodded heavily. I knew it. This guy won't die. Then where is he now? Xia Yao asked with a laugh. In that inn. I'll go find him. I want to see what this guy has become. Xia Yao said and ran out. Remember to bring him here. I have something to say to him. Li Lao's voice came from behind. Xia Yao quickly responded. After his disciple left, Li Lao was shocked and muttered to himself, a year. Could it be that this guy really stayed in the star field for a year? How did he survive? Li Lao had also experienced the dangers of the star field. Although it was 1,000 years ago, no matter how much time had passed, the star field was still the star field. Not just anyone could set foot in it. Half a year ago, Li Lao was sure that Yang Kai probably wouldn't come back. But seeing Xia Yao so determined to wait, he didn't point it out. He didn't want to disappoint him. In this world, there were very few people who could compete with Xia Yao in alchemy. His own disciple saw that guy as his biggest rival. This was something that Li Lao was very clear about. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. A wise old man like him had his own unique vision. He rarely made mistakes in his judgment. But now, Yang Kai's miraculous return made him wonder if this was fated. Slowly shaking his head, Li Lao pondered for a long time before smiling. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's return surprised Sangyan and Feiyu. For more than a year, the two martial uncles had been waiting in Floating Cloud City. Although Xia Yao had invited them to visit the city lord's mansion, they had declined. Don't look at how Ao Gu and the others were polite to Li Lao and Xia Yao. That was because of Li Lao's identity and status. If Sangyan and the others really went there, Ao Gu wouldn't have welcomed them. You little brat, you're finally back, Sangyan laughed, feeling as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Feiyu's beautiful eyes were watery and extremely alluring. Her cheeks were flushed red as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Martial uncle, you're drinking again. Yang Kai was speechless. The room was filled with the strong smell of wine, so it was obvious at a glance that it was Feiyu's doing. What's wrong with drinking a little wine? Mind your own business. Feiyu's red lips trembled as she glared at Yang Kai, then immediately smiled again. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Feiyu was worried sick about you, drinking all day long to drown her sorrows. I almost died from the smell, Zhang Yan quickly complained. Where are Martial Uncle Rimaru and Martial Uncle Fei Jian? Yang Kai looked around but didn't see the two of them, nor did he detect their auras in the inn. They've already gone back, Zhang Yan explained. You don't know how long you've been gone, right? I know, Yang Kai nodded. The sect can't be left alone, so they went back early. Fei Yu and I were waiting for you here. Old Man Du and me Na also returned to the Grand Boulder City Alchemist Association. Now that you're back, we can leave. I've made Martial Uncles worry. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Even though he had disappeared for more than a year, when he saw Yang Kai again at this moment, he didn't see any suspicion on their faces, only relief at his safe return. If it were any other outsider, they would have suspected that he had obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1000-year demon flower and escaped. But his martial uncles obviously didn't think so. I'm also very worried, Brother Yang, what do you want to say? Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from outside, and before it fell, Zhai Yao strode in. After looking around, Zhai Yao scratched his head and asked in amazement, Where's Brother Yang? Didn't I hear his voice? Who's this guy? As he spoke, he looked up and down at Yang Kai, puzzled. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.